A Hopeless Murder. Book 1 in the Hope Walker Mysteries series. Written by Daniel Carson. Narrated by Tavia Gilbert. Chapter 1. His name was Henry Novak. He was the pipe-smoking, bow-tie-wearing editor at the Portland News-Gazette, and he was about to die. "Hope," he said, when his voice came back on the line. "You still there?" "Yes, Henry." The words came out of my mouth like short bursts of gunfire. "Still here, but my story is not." "I know." "Well, I sure didn't. Imagine my surprise. After waking up at 30 and driving across the godforsaken state of Oregon. I had just crossed into Idaho and pulled over for a coffee and grabbed the paper so I could enjoy my day. My moment. That's what you said, Henry." "I know what I said." "You said, 'Hope I've got it covered. Get out of town. Tomorrow morning, pull over, grab a paper, and soak it in.'" "Soak what in?" I asked you. And you said, "I know what I said, Hope." You said, "Soak in the feeling that on this day, you, Hope Walker, are the best darned investigative reporter in America." I know for a fact that's what you said because I wrote it in my journal. I wrote, "Dear Journal, that crusty old mouth-breathing excuse for an editor actually said something nice." And so, Henry, that's what I did 5 minutes ago, and that's when I noticed something astonishing. "Hope, my story isn't in the newspaper, Henry. The biggest story of my career. Pulitzer, you told me. Pulitzer, Henry. You said this story could win a freaking Pulitzer." "There was a bit of a problem," Henry said. "Excuse me? Did you just say a bit of a problem?" "A bit of a problem would be a typo on line 20. A bit of a problem would be a terrible pun in the headline. Heck, a medium-sized problem would be the story getting moved to page 6 next to the half-page advertisement for male testosterone. But when the story doesn't run anywhere in the entire freaking paper..." "Brinkley called me at 2 a.m. My heart stopped. Dennis Brinkley was the owner of the Gazette. He was the best kind of owner. The kind I never saw. I wouldn't know what he looked like if I stepped on him. "Since when does Brinkley call you in the middle of the night?" "When there's an emergency." "Hope, he'd been talking to lawyers." "What is this, his third wife? He's not getting divorced. He's been talking to lawyers about your story." I suddenly had a very, very bad feeling about this. Why is Dennis Brinkley reading stories before they come out in the paper? He's an editor all of a sudden? The story got leaked. By whom? Still trying to figure that out. Tommy Madola got his hands on it and met with his lawyers. You've got to be kidding me! It gets worse. Much worse. Madola's lawyers contacted Brinkley. They have a list of items they say the article got wrong. Of course they would say that, Henry. And do you know why they would say that? Because they are criminals. Criminals! They break the law for a living. They used a stronger word, Hope. Not just wrong. They said you lied. I don't lie. They said you lied 7 times, to be exact. I felt my jaw stiffen. I never lie. I know that, and you know that. But Brinkley and his lawyers don't know that. Jesus, Henry! What good is having an editor if he doesn't have your back? That's not fair. Under the circumstances, it's incredibly fair. Listen, Hope. Normally, I'd tell them all to shove it. You'd tell Brinkley to shove it. I'd use a phrase that would be less likely to get me fired. The problem is, Madola's got proof. Of what? Aren't you listening? He's got proof that you lied. That's the biggest pile of horse crap I've ever heard in my life. What proof do they say they have? The line went quiet, except for the little slurping sound Henry did from time to time. I'd noticed it first when we were playing five-card stud one night in a money game at the office. The little slurping sound was his tell. He was nervous. He was hiding something. "What kind of proof, Henry?" I demanded. "I haven't exactly, seen it." And that's when I lost my mind for the first time that morning. I generally consider myself a dignified young woman. I'm not sure anybody else does, but on the occasions when I lose my temper, my education and its impact on my language shines through. You see, I was raised and educated by a woman nobody would ever call dignified. And for good reason. Had a truck driver and a sailor spawned, the result would have been my granny. And I'm sorry to say her language probably would have made both of them blush. And so, while standing outside the Piggly-Poo gas station on the Oregon-Idaho border, I let loose a string of curse words that, had she been able to hear me, almost certainly would have made Granny proud. But that pride did not extend to the young mother just getting out of a blue Honda minivan with her 7-year-old daughter. The look on her face was indisputably one of complete and utter horror. She covered her daughter's ears and all but dragged her to the safety of the Piggly-Poo. Before I finally ran out of breath, I was able to utter the only words of the entire filthy run-on sentence that wouldn't get you arrested in most states. "But Henry, if you haven't seen the proof, why are we even talking about this?" "Because Dennis Brinkley owns the paper, and he and his lawyers think whatever this proof is, it's enough." I ground my teeth. "You're saying I have to make changes before you'll run my story?" There was a pause so long and uncomfortable. It made typical long, uncomfortable pauses feel downright diminutive. I suddenly felt nostalgic for Henry's disgusting slurping sound. "Hope," he said finally. "The article is dead. It's not going to run." And I lost my mind for the second time that morning. "Henry Novak," I said, trying to control my breathing. "I have 6 months into this story. This is the best piece of investigative journalism I have ever done, and it's the best story to come out of your lousy paper in, well, maybe ever. Medola said this article will ruin him, if we're lucky. Am I the only one who understands the concept? Medola is a criminal, as in the bad guy. We're the good guys. He's threatening to file a $100 million lawsuit if it runs. Brinkley's lawyers are scared to death, and now Brinkley is too. Oh, come on. Free speech and a free press are the cornerstones of democracy. If we let thugs like Medola chase us off a story, we might as well be living in Putin's Russia." "I'm sorry, Hope. Brinkley is adamant. He said that neither he nor the News-Gazette can take on that kind of risk. He told me we can't, under any circumstances, run this article." "Please tell me you've got a camera crew following me? This is all some kind of elaborate practical joke to get me back for the time I put laxatives in your wine at the Christmas party." "This is no joke. I'm not kidding. And neither is Brinkley." "Henry Novak, you taught me everything I know. It was you who taught me to stand up to the Tommy Medolas of the world, and now you're telling me to sit on a story, to just shove it in a drawer." "No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. It's actually worse than that." How could it possibly be worse than that? I was treated to a dizzying combination of silence and slurping, until finally, by some miracle, the words came out. "Brinkley believes your presence at the Portland News-Gazette creates a risk that his business can't tolerate, so I can't believe I'm saying this, but..." "Henry Novak, don't do this. Don't you dare do this." "I'm sorry, Hope, but you're fired." Chapter 2. After that, the conversation took what most people would consider a bit of a turn. Henry kept telling me that he was sorry, and I kept screaming into the phone about all the different things my now former editor could do to himself. It eventually reached a stalemate, and Henry decided that in addition to terminating me, it was time to terminate the call. At that point, I said something vaguely similar to "God bless yourself," and noticed that the young mother was back. And unfortunately, this time she was not covering her little girl's ears. If you'd seen their faces, you would have thought I'd just kicked a litter of puppies. The woman reversed her minivan with a short squeal, a little too passive-aggressive for my taste, and then she and Little Miss Pigtails gave me one last mad face to cement their shared outrage. I thought very seriously about throwing my smartphone at them and their preciously perfect minivan. But this was my third phone in as many months, and I didn't think my carrier would buy another accident. So I did the next best thing, a flying karate kick. I thought it would make me feel better, but when I tripped and fell flat on my face right there in front of the Piggly-Poo, I definitely didn't feel better. I felt like a dork. I sat there in the gravel next to a half-smoked cigarette and a fully emptied bottle of vodka. There I was, Hope Walker, a dork. A very, very jobless dork. I thought about going in, buying a Mongo-sized bag of Cheetos and a triple gulp Mountain Dew, and drowning my sorrows. I was in a sort of stunned bewilderment for what felt like a very long time. My thoughts bounced back and forth between the defeat I'd been handed by that spineless hack artist Henry, and convincing myself that highly processed saturated fat and high fructose corn syrup were exactly what my life needed at the moment. And then, out of nowhere, a third thought appeared, and I remembered why I was on the road in the first place, why I'd spent the previous night in a dive motel in Central Oregon, and why I'd gotten up at about 30 to drive across Oregon and suffer my great indignity under the watchful denizens of the Piggly-Poo. I had a funeral to attend, and if I didn't hurry, I was going to be late. I picked up whatever was left of my dignity, got in my car, and drove south, deep into the heart of western Idaho. Even after all this time, it was a path I knew well. But my career path? That was another story. I seemed to go through all the stages of grief in less than an hour, and after I lost my mind for yet another time that morning, I took a deep breath and had a clear and reasonable thought. Just a few hours earlier, I had a job, a very good job. Surely another paper would be looking for an investigative reporter. After that, the car practically drove itself through Boise and then east toward the forests and mountains. I called every newspaper I could think of in the Great Northwest, and without fail, everyone said the exact same thing. "You're the investigative journalist from the Portland News-Gazette?" "That's right, Hope Walker." "Yeah, sorry, we're not interested." If our country could innovate as quickly as I'd just been blackballed from the newspaper business, we'd be driving flying cars to Mars within the month. After the 6th newspaper gave me the exact same response, I found the very next gas station, bought the biggest bag of Cheetos I could, and ordered a Mountain Dew that came in a 13-gallon trash can. I spent the next 20 miles eating and drinking all of it, and then every mile after that regretting my sweet and cheesy nutritional choices. By the time I reached Central Idaho, I felt like I needed several cold beers and an extremely hot shower. A hot guy wouldn't be so bad either. Even better if he was really dumb. Who was I kidding? Hot guys hadn't been on my menu for a very, very long time. Besides, I was a dork at the moment. A jobless dork with Cheeto dust rimming my lips and a bladder full of carbonated sugar water. A hot guy probably wasn't in the cards. A blind guy, maybe. I stopped at yet another gas station. I thought the Piggly-Poo was a charmer, but Ron's House of Gas and Donuts would probably put up a pretty stiff challenge in any competition for the world's least hygienic gas station. I splashed slightly viscous water on my face and tried to do something with my hair. When I got back on the road, I decided enough was enough, and I racked my brain for a distraction. As a mental challenge, I even tried to remember the phone number I'd seen on that bathroom wall next to the words, "Call Rick for a good time." Call it bathroom Sudoku. I spent a good 15 minutes on that when I realized what I was doing and poured half a water bottle on my face. "Get a grip," I said to the rearview mirror. Then, with as much self-loathing as I could muster, "You're probably not even good enough for Rick." I would have continued my excursion along the Pity Promenade, but something got in my way. The mountains. My mountains. The Sawtooth Mountains had always gotten in my way. Growing up in a small town in Idaho was oftentimes suffocating, and the mountains played their own complicated role. They seemed like a fortress, trying to keep me in. I'd finally escaped their grasp and left my hometown. I swore when I got to the big city I'd never look back. But at night, the mountains haunted my dreams. Portland was an amazing city. It had great coffee, great culture, and less rain and fewer weirdos than you think. Okay, it's got tons of rain and weirdos, but it's such a cool city that nobody seems to care. Portland even had Mount Hood an hour away, and Mount Hood was one beautiful snow-capped mountain. But it wasn't my mountain. And Portland didn't have my granny. Ever since I'd hit western Idaho, feelings and memories started flowing back. But it wasn't until I'd reached the mountains that it felt tangible and real. And then, just like always, the forest swallowed me up. The last 10 miles, the forest gets so thick that you can't see the mountains anymore. It's like falling down a tunnel, a very woodsy tunnel. And I was no longer thinking about my pathetic life and crumbling career prospects. I was thinking about Granny, and the real reason I was coming back to my hometown for the first time in forever. Then the trees thinned suddenly, and like some incredible magic trick, the Sawtooth Mountains reappeared, and I said the same thing I always did. Wow. My eyes found the small town nestled at their feet, and the wooden sign that had greeted travelers from time immemorial. A carved wooden sign with a message both simple and foreboding. Welcome to Hopeless. Chapter 3. Hopeless, Idaho. Population suffocating. I hadn't been here in years, and as soon as I pulled onto Main Street, it felt like I'd never left. And not in a good way. Like an ugly Christmas sweater, my hometown was equal parts weird, charming, comfortable, and likely to give you a rash. I started to itch immediately. To my left was the Hopeless Sheriff's office. The sign out front said, "Sheriff Ed Klein welcomes you." Yeah, not exactly. Sheriff Klein wasn't really the welcoming type, and he and I had developed a love-hate relationship. We absolutely loved to hate each other. He put me in his jail cell the first time when I was only 15. A boy and I had climbed up to the water tower and spray-painted Principal Gubbles Eats Boogers for all the town to see. Sheriff Klein put me in his cell the second time 1 week later when I climbed up to the water tower by myself and spray-painted Sheriff Klein Eats Principal Gubbles Boogers. Our relationship didn't improve much after that. A few stores down from the sheriff's was Stank's Hardware, and next to Stank's was Cup's Cakes. When I was in high school, Stank and Cup had a torrid affair. Stank's wife left him. It was the most exciting thing that had happened in Hopeless in my lifetime. On the other side of the street was the post office and Buck's Diner, and 2 buildings down from Buck's was the city's Methodist church. And seeing as I'd made the trek all the way from Portland for a funeral, you'd think that's where everyone was headed. But this was Hopeless, Idaho, international headquarters for weirdos. And so it was that all the people walking in their dark suits and black dresses were making their way past the church and 2 more stores until they reached the actual location of today's service, the library. I parked my car in one of the angled spots that hugged Main Street, then checked the time on my phone. Only 2 minutes to go. I glanced at myself in the rearview mirror. I looked like someone who tried very hard to look pretty after dipping her head in orange fairy dust, like John Boehner with long hair. I put on the darkest lipstick I could find. I was hoping it would be distracting, but I was wrong. Now I just looked like John Boehner if he decided to be a hooker. I glanced at my phone again. Shoot. I jumped out of the car and half-jogged down the sidewalk. The last dark suit anywhere on Main Street was just shutting the door, which meant I was last. I made it to the front doors of the library, the heavy wooden doors I'd walked through 1,000 times in my life. But never like this. I took the deepest breath of my life, and for the moment I was no longer concerned about my evaporating journalism career or the swanky Portland apartment I could no longer afford. I was suddenly nothing more than a kid. I was Hope Walker. I was in hopeless Idaho, and I was at my granny's funeral. I pulled on the heavy doors, walked in, and the entire room froze. Well over 100 people, all dressed in black, packed into every nook and cranny of this place I knew so well. I swept the room with my eyes, taking in the faces of the people who'd been part of the first 19 years of my life. And all they did was stare back. Not even a whisper. Easily the quietest I'd ever heard that place. There's one more thing I should tell you about the library. It's not really a library. The library is a bar. Oh, sure, there's a shelf with 20 or so books that people can check out, but that's just so Granny could call it a library. She once applied for and received a federal grant for the library, but instead of buying books, she bought a 50-year-old bottle of single malt scotch. The library is a bar, a restaurant, and a very bad coffee pot, all rolled into one. Granny had owned it for years, and she always said that one day she'd have her funeral here. I shifted my gaze from the crowd to the bar and the woman behind it. Bess, still there after all these years. Her auburn hair had mostly turned gray, and she'd put on a good 20 pounds since I'd seen her last. She had a bar towel slung over one shoulder, just like always. When our eyes met, she gave me a faint smile. Then she nodded to the far side of the room, to the coffin. In true Granny fashion, the coffin was nothing but a pale pine box. She'd never seen the sense in a fancy coffin. As she'd once remarked to me on the topic of her eventual demise, why the hell would she pay for air conditioning in the hereafter when she never saw the need for it in the now? The pine box was only one of the things Granny had insisted on. She was very particular about planning the funeral. And what Granny demanded, Granny usually got. Usually. When I'd left home for Portland, Granny wanted me to stay, demanded I stay. She didn't get her wish that time. It took her funeral to bring me back. Zeke Roberson, one of my late grandfather's oldest friends, walked from the coffin straight for me. He'd looked like he was older than dirt old when I was a little girl, and to his credit, he hadn't changed one bit. "Hope," he said as he gave me a polite hug. His body was frail. "It's so nice to see you." I glanced at my phone. "Sorry I'm late." He shrugged. "Unfortunately, we've already closed the coffin." I practically groaned inside under the weight of what I was about to say, and it seemed like Zeke was waiting for it, like everybody was waiting for it. But under the circumstances, I gave in. "Would you mind if I took one last look inside?" Zeke nodded solemnly. "I don't think she'd mind that at all." Zeke stepped out of my way and held out his hand. The library parted like the Red Sea, and I took the slow and painful walk across the floor I'd crossed 1,000,000 times, but this time under the watchful eyes of practically every single person I'd ever known. Instead of lifting my head and meeting anyone's relentless gaze, I handled this in the time-tested manner of anyone who's ever done a walk of shame. I kept my eyes at the tips of my high heels until suddenly I was there, right in front of the old pine box. Normally, the appropriate thing to do at a funeral would be to kneel and say a prayer in the person's memory, But I knew for a fact that Granny didn't want me to do that. Instead, I steadied my hand, gripped the side of the casket, and slowly opened it up. Even though I knew what to expect, the reality of it caught me off guard. Granny was laying there wearing that old blue Boise State football sweatshirt she loved so much. Her hands were folded peacefully, and she was holding onto a packet of Virginia Slims. When she caught me smoking my freshman year of high school, I asked her why she was allowed to smoke if I wasn't. As furious as she was at me, ultimately Granny agreed. She quit right then and there. To my knowledge, she'd never smoked another cigarette the rest of her life. But boy, oh boy, did she want to, so she always kept a pack of cigarettes with her. And now she was in her coffin, clutching them still, like an Egyptian queen being sent to the afterlife with her most prized possession. After a few dutifully somber moments, I said what I'd come over 400 miles to say. "Hello, Granny. It's me, Hope. I made it. I finally made it home." The inside of the library seemed even quieter than the sawtooth forest on a still winter's day. Then Granny's lips trembled, her eyes opened, and she smiled. Granny was alive. Chapter 4. That's right. Granny made me drive 400 miles to attend her funeral. A funeral she had painstakingly planned, from me being the last one to show all the way down to the exact words Zeke Roberson and I were to exchange once I arrived. "Well, it's about time," she cackled. "I told you to be last, not late. Another 5 minutes and I was going to be dead for real." Granny sat up in her coffin, and the entire library cheered. Granny threw her arms around my neck and squeezed me close. A familiar mix of old person, bourbon, and secret powder fresh deodorant hit my nose. It was Granny's scent, and right then I was glad to be there in her arms. "Welcome home, darling," she said. "Welcome home. Now help me out of this coffin before I throw a blood clot." Before I could tell my not-so-petite Granny that there was no way in Sam Hill I could lift her out of that thing, she flung her 80-year-old legs over the side of that pine box and jumped down like she was dismounting a pommel horse. And when she stuck the landing, another riotous roar surged through the library, followed by chants of "Speech, speech, speech." Granny put her hands up in the air to get control of the crowd, and when everyone had settled down, she began. "I do believe it's called a eulogy at a funeral, not a speech. In all sincerity, I thank you for coming. Even the 10% of you I hate and the 20% of you who are only here for the free drinks. Okay, the 40% of you here for the free drinks. A long time ago, I realized it wasn't any good to have a funeral when you're dead. Funerals are the time when people get together and make up a bunch of stuff about what a saint you were. And if I'm dead, I won't get to hear any of that nonsense. I figured I might as well get on with it now. And we'll get to the speeches, eulogies, in a little bit. But first, I'd better make sure you are all properly lubricated and remind you that drinks are free and the food is terrible. But you all know that. The other announcement I have is much more important." She smiled at me. Oh no. The prodigal granddaughter is back. That's right. Hopeless Idaho's very own Hope Walker is here in the flesh. I had a daughter of my own a very long time ago. She pretty well hated my guts and moved out of here as soon as she could pay for the bus ticket. My daughter gave me a lot of grief. But before she left, she gave me one thing that was good. And here it was, the line I and every other resident of Hopeless had heard 1,000 times before. She left me a granddaughter. She gave me hope. The library erupted, and I felt like I was in that ugly Christmas sweater again. Belly up to the bar, everyone. The drinks are on me. And in 30 minutes, you all better have lots of nice things to say, or Bess will be serving nothing but natty light the rest of the day." Half the room immediately followed Granny's advice and dropped any pretense of sorrow for whiskey and beer. The other half made a crude reception line. And over the next 2 hours, a sort of "This is your life from hell" played out, as one by one and two by two the residents of Hopeless came up to give me their condolences for Granny's passing. The stunt, it appeared, was never going to get old. Then they would tell some story or make some joke about Granny, or worse, me, and then move back to the bar. As Granny said many times that day, it was one heck of a party. It was also one heck of a way to get reacquainted with Hopeless. I guess what they say is true. The more things change, the more people who once annoyed the crap out of you stay the same. But there were some bright spots. It was good to see Bill and Dottie Lloyd. They were still divorced and still running a business together. Years ago, they realized they made terrible marital partners, but terrific business partners. So they moved out of each other's beds and into each other's professional lives by starting the town's newest and now longest-running ice cream parlor, Banana Splitsville. It was also nice to see Robert Lomax. I recognized his familiar tweed jacket before I even saw his face. And when the crowd cleared and I saw his face, it held a smile for me. Professor Lomax had taught English for years. I'd won a writing contest sponsored by the college when I was a student, and after that, Professor Lomax was one of my biggest cheerleaders. He assumed I'd be studying English under him, and was beyond disappointed when I decided to leave town.
"Hope," he said with a warm smile, "it's been far too long."
He gave me a brief hug.
"You've made us all very proud with your dynamite reporting through the years,"
he said. The topic of my career made me more than a little uncomfortable, and I needed to change the topic, fast. "Anything I learned from you," I said. "Speaking of, how are things in the English department?" He stood up a little straighter and adjusted his tie.
"It appears you haven't heard."
"Haven't heard what?"
"I am no longer Professor Lomax. For the last 2 years, I've been Dean Lomax."
"You're in charge of the school."
"Technically, President Bentley is. But between you and me, his job is to raise money and shake hands. That leaves the rest of the college to me."
"That's amazing! Congrats, Dean Lomax." He winked.
"Good to have you in town again, Hope. Come visit us any time. Granny, do you have any good wine behind the bar?"
Granny looked up from her conversation with somebody else.
"Wine? Bess bought 8 bottles of $2 chuck from the Trader Joe's in Boise, if that's what you mean."
Dean Lomax closed his eyes and shook his head.
"No, Granny, that is not what I mean. That is definitely not what I mean."
It was also nice to see Pastor Leaf from the Methodist Church. It appeared he was still faithfully guiding his parish and his Main Street business. Holy cow, Pastor Leaf's pastured beef was now in its 20th year, he was proud to tell me. Then he handed me a coupon. On one side was a coupon for 30% off a family pack of steaks. On the other was an advertisement for Sunday's sermon. And below it, an ostentatious advertisement offering free grace. Yes, Hopeless Idaho had enough weird and quirky to fill a circus tent. And to the extent that you were into quirky, Hopeless was pretty good. But whenever there's good, there's bad. And as soon as Pastor Leaf gave me and Granny a blessing for a grace and beef-filled life, the bad was staring right at me. Sheriff Ed Klein. He, of course, was the only one not dressed all in black. He wore khaki sheriff pants, cowboy boots, a chocolate brown sheriff shirt and tie, a dark cowboy hat, and a gold star on his chest. He tilted the brim of his cowboy hat at Granny, then directed his surly gaze at me.
"Been a long time, Hope."
I hated the way that man made me feel. Small, insignificant, and always like I'd done something wrong. I mean, most of my life I did do stuff wrong, but I sure didn't need him to remind me of that. "Yes, Sheriff, it has." A woman came up alongside Sheriff Klein, his wife, Margaret. She was about my height, had beautiful silver hair that had once been a lustrous dark brown, and large brown eyes. She was a sophisticated-looking woman, and by all accounts, Margaret Klein was also a nice woman. I remembered her being quiet and liking to keep to herself, but the few times she had spoken to me, she seemed kind. What a kind woman like Margaret ever did to deserve a grumpy old coot like Sheriff Klein, I couldn't guess. She smiled at me warmly and then began chatting with Granny. That left me all alone with my old friend.
"Got something for you,"
he said. He pulled some skinny sheets of paper from a small red folder and handed them to me. I didn't touch them, didn't even look at them. I looked at him instead. Backstage passes for Beyoncé, I presume? He ignored me. JT, then? I asked. He ignored that too. Almost certainly because he had no idea who or what Beyoncé and JT were.
3 unpaid speeding tickets.
Then he pointed his big finger at me.
Your unpaid speeding tickets. And since this is your first time back in Hopeless in a long, long time, I thought you could finally take care of them.
I ripped the tickets out of his hand and looked at them in disbelief. These are from 12 years ago. He looked like the cat that ate the canary.
As I said, seeing as this is your first time back, I thought you could finally take care of them.
You're out of your mind. These are 12 years old. There's got to be a statute of limitations on something like this. He closed up the folder and cleared his throat.
Wasn't aware that you had become an expert on the laws and statutes that govern the independent municipality of Hopeless, Idaho. Fact is, there is no such statute of limitations because when Mayor Jenkins proposed it a few years ago, I rejected it and the city board agreed with me, which means you can either pay at my office or settle things up right here. I take all major credit cards.
Then he narrowed his eyes and sized me up like a used car.
But I prefer cash.
You're insane, I said, my voice much louder than I expected. Margaret looked our way and frowned at her husband. She grabbed his arm. Time for us to go, Ed. Sheriff Klein tipped his hat at Granny again before coming back to me.
Just get the tickets paid. And Hope, one more thing.
What's that?
Welcome home.
Chapter 5. I practically ran to the bar, where I crumpled up those tickets and stuck them in the closest thing I could find. Unfortunately, that was a tall glass of beer. Even more unfortunately, that tall glass of beer was attached to someone's hand. And as you can probably guess, that hand belonged to a face. A man's face. This man's face was smiling at me. And it was more than a little handsome. This man had a chiseled jaw. His hair was short and sandy blonde, a bit of scruff on his face, a sharp nose between 2 blue eyes. Not just handsome, I decided on second glance. Hot. There was a time in a galaxy far, far away when I would have gone for a hot guy like this. At the moment, he looked bemused, no doubt over my using his craft beer as a trash receptacle.
Is this a new version of a Jaeger bomb?
He asked. I laughed at the joke. Yes, the paper bomb is all the rage these days. Sorry about that. I hollered at Bess. Another beer down here for this gentleman? I smiled at him. Least I could do is buy you another.
I thought the drinks were on the house.
Which makes it a lot easier to buy you another. He smiled. His teeth were white and mostly straight. One of his middle teeth was slightly crooked. And I decided, as I looked at the entire handsome package once more, crooked in a good way.
Then seeing as it's so easy to buy drinks, I suppose I should buy you one. What's your poison?
Today? Whiskey. He made a face.
That bad?
Better make it a double.
Bess, we need a double jack as well,
he said. He turned back to me.
So, you're the famous Hope Walker I've heard so much about.
And you have me at a loss. I thought I knew everyone in Hopeless. He held out his hand.
Patrick Crofton.
I took his hand and squeezed. Hope. But you knew that. Bess set a new beer in front of Patrick and a double whiskey in front of me with a crooked, knowing grin. She wasn't about to say anything because Bess never said anything to anybody. Bess was Granny's oldest friend in the world, and she helped raise me. Granny said Bess talked all the time when they were kids, and then one day in high school she just stopped. Nobody knew why. "You look different than you do over FaceTime," I said to her. At that, Bess grinned wider. Then she leaned over the bar and gave me a kiss on the forehead. She went back to slinging drinks without a word. Good old Bess. I grabbed the whiskey, held it up in a silent toast, and downed the entire thing. The back of my throat burned, and my entire body shook. I slammed the glass on the bar and wiped the back of my hand across my lips.
"Wow," Patrick said. "Just like they do in the movies. Now I'm a little afraid. Being back home is that bad?"
I got Bess's attention and pointed at my now empty glass. "Being home is weird. Running into Sheriff Klein? That's bad." Patrick's expression changed. His cute smile was gone, his jaw tense.
"Not the friendliest guy in the world, is he?"
"You've had the pleasure of meeting Sheriff Klein?" He nodded.
"Just had a conversation with him yesterday."
Sharing Sheriff Klein hate stories was a favorite extracurricular activity back in high school. Patrick Crofton had me intrigued. "Let me guess, you jaywalked?" He shook his head. "You looked at him wrong? Breathed his exquisite air without permission?" That made him laugh.
"You're warm.
"You're not going to tell me about your horrible crime?"
You'd have to go out with me for that kind of information."
Somehow I froze and got warm all at once. That Christmas sweater was back, and I felt like I was drowning. Bess was coming my way with another whiskey, and before she could set it down, I snatched it out of her hand. It hit the back of my mouth like a blast of gasoline this time, and it registered that I'd just taken 4 shots of whiskey in less than 5 minutes. Granny could handle that kind of pace. Her granddaughter could not.
"I was just joking about going out with me."
I took a deep breath. "I know.
It's all right. I didn't mean to make you nervous."
Stupid Christmas sweater. Not nervous. Okay. A little nervous. When it comes to me and guys, it's complicated." He smiled again, that crooked front tooth now blending into what was quickly becoming my favorite face.
"Fair enough. So, you and Sheriff Klein. Complicated. You and guys, complicated. You in your hometown of Hopeless, complicated. You got any relationships that aren't complicated?"
My relationship with chocolate chip cookies? Not complicated at all. We're soulmates, have been since birth. Patrick laughed and took another sip of his beer.
"I'll remember that. Anything else uncomplicated?"
The whiskey was in the early stages of loosening me up. I turned from the bar and looked out at the sea of black, at all the people who had been part of my youth. And that's when I spotted her. She wore a tight-fitting dress, the kind of dress that a good many people would probably consider inappropriate at a funeral, even a fake funeral. Her hair was curly and gorgeous, her makeup perfect. She walked the way people walk when they know they're the best-looking person in every room, and the walk showcased a body that had gotten even better since we were 18 years old. I poked Patrick in the ribs. "See that girl?"
"Sure."
"My relationship with her is uncomplicated."
"How so?"
"Her name is Jemima Clark. She's hated me from the day she was born. I've hated her. It's the way it's always been, and it will never, ever change." She was walking right toward us now, and I had to prepare for whatever battle was about to ensue.
"That's really, really unfortunate,"
Patrick said, his smile gone and his face suddenly sad. "Why, do you know Jemima?" His face changed again. Not cute, not sad, but somehow pained.
"I don't just know Jemima. Hope I'm engaged to her."
I practically choked on my tongue. "You engaged her?" I pointed at Jemima waltzing up to me. She gave me the quick stink eye before she leaned into Patrick, cupped one hand around the back of his head, pulled him close, and gave him the kind of kiss that was probably once illegal in most of America. Like I always said about Jemima, you can't spell class without "Hello, Hope," Jemima said, and released her victim to focus her dark powers on me. Just 2 words from her made me feel like I was in high school again. Jemima Clark's voice had that effect. Her words had texture, slippery, smooth, and gritty all at the same time. Butter and sand. "Hello, Jemima," I said. That's where our first conversation in 12 years stalled, like a pair of rams sizing each other up before the big fight. But I didn't want to fight today, so I said the only nice and honest thing I could say. "You look great." Impossibly and nauseatingly great. That made her laugh. "And you?" She gestured at my hair. "You look interesting." There it was again. Butter. Sand. "So my design business is going well," she told me. I didn't remember asking. As ever, anyone's interest was not a prerequisite for Jemima to talk about herself. "I do lots of work for the well-to-do in Sun Valley and Ketchum. Did you hear I designed a mudroom for Ashton Kutcher?" "I remember seeing that on CNN." I flashed the biggest and fakest smile I could muster. She seemed genuinely astonished, and then suddenly got the joke and gave me a slight tilt of her head before she batted her eyes at Patrick. "I see you've gotten acquainted with my man." Only Jemima Clark would refer to a gorgeous, nice guy who was dumb enough to marry her as her man. I wondered what kind of dirt Jemima had on him. In my brief 5-minute history of drinking Jack Daniels next to him, he seemed like the kind of guy Patrick's businessman. Moved back here 2 years ago. He does quite well for himself. We both do. We're moving into a big house on Buffton, across from the Parkers. You know the house, everybody does. I hear you're some kind of reporter." And it was at that moment when Granny and her bright blue Boise State football sweatshirt collided into Patrick and our conversation.
"No, Jemima, she's not just a reporter. She's an investigative reporter for the Portland News Gazette."
I shook my head furiously at Granny, but she didn't get the message.
"The time for humility is past, granddaughter."
Granny looked down the bar and waved at Bess. Bess dropped a bottle of Jack, stuck 2 fingers into her mouth, and whistled so loudly I thought the windows might shatter. The woman didn't talk, but she sure could whistle. The library settled down to a quiet murmur.
"Attention! Attention!" Granny bellowed. "My Hope has come back home for my funeral, but the time for celebrating me is over, because it just so happens that today—"
"No, Granny, don't."
"Nonsense. If Jemima Clark gets to flaunt her hoof-sized diamond around, I get to brag about my granddaughter. As any of you with a brain know, My Hope is the best investigative journalist in Portland, and today the biggest story of her career is in the paper. It's about Tommy Stop!" I yelled. "Stop being modest, Hope. It'll make people think we're not related."
"I'm not being modest," I shot back. And then, without even thinking, I said it. "I got fired." Granny's eyes got as big as dinner plates, and a hush fell over the crowd. And 5 feet in front of me, Jemima Clark drank in the deliciousness of it all. And then, with elation in her eyes, she smiled a sickeningly sweet smile and patted me on the arm. Now that's the Hope Walker I know. Like I said, butter and sand. Chapter 6. As I looked into that crowd, one of the reasons I'd been gone so long came flooding back. I could see it on their faces, a mixture of pity and disappointment. When everybody in town knew who you were, there was no escaping those looks. You could feel them on you. And Jemima Clark chose it as the perfect time to make her grand exit, her giant diamond ring leading the way, and her gorgeous man in tow. In the corner, Sheriff Klein gave me a slight head shake and returned to a conversation with Wilma Jenkins, the woman who'd sold Granny a rental property years ago and was now the town's mayor. On my right, Zeke Roberson gave me his easy smile and a shrug, a non-committal gesture at best, so as not to offend. That was Zeke. And then there was Granny. Her face was all different shades of red, and she was not happy. She grabbed my shoulder and pulled me in close.
What do you mean you got fired?
Fired, Granny. A concept that describes the state of being no longer employed.
Don't you dare sass me on the day of my funeral. I don't understand. You told me yourself this was your big break. You said that idiot boss of yours said it could earn you the Wurlitzer Prize.
The Pulitzer Prize, Granny.
Yeah, that too. What happened?
The truth was, I had no idea what happened. I'd never seen Henry Novak cave on a story before. I'd also never seen Dennis Brinkley get 1 ounce involved in what stories the paper ran or did not run. I'm not even sure I know, but something just doesn't add up. Granny reached over the bar, grabbed a bottle of whiskey, and poured us each a glass.
Then how about you start at the beginning?
And so I told her what I knew, and Granny and I drank whiskey at the bar during her funeral at the library. We drank. I explained what I thought happened. Granny yelled a lot, mostly curse words. Then we drank more. As the afternoon turned to evening, all that drinking was catching up to me. Granny was so frustrated that she went over and started playing pool with some young guys. Well, she hustled some pool. She beat the whole lot of them. Several people gave eulogies in Granny's honor, and Granny only booed 3 of them. And people from my former life struggled by to chat me up. Old classmates, old teachers, old everything. Nothing new and fresh and exciting like Patrick Crofton. And something else was wrong. Someone was missing. Granny was counting the cash she'd just won off of one of Zeke's grandsons and was sucking on a cigar like it was a lollipop. Not smoking it, mind you, just tasting it a bit. "Where's Katie?" I asked. She stopped counting and chomped down on her cigar.
She was definitely invited.
You're saying if she didn't show up, it was because of me? Granny stuck the cigar in one of those young men's beer glasses and patted me on the shoulder.
You've been gone a long time, Hope. Now I'm an old broad and I've lived a long life. I get why you stayed away. I don't like it, but I get it.
And you're saying Katie doesn't get it? Granny pulled a key out of her back pocket and handed it to me.
Stay in the apartment above the bar as long as you need. It'll give you some privacy you wouldn't get in your old room.
Granny, I'll get another job.
Just the same. Stay as long as you need. You can even help Bess out. A place to stay, a job even. Those are things I can help you with. But Katie, that's something you'll have to figure out on your own.
Granny made Zeke take her home, and I suddenly became very aware of the effects of having spent most of the day drinking whiskey. I stumbled to the back of the bar and up the staircase to the room that Granny had always kept, just in case. I barely got the key in the lock before the room started spinning again. I pushed the door open, stumbled in, and was lucky to hit the bed before everything went black. It was the same dream I'd had 100 times in the last 12 years. I was smiling, happy, like a cloud. He was right next to me, smiling, not a care in the world. And like always, I thought it meant nothing happened, that he was still with me. Then I saw his face. Not happy. We were yelling at each other. Then lights, the crack of glass, the screeching of steel, and we tumbled over and over and over. And then water. Cold, suffocating water. And then nothing but black. Except I knew he was gone. And he was never, ever coming back. I woke up from the dream, panicked like always. It took me a minute to catch my breath, to calm down. I tried to get up, but my head felt like a 50-pound bag of sand. I grabbed my temples and slowly got up from the bed. When I accomplished that, I shuffled to the bathroom, mumbling, "Hope, whiskey is not your friend. Whiskey is not your friend." I splashed cold water on my face and ran my fingers through my hair. Cold water was not going to do much to what was shaping up to be a very big hangover. Remember, coffee is your friend. Coffee is your friend. I made my way out of the apartment down the stairs to the bar. The place was dark except for the little bit of light that leaked from the front window. It was morning. I made my way behind the bar and started to brew a pot of coffee. My phone buzzed in my back pocket. It wasn't a contact, but it was a vaguely familiar number. It was a 509 area code, which was Eastern Washington. "Hello?" I said, my own voice drilling intense pain in the front of my head. "Hope Walker?" an older woman's voice asked. "This is Hope. I'm Doris Mahoney, senior editor at the Spokane Times, and I understand you're looking for a job. I just talked to your news editor yesterday, and he told you thank you, but no." "Yes, that's exactly what he said." "Well, he can be a ninny. When he told me about the call, I told him to give me your number." "You mean you're interested in me?" "Slow down. What I'm interested in is sticking it to Henry Novak. Let's just say he and I have had a bit of a rivalry over the years, and I take every opportunity to make him look bad. When I heard that he wasn't man enough to run your story, I thought it was at least worth a conversation." "Thank you, Ms. Mahoney." "Don't thank me yet. First, the facts. 1, I need an investigative reporter, and 2, I've already got one lined up. He's coming in on Friday afternoon to finalize the deal." "Of course. But if you can be in my office at 3 p.m. on Friday, I'll give you 30 minutes to talk me into it." "Talk you into what? You got rocks in your head, young lady? You convince me that you're the right person for the job and not this guy from Omaha. Think you can do that?" I felt like I'd been saved. I could not only do that, I was going to blow her away. "Ms. Mahoney, thank you so much. I can't tell you what this means." "It doesn't mean anything yet, darling. It could, if you're good enough, but you better be prepared. Friday at 3, one shot. I suggest you make the most of it. Got it?" "See you then." The call ended, and I lifted my hands in the air in triumph. Doris Mahoney had thrown me a lifeline, an opportunity to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Spokane wasn't Portland, but it wasn't bad either. It was a real city, and most importantly, it wasn't hopeless. Maybe good news was the prescription I needed to cure this hangover. The thought sent another skull-rattling spike through my forehead, and I had to steady myself against the bar. So, on second thought, I decided to let coffee give a little assist. I poured myself a cup and took a long, slow, glorious sip. It wasn't Starbucks, but it was hot and caffeinated. I walked from behind the bar to turn on the main light switch across the room. I was just thinking the previous night might have had its share of humiliations, but overall, my return to hopeless hadn't been so bad. That's when I tripped over something large in the middle of the floor. I fell down hard, and the coffee mug went flying. The mug crashed and exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. I climbed my feet and hit the light switch near the door. Then I turned around to see what I'd tripped on. I screamed. It was large, dressed in rumpled brown clothing, and it wasn't moving. It was a body. I tripped on a body. It was lying flat on its back, blood pooled around its head, a bottle of whiskey in pieces right next to it. The body belonged to the sheriff of hopeless Idaho. Ed Klein, the man I'd hated from my youth, was dead. Chapter 7. 10 minutes later, Granny and Bess were in the library with me, standing over Ed Klein's corpse.
"Well, Hope, how do you want to do this?"
Granny asked. "Do what?"
"Dispose of the body. You thinking the dumpster out back so he makes it to the city landfill, or you think we should take him into the foothills where the coyotes can get him?"
"I didn't kill him." Granny winked at me.
"That's my girl. Very convincing."
"You really think I could kill Sheriff Klein?"
"I think just about anybody could kill Sheriff Klein. He was a miserable old coot everyone hated. And if I recall correctly, you especially hated the man."
Yes, I hated him, but no, I didn't kill him.
Then why the hell did you call us?
Because I found a dead body in the middle of your bar, and I was kind of nervous to call 911. Plus, I thought the owners of said bar might want to know that, and might have an idea what to do next. Granny shook her head.
That sounds a lot less exciting than hiding a dead body. Guess we don't need the luggage carrier, Bess.
Bess shrugged and made a bit of a sad face. What luggage carrier?
I had Bess empty out that old canvas luggage carrier. It's in her truck in the alley out back.
Why?
Remind me not to call you when I need to move a body. Because, Hope, it's not like we got body bags just lying around. I figured the luggage carrier was the next best thing.
Granny, for the last time, I did not kill Ed Klein. I do not need to move his body.
Well, somebody's gotta move it. I can't serve lunch with a dead body on the floor.
Granny, I called you because I don't know what to do. I assume that normally when somebody dies suspiciously, the first person you'd call is Sheriff Klein, and since he's currently lying in a pool of his own blood...
I think I see where you're going with this. You don't know Sheriff Klein's number. Bess?
Bess pulled out her phone, scrolled through, hit the screen, and handed it to me. The screen said, Sheriff Klein, and it started ringing. And a moment later, the lifeless corpse at my feet started ringing. Granny looked at Bess.
You don't suppose he's going to answer that, do you?
I disconnected the call, grabbed at my hair, and pulled. Granny, since Sheriff Klein isn't answering his phone right now, who else do you think we should call?
I don't think 911 will help, since that would just get forwarded to Ed here, and he doesn't appear to be real helpful at the moment. So, I guess we call the only other person who works in the sheriff's office, his secretary.
And who's that?
Katie.
Katie who?
You're Katie.
My Katie? Bess grabbed the phone from my hands, went through the contacts, and handed the phone to Granny. Wait, I said, what are you doing? Granny shrugged.
Somebody's got to tell her. She worked with the man. I guess she'd know what to do next.
But you can't just tell her over the phone.
You told me over the phone.
But you're 200 years old and have calluses over 90% of your body.
Now there's the spunky granddaughter I've missed all these years.
I grabbed the phone from Granny and handed it back to Bess. If anybody's going to tell Katie, it's got to be me. And I'm not going to do it over the phone. After Bess gave me Katie's address, I splashed some more water on my face, brushed my teeth, took 4 ibuprofen and a mighty chug of coffee, then drove the 3 blocks to Katie's house. She lived in a white 2-story with black shutters and a large wooden porch with a swing. Wow, I thought to myself, Katie's all grown up. I walked up the steps, took a deep breath to settle my nerves, then knocked on the door. Footsteps approached, and I thought very seriously about turning around and running away. It had been a very long time. The door banged open before I could lose my nerve, and to my surprise, it wasn't Katie. It was a man. He had a round face and curly brown hair and glasses, and he looked roughly the same as when I last saw him in high school. Chris? Chris Rogers? He squinted and leaned forward. Hope! He gave me a big hug, then stepped back and took a long look at me. You look good, he said. I forgot that you and Katie got married.
Yeah, 6 years going on 7.
Right. 6 years. Listen, is she... Chris? I heard a voice almost as familiar as my own from somewhere inside the house. Who is it?
Katie doesn't know you're coming?
Chris asked. I shook my head. No, she doesn't. I was hoping to see her last night at
Granny's funeral,
Chris said.
Yeah, sorry, we missed it. It's just hard with kids.
You have kids? Chris, who is it? The voice came closer. Chris shrugged and gave me a helpless look before he stepped out of the way. 5 feet behind him was Katie, my best friend in the world for the first 19 years of my life. She was heavier than the last time I saw her, and boobier. Her eyes looked tired, but she was still pretty, still Katie. When she saw me, her eyes immediately lit up, and then, just as quickly, her face fell and she shook her head. Then she slammed the door. Ouch. I listened to Katie and Chris talking rather loudly, and then a moment later, Chris opened the door, briefcase in hand.
I gotta go to work.
Then he tipped his head toward the open door.
Good luck.
I took another deep breath and walked through the front door. I followed the sounds of people down the hall until I found myself at the kitchen. Katie was there, and so were her children. Her 3 children. 2 of them were bellied up to a breakfast island eating cereal. They appeared to be having some sort of contest over who could slurp milk off the end of their spoon the loudest. Katie was sitting down, her back to me, and she was feeding a baby in a high chair. Wow, I thought. Katie really is all grown up. One of the kids at the breakfast bar noticed me, and she elbowed her brother in the ribs. He saw me, and his eyes got big. He dropped his spoon into his cereal and jumped off his stool. He ran straight to his mother and whispered something in her ear. She didn't even flinch. "Yes, Dominic, there is a strange person in our house. Please go get Daddy's shotgun and load it with buckshot." His eyes got even bigger. "Seriously?" "No," Katie said without turning around. "But get your auto blaster Nerf gun and those darts that hurt really bad, and be ready." Dominic grinned and sprinted out of the kitchen. Katie wiped the baby's face of the excess goo and leaned down to give her a kiss. She stood up, turned around, and looked at me. "Hi, Katie." "What you doing here, Hope?" "I came to see you." "No, you came for Granny's funeral. I'm just a convenient detour on your way out of town." "It's not like that." "Dominic!" she yelled. "You got your dart gun ready yet?" "Still looking, Mama." "Look faster." She grabbed the empty cereal bowls and carried them to the sink. "I think we both know it's exactly like that." "Katie, I have to tell you something." "Then spit it out, and don't let the door hit you on your way out." "It's not something I can talk to you about around your kids." She slammed the dishes into the sink and turned on me like a wild animal. Both hands were on her hips, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were trained on me like weapons. She was mad. I knew why she was mad. Seeing her brought back so many memories. "Anything you've got to say to me, you can say around my kids." "No, Katie, I can't." "Why don't you just wait another 12 years? "Because this can't wait. It's important." She shook her head and returned to her dirty dishes. "Katie, seriously, can we go someplace away from your kids?" She spun and pushed me in the chest with both hands. I fell back and smacked into the refrigerator. Ouch, that hurt. "I'm glad. Hope, you can't do this. You can't just show up after 12 years like nothing happened and say you have to talk to me. If you've got something to say it right here, right now, and then get out of my house." The girl at the island was watching with great interest. The little baby was still in her high chair, playing with Cheerios. I had no idea what her name was. I didn't know anything about Katie anymore. "Katie, it's about Ed Klein." Katie's expression went from outrage to confusion. "Sheriff Klein?" Understanding dawned on her face. "Oh, I get it. You want me to fix it so you don't have to pay those old speeding tickets. I should have guessed." I grabbed Katie by the shoulders. "Katie, it's not about those stupid tickets. It's about Sheriff Klein. He's dead." Katie's eyes went wide. Her mouth fell open, and a rubber dart hit me in the side of my head. Chapter 8. Katie dragged me into her laundry room. Her daughter was running toward us. Dominic was behind her, dart gun at the ready. Katie reached into one of the laundry room cabinets, grabbed a handful of Dum Dum's lollipops, and threw them into the kitchen. "Go crazy, kids. Consider it an all-you-can-eat sucker buffet. Just don't bother Mom for 5 minutes, and Dominic, don't fire that dart gun at another human being until I give you permission." Dominic saluted, then dove for the suckers. Katie wheeled around on me. "You can't say something like that in front of my kids." "That's what I was trying to tell you." I thought you were finally here to apologize for being a terrible friend. You were going to say, Katie, I've been a terrible friend. I was going to say, yes, you have. You were going to say, seriously, the worst, and I was going to say, worser than worst. And then I was going to let my kids pummel you with dart guns for an hour. Then we'd ease into polite conversation. You'd say, hey, Katie, you look great. And I'd say, no, I don't. I look fat. And you'd say, not fat, just curvy. And I'd say, curvy's just something best friends say to you instead of calling you fat. And you'd say, does that mean I'm your best friend? And I'd say, you were my best friend until you decided to be the worst friend in the history of the world. And plus, seriously, I'm not curvy, I'm fat, and my boobs are saggy. They are a little saggy. Katie punched my shoulder. But they're bigger, too. Bigger's good, right? Yeah, not helping. You'll try being the food dispenser for 3 kids in 5 years. Pregnant, breastfeeding, it never ends. I feel like I'm a one-woman factory farm. A very cute factory farm. Sheriff Klein's really dead? Murdered. You're sure? He's lying in a pool of his own blood, so yeah, I'm pretty sure. You need a place to hide out? A bus ticket? Duct tape and baling wire? What are you talking about? You said Ed is dead. I assume you're going to have to get out of town, live in hiding, that kind of thing. Do you need help hiding the body first? I know a spot off Highway 15. I threw my hands up. Why does everyone think I killed Sheriff Klein? Because you've hated the man your entire life, and I'm pretty sure he just handed you 12-year-old speeding tickets. You knew about that? It was my idea. I thought it would be a nice touch. I had no idea you'd kill him over it. I did not kill Sheriff Klein. Katie eyed me suspiciously. Then who did? I have no earthly idea. But right now, he's lying in the middle of the library floor, and I have no idea what to do. Okay, so you're 100% not messing with me. For real. Ed is dead? Yes, Katie, for real. Expired. Dead. Murdered. Katie's face fell. But that's terrible. He may have been a miserable old man, but he was our miserable old man. She remembered something. And he was actually better than you think. Better how? Never mind. Well, he's the one we'd call if something like this happened. And seeing as how he's dead... And I'm the only other employee of the sheriff's department, you figure I'll know what to do. Exactly. Katie pulled her phone out of her pocket and was about to dial. But before she did, she looked directly into my eyes. You're sure you didn't kill him? Katie, I may be a really bad friend, the worst, but do you really think I'm a killer? She stayed quiet for far too long, then hit a button on her phone. A few seconds later, a voice came over the speaker.
Detective Kramer with the Idaho State Police. How can I help you?
Detective Kramer, this is Katie Rogers with the Hopeless Sheriff's Office. We met last year when you helped us with that burglary case.
I remember you, Katie. How have you been?
I could be better. We've got a bit of a situation here, and we need your help.
What's going on?
It's about the sheriff, Ed Klein. He's dead. Katie and I went on to tell Detective Kramer the very little we knew.
Has anyone touched the body?
I tripped on it, but otherwise, no.
And your name again?
Hope Walker.
Well, Hope, make sure no one touches the body. Katie, do you have a coroner in town?
Dr. Bridges is the head surgeon at the hospital. He also does autopsies when necessary.
Okay, call Dr. Bridges and have him do a preliminary examination of the body, but remind him that evidence in a case like this is crucial. Tell him not to move the body until I get there.
And when exactly will that be?
I'll leave Boise just as soon as I can.
Katie called Dr. Bridges while I checked in with Granny and Bess.
We're just supposed to leave the poor guy on my barroom floor?
Granny was winding up. Detective Kramer said it's necessary for his investigation.
Detective Kramer's investigation? I've got no idea who this Detective Kramer is, but darling, as soon as Bess and I get over to Bucks, we'll have this case solved by the end of the day.
Granny, one more thing. Do you think you could tell Ed's wife, Margaret? Granny's voice changed.
I don't think I'll have to.
Why's that?
She just arrived.
I helped Katie herd her 3 kids into the back of my car. Then we drove down to the library. Katie's Dominic kept his dart gun trained on me the whole way. I'm a little freaked out that he's going to shoot me with that thing again. "You should be," Katie said. "He's a little animal. But he's also my little protector. I kind of love that about him." She pointed to her daughter, who was coloring. "Lucy's more of an observer. Dominic likes to shoot first and ask questions later. Lucy likes to take her time." "Meaning?" "She's trying to decide if she hates you or not." "And the baby?" "Celia? She's got fat cheeks, humongous thighs, and loves to eat. So near as I can tell, she's exactly like her mother." 3 kids, Katie. That's amazing." "Amazing? Lots of times it's depressing." "But you always wanted a bunch of kids, right?" "I also wanted to pierce my nose and get a tattoo of Justin Timberlake on my butt, but wanting and the reality of having are 2 different things." "So, what? You looking to trade them in or something?" "Actually, I'm offering favorable terms on a rent-to-own basis." "I'm kidding. Half the point of having kids is so you can complain about them all the time. But no, I wouldn't trade the filthy monsters for anything in the world. Plus, when your best friend deserts you for 12 years, they can come in handy." "What do you mean?" Katie smiled, and I looked in the rear view to find Dominic's dart gun just inches from my face. I parked in front of the library, in between Granny's old orange Bronco to my left and a small white pickup on my right. "Now, kids, this will only take a few minutes. Stay in the car and do not come out." "Mama, can I shoot Lucy in the face?" "No, you can't shoot Lucy in the face. You can't shoot anybody in the face." "But you said I can shoot Dad in the face when he doesn't take the trash out." "That's completely different." Katie shut the door and smiled. "See, my little protector." We walked in to find Margaret Klein standing over the body. I looked a question at Bess and Granny. Granny shrugged. Margaret stayed like that, in complete silence, staying with the body for a few more minutes. She didn't cry, didn't make a sound, just kept her eyes on his cold, lifeless corpse. She shook her head, then turned around and saw me. "I understand you found him." "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Klein." "No, dear, I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry all of you had to see that. This isn't—" She choked back a sob. "His work often keeps him out till all hours of the morning, but something didn't feel right last night. This isn't how Ed would have wanted to go out." "How did you know to look here at the library?" "I didn't. I looked in his office first. I came here when I saw Granny's Bronco parked outside. Thought maybe she might have seen him." "You knew he was dead?" "I knew something was wrong." Margaret Klein took one last look at her husband's body, shook her head, then walked past me and out of the bar. I had 2 thoughts. First, I was so sad for the woman. As mean as Ed Klein was, Margaret was every bit as nice. She didn't deserve this. My other thought was, how did she know something was wrong? "Granny," Katie said, "the library will have to be closed until the state police make their report. That means no one in or out."
It's a shame we couldn't just put a blanket over him and stay open for business.
"You're not serious," I said.
Well, think about it. When people are grieving, they need the company of good friends and better beer. What are they going to do now?
"They'll probably have to visit one of those fancy bar and grills the tourists flock to." Granny made a terrible face.
I wouldn't be caught dead.
"I know, Granny," Katie said. "I know. Listen, can you and Bess make sure no one touches the body until Detective Kramer gets here?"
Why? Where are you 2 going?
"I need to show Hope something."
You mean you forgave her, just like that?
Katie smiled. "Not a chance. She has yet to grovel." I followed Katie out. "Okay, what do you need to show me?" "Well, I didn't want to say anything back there. Granny couldn't keep a secret if it stepped on her face." "Is that an actual saying?" Katie smiled. "It is now. Listen, you left Hopeless to be a big-shot investigative reporter, right?" "It's not that simple, but yes." "Then follow me. I've got something you need to see." Chapter 9. We drove the kids a block down Main Street and parked in front of the sheriff's office. Katie held the baby's car seat with one hand and put a key in the front door with the other. Then she looked at the door strangely. That's weird. It's not locked. Well, Mrs. Klein said she checked at the sheriff's office first. She probably didn't lock up. Makes sense. Katie pushed the door open, and Dominic and Lucy ran into the office.
Okay, partner,
Dominic said, holding the dart gun to Lucy's chest.
Time for you to mosey on over to the jail cell. Why?
Lucy asked.
Because you broke the law. Which law? You were just looking at me wrong.
That made Lucy giggle. She squealed and darted into the cell. Dominic slammed the door shut. They've apparently played jail before. Katie set the baby's car seat next to a small wooden desk and then fished another key from her pocket. Are you kidding me? A jail cell's like the world's greatest playpen. The best part is they can't break the darned thing. I've caught up on an awful lot of work while those kids were stuck in there. I even used it as a babysitter one night so Chris and I could go out for dinner. The walls are extra thick. No one could hear them crying. You did not. She sighed. No, but I've thought about it many, many times. Katie unlocked a drawer on the lower left, went through the files, and pulled out a single manila folder with a green tab. Katie, what does that have to do with the sheriff's death? She bit her lower lip, like I'd seen her do 1,000,000 times. Katie was nervous. Probably nothing. Hopefully nothing. Then why are you showing whatever this is to me? Just give it to Detective Kramer when he gets here. It's not that simple. Katie, what's going on?
Listen up,
Dominic yelled at Lucy, who was shaking the prison bars.
What we've got here is a failure to communicate.
Cool Hand Luke? Your 5-year-old can quote Cool Hand Luke? You need to come around more. He can quote way more embarrassing things than Cool Hand Luke. So, what's in the folder? 3 months ago, Sheriff Klein started acting weird. Weird how? It started with a dinner receipt. A dinner receipt? In Boise. He'd gone for an overnight trip. What was weird about the receipt? It was for 2 meals. I laughed. You brought me here because of a receipt for 2 meals? Katie shook her head. You don't understand. I've had to handle all of Sheriff Klein's reimbursements for the last 3 years. He has never, not once, given me a receipt for anything but his own meal. So what? So I thought it was weird. Then more trips to Boise. Overnight trips. Any more receipts for 2 meals? No, but he was acting different. He was nice. Nice? Some might even call it happy. Weird, right? For Ed Klein? Yeah, very weird. But I'm not sure it's a federal case. Come on, Hope. You know what I'm getting at. Overnight trips, dinner for 2, happier than I'd ever seen him. Ed Klein was in love. And you're suggesting it wasn't his wife. He and Margaret have been married for eons. I've seen them together 1,000 times. They're like brother and sister. She's nice to him, he's nice to her, but in love? After all those years? No way. What's in the folder? The sheriff got a call a week ago. His eyes lit up. Happy Ed was back. He told me something had come up, and he needed to step out for the afternoon. And? Now Katie looked guilty. I'd seen that look plenty too. I followed him. You did not. I felt bad for Margaret, and my curiosity got the best of me, and before I knew it, I was at the Clapback Inn out on the edge of town. I saw him go into the side door, and then 2 hours later, he came back out. But this time, he wasn't alone. There was a woman with him. Long, dark hair, sunglasses. She came out for just a second, gave him a hug, and then she went back inside. And the folder? I took a picture. Katie opened up the folder and pulled out a piece of paper with a photo on it. It showed Sheriff Klein hugging a woman a few inches shorter than him. Unlike his wife Margaret's silvery locks, this woman had long brown hair. The only problem was you couldn't see her face. And you have no idea who this woman is. None. I looked at the picture again, then walked around the office. I looked at the jail cell where I'd stayed twice before my 16th birthday. I looked at the door to Sheriff Ed Klein's office. I thought about the man I'd known and hated for most of my life. I spun around. I still don't know why you're giving this to me. Why not just hand it to the detective? Well, for starters, it's a bit creepy that I was spying on my boss, don't you think? Maybe a little. And second, Margaret Klein is a saint. She knew her husband was mean and surly and smelled like old tobacco. She lived with him. She knew those things. But I'd really rather she never, ever finds out her husband was also a cheat. I drove Katie and her kids back to her house. Dominic's no longer pointing a loaded weapon at you, Katie said. So he's warming up to me? And Lucy said you seem nice, but you smell like Granny's library. Smart girl. I said she was observant. You had a little too much last night? I had a lot too much, and not just last night, all day. I started drinking at the bar with a guy who turned out to be Jemima's fiancé. Katie laughed and slapped the dashboard. Patrick Crofton? He seemed, well, normal, and nice, and hot. For the record, I didn't notice he was hot. Then you're the only woman in Idaho who didn't notice he was hot. The Hope Walker I remember always noticed hot guys. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago. And you're wondering how a guy like that fell for Jemima Clark. Pretty much. What can I tell you? She's a snake, and the fact that she's a pretty good-looking snake doesn't hurt. The weird thing is, as soon as I found out they were engaged, Patrick almost seemed like he wanted forgiveness. Don't try to figure it out, Hope. Trying to figure Jemima stuff out is like staring at the sun. You think you can do it without getting hurt, but you never can. Trust me, it's not worth it. I slowed down to pull into her driveway. Keep going, she said. But this is your just keep going. I kept driving through the town I'd grown up in with the woman who'd been my best friend. Not going anywhere in particular. Like we were kids again. There was this gigantic thing between us. Maybe it was too hard to talk about. Maybe too much time had passed. Listen, I finally said. I heard you lost your job. News travels. Bess sent me a text, thought I should know. Yeah, I was about to publish the biggest story of my life, and then they fired you? That's cold. I was this close. That was your dream, right? Getting out and making it big? I wouldn't call getting fired making it big. You'll make it. Will you be sticking around for a while? Gotta leave Friday morning. I have a job interview in Spokane. Spokane's not bad. Right, that's what I said. Listen, Katie, what do you expect me to do with this file? She shrugged. Just look into it. Do your thing. And if you turn up something important, then I guess you have to share it with the police. But if not, if it's just an old guy having an affair, then please try to spare Margaret that humiliation. I pulled the car into her driveway. Katie grabbed Celia's car seat. Her other kids climbed out, and she shut the door. Then she leaned over and into the open passenger window. Your kids are amazing, I said. She shrugged. It's mostly 'cause I'm such a great mom. This was nice. Me and you. Yeah, it was nice. She hesitated, then chewed on her lip again. Nervous Katie. You know, you weren't the only one who lost somebody that day. Jimmy was my friend too. And the thing is, when he died, I didn't just lose him. I lost my best friend. I lost you. Chapter 10. I found Granny holding court at the long central table in Buck's diner. Zeke Roberson sat at her left, and Mildred Vance was on her right. Buck himself was standing, arms folded, dish rag over his shoulder, and Mayor Wilma Jenkins was shaking her head back and forth. I can't believe Ed's gone, Mayor Jenkins said. When I walked in, she gave me a friendly but somber nod. When I'd left hopeless, She was Wilma Jenkins, high-pressure real estate agent. From the looks of the signs around town, she'd transformed herself into Wilma Jenkins, real estate maven, and the most important person in town. "Where's Bess?" I asked. I reached over Granny's shoulder and grabbed a slice of bacon off her plate. Granny slapped my hand.
"Bess is babysitting Ed's body until that state police detective can get there. And don't you dare eat suspect number 1.
I looked at the bacon curiously. Suspect number 1?
"Buck, could you bring some breakfast out for Hope? She had a wee bit too much of the whiskey last night. Plus, she's the one who tripped over Ed's dead body."
So, Hope, you need the hangover special?
Buck asked. Great. One day back in Hopeless, and I was already the town drunk and bringer of death. Granny snagged the bacon out of my hand and put it back on the table.
"Okay, to review. The ketchup bottle is Ed.
The ketchup bottle in question was laying on its side.
The bacon is suspect number 1. Sorry, Mayor, but that's you. I didn't kill Ed. Probably not, but you two have butted heads for years. It would be a disservice to justice and all of your constituents not to include you."
But why do I have to be the bacon? Are you saying I'm fat?
"No, Mayor, I'm saying that just like bacon, everybody likes you."
Wilma cracked a smile, but still looked displeased. I still don't think I should be a suspect.
"Don't get your panties in a bunch, Wilma. If it makes you feel better, I'm suspect number 2.
Granny put the salt shaker next to the bacon.
"You're making yourself a suspect?" Wilma asked. "It would be intellectually dishonest not to. I've dreamed of killing Ed on more than one occasion. Plus, he is lying in my bar right now. Seems only natural to make me a suspect. Okay, who else might want to kill Ed Klein?"
"Other than everyone?" Mildred asked.
"Correct," Granny said. "Other than everyone."
Buck came back from the kitchen with a hot plate and a fresh cup of coffee. He set both in front of me. "Thanks, Buck," I said, and took a big sip of coffee.
"Don't thank me yet," he said. "I think you have to make Hope here a suspect."
I sprayed coffee all over the table.
"Come on, Hope," Granny said. "You just contaminated our crime scene."
"Sorry, Hope," Buck said. "But Granny said you were sleeping in that apartment over the library, and you're the one who found him."
"So what?" He shrugged.
"Everybody knows you and the sheriff had your share of run-ins over the years."
Granny nodded in agreement.
"Sorry, Hope. Buck's right. You've got to be a suspect."
She grabbed a huge pancake off her plate and dropped it on the table next to the bacon and salt. "Why am I a big fat pancake?"
"Because bacon and salt were already taken and ketchup's the dead guy on the table."
Ask a dumb question. "Let me get this straight," I said. I leaned over Granny's crime scene. "This is the extent of your investigation. The suspects are me, the mayor of the town, and a woman who is older than Methuselah."
"That was a crack about how old I am, right?"
Granny asked Zeke. Then she turned back to me.
"So do you think you can do better?"
I tore into a piece of bacon. My bacon. "Well, we can start by asking some basic questions. Let's assume that everyone in town disliked Sheriff Klein to some extent, so that in itself won't do as a motive. We need someone who had a particular beef with him."
"Like someone he arrested and put in prison?"
Mayor Jenkins asked. "If they were out of prison now? Revenge. That would be a pretty good motive. You know anybody like that?"
"As a matter of fact, I do. His name's Crofton. Patrick Crofton."
I dropped my fork. Jemima's Patrick Crofton? The mayor nodded.
"That's the one."
"But I thought he was a local businessman. Jemima made it sound like he's really successful."
"He is, but 3 years ago he moved here from Boise. The sheriff arrested him for fraud. Went to trial and everything. He spent 3 months in jail."
"But he seemed so normal."
Mayor Jenkins shrugged. "You never can tell about some people."
Okay, got to run, lots to do. For starters, we've got to find ourselves a new sheriff. How's that work exactly? Isn't sheriff an elected position? It is. That's why I called Dean Lomax from the college. He's on the city board with me. I need to understand the bylaws for something like this. Maybe we need to have a special election, or maybe we can just appoint someone. Well, good luck with your investigation. Then Wilma leaned over the table, grabbed the piece of bacon, and shoved it in her mouth. And hopefully I'm no longer a suspect. Granny continued to come up with suspects. I couldn't even keep up with the names. I just knew she used the pepper shaker, a knife, spoon, and fork, half a sausage, and a bottle of Tabasco sauce. I mostly ignored it and savored the best breakfast I had eaten in a very long time. With every bite of warm food and every sip of hot coffee, my head felt a little less like an anvil. It got me thinking about everything that had happened in the last day. A lost job, coming back home, finding a dead body, and being with Katie again. I must have zoned out because Granny had to elbow me in the ribs to grab my attention. "What?" I said. She tipped her head at the end of the table. Standing where Mayor Jenkins had been was a tall and very good-looking man in blue jeans and a brown sport coat. He was lean, but his shoulders and chest were broad. His short, curly brown hair framed a face with thick eyebrows, a strong jaw, and just the right size nose. But without a doubt, the most striking thing about him were his eyes. Big, green, and intense. "I said, I'm looking for Katie Rogers and Hope Walker." "I'm, Hope Walker." He opened his wallet and flashed a badge. "I'm Detective Alex Kramer with the state police. We talked on the phone?" "Yes, right." "I was just at the library and saw the body. There was a woman there?" "That's Bess," Granny said. "She was guarding the body until you got there." "She wouldn't tell me what happened." "That's because she doesn't talk," I said. "What do you mean, she doesn't talk?" "Bess hasn't talked in, I don't know. What's it been, Granny?" "More years than I can count. Detective Kramer, I'm Granny. Bess and I own the library." "Great. How about you and Hope come back to the bar with me and tell me everything you know?" "Do you want to know how our investigation is going first?" "Your investigation?" Granny pointed to the table. "I'll give you one clue. It's not the bacon." Alex looked at the table, at Granny, and finally at me. His eyes were full of confusion. But confusion or not, those eyes, they were something. And the man they were attached to? Well, once upon a time I would have found a man like that attractive. But that was a long time ago. Detective Kramer and I followed Granny over to the library. Detective Kramer's black and white state police pickup truck was parked next to Granny's orange Bronco, and next to Granny's orange Bronco was an ambulance. Detective Kramer opened a small notepad and looked up. "Dr. Bridges was waiting for me when I arrived. He said Bess wouldn't let him touch anything until I got there. I did a quick examination of the body, but I'm afraid you're going to have to fill in some gaps for me." "What kind of gaps?" "Just start at the beginning." Detective Kramer grabbed the door and opened it for us, and then he followed me inside. Bess was standing over the doctor, arms crossed, like a silent sentinel. Dr. Bridges looked up. "Granny, could you please have Bess move? She's kind of freaking me out." "There's not much to tell," I said to the detective. "I went to bed. Then this morning I woke up and came down to the bar to brew some coffee. I got a call on my cell and took it." "Who called you?" "A newspaper in Spokane. It was about a job." "You work in the newspaper business?" Or rather, I was an investigative reporter for the Portland News-Gazette." "Was? Did you quit?" "I got fired. Yesterday." "Yesterday?" He ran his hand through his hair. "Is that why you came to Hopeless? Because you got fired?" "No, I was already on my way to Hopeless for my Granny's funeral." Detective Kramer looked at Granny, then back at me. "Excuse me, did you say your Granny's funeral was yesterday?" "Yes," I said, thoroughly enjoying the detective's confusion.
Ms. Walker, are you perhaps on medication?
I smiled. First of all, it's Hope. And second, I know it's crazy. But Granny's crazy. She wanted to have her funeral before she died. I was on my way to my very much alive Granny's funeral. I got fired. I showed up at the funeral. I had entirely too much to drink, and I fell asleep at some point. This morning, I woke up, brewed some coffee, and took a call. After that, I walked around the bar and tripped on what I discovered to be Sheriff Klein's body.
You don't remember hearing anything?
No, I was pretty out of it. I didn't wake up until I had a bad dream.
What was the dream about?
I don't think that's any of your business.
This is a homicide investigation. Everything is my business.
Not that. Detective Kramer rubbed his hand across his chin, then went back to the body.
Got a verdict, Doc? Well, obviously I won't know with absolute certainty until I do the autopsy, but it appears that he died of blunt force trauma to the head. And is it safe to assume the murder weapon is that broken whiskey bottle next to his head? That would be my assumption.
Detective Kramer circled the body, and then I was back in his crosshairs.
Ms. Walker.
Hope.
Hope. Have you ever walked in your sleep? Blacked out or anything like that?
I have no idea.
How would you characterize your relationship with Sheriff Klein?
Our relationship?
Yes. Was it good?
Granny laughed.
What's so funny?
Ed Klein presented my granddaughter with 12-year-old speeding tickets yesterday.
So you wouldn't say your relationship was good?
No, it was not.
Are you planning to leave Hopeless anytime soon?
Yes, on Friday morning. I have a job interview in Spokane.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Ms. Walker, this is a homicide investigation. You're not going anywhere until I say you can. And I can't let you go anywhere until I clear you.
And what's it going to take to clear me?
Evidence and questions. Lots of questions. In fact, I have one more question for you. You said you were drinking a lot yesterday. What exactly were you drinking?
My shoulders slumped and I shook my head. Whiskey. I was drinking whiskey. Detective Kramer eyed the broken whiskey bottle next to Ed's dead head.
Like I said, maybe.
Chapter 11. I drove to Granny's and took the longest, hottest shower of my life. I scrubbed and scrubbed, trying to clean away the whiskey, the whiff of death, and my suddenly precarious career. Afterwards, I slipped on my black jeans and top, put on my leather jacket, pulled my hair into a ponytail, and was ready to go. I had to look into the sheriff's love life for Katie. She was right. Margaret Klein was a nice woman. She didn't deserve a dead husband. If he was a cheat on top of being a corpse, she didn't need that getting dragged through the newspapers. And now that Detective Kramer was on the case, I needed to hurry if I was going to protect her. I went to the Cat Black Inn on the edge of town. A young, skinny man sat behind the front desk, busily typing away on his smartphone. His hair was a messy mop and acne pitted his face. He smiled when he saw me.
May I help you?
I leaned down to read his name tag. Irwin, is it?
Yes,
he said proudly. Irwin, I'm a reporter for the Portland News-Gazette, and I'm doing a story on credit card fraud throughout the Northwest.
Cool.
No, Irwin, not cool. Not cool at all. Were you aware that the Pacific Northwest economy loses $10 billion a year in gross domestic product because of credit card fraud?
10 billion?
Yes, Irwin. Billion, with a B.
Well, what can we do to stop it?
Now you're asking the right question, Irwin. And that's why I'm here. I'm following one of the biggest credit card fraudsters in this area. I've been on her trail for the last couple of months. Her name is Catherine Klug, but she goes by a number of aliases. Jenny the Jet, Peggy Sue Got Married, the Big Mac and Cheese.
She goes by those names?
And a dozen more. If I told you number 12, you'd probably poop yourself. His eyes had the level of disgust I was aiming for. Now, Irwin, you're probably wondering what this has to do with you.
Yeah, a little.
I got a tip from a reliable source that Ms. Klug came through Hopeless last week, and that trail has led me here, to the Clapback Inn. It's my belief that she stayed here last Wednesday night. Erwin sat up a little straighter.
I was working last Wednesday.
Then I'm talking to the right person. I was wondering if you might remember a woman. Dark, long hair, wore sunglasses, stayed at least one night. Erwin considered that.
The hotel was pretty full, but I do remember somebody like that. I didn't really look at her.
But she did check in, didn't she?
Yeah, like you said. Dark sunglasses and all. Plus, she kept her head down most of the time, like she didn't want to be noticed.
Did you find that odd?
At a hotel on the edge of town? Not at all. The owner told me a long time ago, ain't none of our business.
Do you remember the name she used to check in? He shook his head.
No, sorry.
Do you think you could look it up for me?
That's the other thing the owner told me. Ain't none of your business either.
Billion, Erwin. $10 billion.
I'm sorry. I'd get fired for telling you. Plus, it's hard to imagine she had anything to do with credit card fraud.
Why?
She paid cash for the room.
I thought you were supposed to use a credit card to hold a hotel room. A guilty look spread across Erwin's face.
She might have given me an extra tip to allow her to pay cash.
And Erwin, did your owner also tell you to accept under-the-counter tips for your discretion?
You're not going to tell, are you?
Not if you tell me who the woman was.
I don't understand. If this Catherine Klug is into credit card fraud, why not just use a phony card? Why pay cash?
Erwin wasn't as dumb as he looked, which meant I needed to go to Plan B. I began to cry. I leaned my forehead on the front desk and cried. When I looked up, Erwin was sincerely freaked out. I wasn't telling you the truth, Erwin.
You weren't?
I'm not a reporter. I'm a woman scorned. My husband, he's been cheating on me. I followed him to this hotel last Wednesday, and I just have to know. You understand, Erwin, don't you? I have to know who he's with.
I could get fired.
I grabbed Erwin by the collar and pulled him close. I'm a woman, Erwin. Can you feel me, Erwin?
Am I allowed to feel you?
Oh, stop teasing me. I mean, do you know what it's like to be a woman in love? And then to find out some other woman is trying to take your man?
Well, not exactly.
I pulled Erwin so close I thought I might vomit. His breath was hot and gross enough. I was worried it might melt my skin. But sometimes a girl's gotta do what she's gotta do. Erwin, don't you think a woman has a right to know who's trying to break up her family? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down like a yo-yo.
Okay,
he squeaked. I released him and backed away.
But honest to God, you can't tell anybody I did this, he said.
I crossed my heart. I promise, Erwin. And just so you know, I'll be indebted to you. Then I winked. I thought he was going to faint right then and there, but he managed to pull himself together. He went on his computer and looked something up, then wrote on a small piece of paper. He folded the paper and handed it to me.
If things don't work out with your husband...
Oh, Erwin, you're my knight in shining armor. And yes, should that day ever come, I'll know just where to find you. I left the hotel and hustled to my car. I wondered if our mystery woman would use her real name. If she paid with cash, probably not. But sometimes, out of sheer habit, people did dumb things. I climbed into my car and opened up the paper. But I was not prepared for the name written on that slip of paper. Not prepared at all. When I stopped by Katie's house, Chris answered the door again. He smiled.
You look different than you did this morning, he said.
It's a new look I call Shower by Hope. He laughed and said,
I'm sorry, Katie's not here. I took a half day so she could run some errands.
Any idea where she could be? He shrugged.
Grocery store, bank, the usual.
I headed back downtown and saw Katie coming out of the bank. I parked and got out. Hey, Katie, what's going on? She was surprised to see me, and the lip got chewed again. Nervous. Just coming back from the bank. No, Katie, I mean, what's going on with that lead you wanted me to follow? Is this some kind of joke? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. I handed her the slip of paper. I went to the hotel and asked about our mystery woman. The young man looked up her name. It's right here on this piece of paper. Katie grabbed it and opened it up. Her eyes filled with confusion. I don't understand. It says Katie Rogers. Like I said, is this some kind of joke? Wait, you're saying that the woman who was seeing Ed Klein used my name when she checked in? You're saying it wasn't you? What? You think I was seeing Sheriff Klein, and instead of keeping it a secret, I concocted this elaborate story about me figuring out he was cheating, just so you could follow up and figure out it was me all along? Yeah, that doesn't make much sense, I agreed. Do you think Sheriff Klein and his woman were on to you? That they figured out you were suspicious? So they met in Hopeless where I could follow them? If they thought I was close to finding them out, why make it easier for me? Wouldn't you just be more careful at that point? Yeah, you would. Okay, what if the woman's name really is Katie Rogers? Katie shook her head. I don't think so. Then what do you think? I think she used my name on purpose. Why would she do that? I have no idea. I thought about it a little bit more. It definitely didn't make sense. I stopped by the library, she said. I heard you met Detective Kramer. Yeah, thanks. You didn't tell me he was hot, handsome, hunky. Yeah, us married folk have to keep that stuff on the down low. Plus, I thought it would be funny if he met the fully hungover and unshowered Hope Walker. You're a heck of a friend. She shrugged. Paybacks and all. Listen, about what you said earlier, you were right. I know I was right. I shouldn't have stayed away so long. But you did, Hope. And not just weeks or months, years. 12 years. How do you explain that? It was just easier. It was easier to be by yourself going through the most painful experience of your life than to be with your best friend. Everything about this place, even you, reminded me of Jimmy. Plus, there was something else. What? I closed my eyes, the image that had haunted my dreams immediately rushing back. When I opened my eyes, she was staring at me. Where do you go when you do that? I'd never told anybody where I went, what I saw, what I remembered, or what really happened. That was the problem. I can't. She stepped forward and grabbed my arm. Hope, life is full of hard things. You think I wanted to have boobs that could double as the downhill course on Moose Mountain? They don't sag that much. She squeezed my arm. The point is, I know what you went through was hard. But maybe, just maybe, if you'd let me in, I could share that pain with you. I can't. Yes, Hope, you can. Whatever it is, you can. Can what? It was a man's voice, and I spun around to find Detective Kramer behind me. When he saw me, his eyebrows raised up and he tilted his head and squinted as if he didn't quite believe what he saw. Ms. Walker, is that you? Hope. Remember, it's Hope. It's just, you look so different. It's called a shower, Katie said. Hope takes one every month like clockwork. Consider yourself lucky. She reached past me and held out her hand. Good to see you again, Detective. How's the investigation going? He shook Katie's hand but kept his eyes on me. It's just getting started. Actually, I was hoping to find you. Seeing as you worked with the sheriff every day, I was wondering if you could help me work through his routine for the last week. His routine? Oftentimes in homicides, there are clues in the days leading up to the event. Changes in routine, people, places, things. Even the tiniest detail could be the key to unlocking the truth. Katie folded her hand over that tiny slip of paper and shoved it into her front pocket. I'll tell you whatever you need to know. She turned to me. Rain check on that other thing, maybe? Maybe. And, Ms. Walker, I mean, Hope, remember, I consider you a person of interest. You do? His face got red. In this case, a person of interest in this case. Meaning? Don't push it. I went only as far as Granny's house. The events of the last day were catching up to me, and with no job and not much to do, I decided to do something I hadn't done in years. I went upstairs to my old bedroom, spent approximately 5 seconds looking at the relics from my youth, and then hit the pillow and took what I hoped would be the longest nap of my life. And I think it might have been, too. I was sleeping as soundly as I had in a very long time. That is, until the gunfire woke me up. Chapter 12. And not just one gunshot, multiple gunshots, all coming from Granny's backyard. I checked my phone. 6:15 p.m. Seriously, Granny? Was all I could think. I went to the bathroom, splashed cool water on my face, then walked downstairs to the backyard. I expected to see Granny and Bess shooting clay targets. It was one of their favorite pastimes. I had not expected them to be doing it with hopeless Idaho's newest visitor, Detective Alex Kramer. "Pull!" Alex yelled. Granny pulled on the trap thrower, sunk in the middle of the backyard. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, and the 2 clay targets exploded. Detective Kramer lowered his shotgun and shook his head. "She got me again." Bess beamed with pride.
Don't beat yourself up, Alex. Bess here's won the city trap shooting contest 5 out of the last 6 years.
That's when Granny noticed me.
Well, if it isn't little Miss Sleeps a Lot.
I ignored the jab. Granny, I'm sure Detective Kramer has better things to do than shoot trap with a couple of old ladies. Alex Kramer turned and smiled. I really wish he hadn't. I felt my knees go a little weak.
"Like finding a murderer?" he said.
Now that you mention it, yes.
"Well, Granny and Bess were kind enough to invite me to dinner, and I figure a man's got to eat. Plus, maybe you all can help me with my investigation."
First of all, my darling granddaughter, Bess is supremely offended that you called her an old lady. Second of all, where's your hospitality? This boy is hungry, and I intend to feed him.
Granny loaded up the trap thrower with 2 more clay targets, then got a mischievous look on her face.
You know, Alex, my hope here used to be quite the shooter.
That drew another smile from the good detective. Stop wobbling, knees. Stop wobbling.
"Really? Maybe Bess wouldn't mind letting you take her place for a round, so we can have a little head-to-head competition?"
You want to shoot against me?
"Why not?"
I haven't touched a gun in a very long time.
12 years, to be exact,
Granny said. I ignored that jab, too.
"Good," Detective Kramer said. "Finally, someone I can beat."
Uh-oh,
Granny chuckled. I stepped toward our guest. I beg your pardon, Detective Kramer? He smiled, a different kind of smile. This one changed from handsome and desirable to obnoxious and insulting.
"I just meant I'm tired of getting beat by Bess here."
"And you'd like to face off against easier competition?"
"Precisely."
I looked at Granny, and she just shrugged. Bess handed me her shotgun. I loaded it up with 2 shells and readied it. I smiled sweetly at Alex. "Whenever you want, hotshot."
"Pull!" he yelled.
I heard the old familiar sound of the trap hinge releasing, followed by 2 clay targets screaming out of the machine. I shot and destroyed the one on the left almost immediately, then pumped and found the one on the right and demolished it as well. I hadn't shot a gun in 12 years, but I guess it's the same as a lot of things, just like riding a bike. Alex Kramer was gaping at me, that smug smile wiped off his face. He got it back together.
"Wow, that was fast. That was really, really fast. Which I suppose you'd have to chalk up to beginner's luck. Granny, load 2 more targets."
One of the really cute things about most men, when it comes to underestimating women, they're slow learners. Granny loaded up 2 targets, Alex yelled pull, and I destroyed the targets even faster than the first time. At least Detective Kramer got a shot off this round. We repeated the exercise 3 more times, me beating the good detective each and every pull. Then he understood.
I have a feeling you've done this before.
But remember, not for 12 years.
Well, I'm not really much of a shotgun guy anyway. I consider myself a pistol man.
He took the pistol out of his holster and held it away from me.
I don't suppose I could interest you in some target practice, could I?
Alex, Granny said, that sounds like a glorious idea. There are some old targets on the side of the barn that you kids can set up. You and Hope have fun. Meanwhile, Bess and I will finish getting dinner ready.
Granny patted me on the shoulder.
Go easy on him, Hope. He doesn't know any better.
No, I thought, as I eyed the hunky but momentarily clueless detective. He most certainly does not. Detective Kramer went to the side of the barn where Granny kept a wide assortment of junk. Junk she would never, ever throw away.
There are supposed to be targets in here somewhere?
If Granny says so, it must be true. I moved a wheelbarrow. Alex was pulling on a sheet of corrugated metal.
What's this business about being gone for 12 years?
You caught that, did you?
I am a detective.
I've been in Portland.
Ah, small-town girl moving to the big city.
It's not that simple. I wanted to be an investigative reporter.
I remember. I also remember something about you getting fired.
Hearing him say it out loud was like a slap in the face.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, so am I. And so when you asked if I was going to be leaving town anytime soon and I said Friday, it's for that job interview in Spokane.
You really haven't been home in all those years?
Well, time gets away from you. Alex squinted and looked at me curiously.
You sure it's not more than that?
I'm sure it's none of your business. Alex held his hands up.
You're right, it isn't. But I am an investigator. I'm sure you realize I can't help it.
Can't help what?
When something doesn't sound right, I ask more questions.
We finally found a couple of hay bales and set them up so they backed up to the foothills behind Granny's place. Then we attached some old paper targets and walked about 20 yards away. He pulled out his pistol again, ejected the magazine, and worked the action twice to show me it wasn't loaded.
Okay, Hope, this is the Glock 19, a 9mm handgun that I think is the best handgun in the world.
So it shoots bullets?
I think you're teasing me.
Remember, I'm a shotgun girl. You're the handgun guy.
Yes, it shoots bullets. 9mm bullets. The bullets go into this magazine. The magazine pops in, like this, and then, to chamber a shell, you go like this.
He worked the action back and forth.
Got it so far?
Gee, that's kind of complicated.
It's not, really. After this, it's just point and shoot.
That doesn't seem complicated.
If you can shoot a shotgun that well, it won't take you long to get the hang of a handgun. The one thing I'd warn you about, the kick is bigger than you might expect, so be prepared for the recoil. The next thing is to make sure you stand correctly, like this.
Detective Kramer staggered his feet.
And then, like I said, it's really about point and shoot. The goal is to try to group your shots as close together as you possibly can, like this.
He leveled the 9mm at the target, steadied himself, and then he fired 5 shots in quick succession. Even from 20 yards away, we could see where they hit. A fairly decent grouping in the target's chest. And he looked sufficiently pleased with himself. What a rube.
Would you like to give it a try?
Would you mind?
Not at all.
He reloaded the magazine, slid it in, and handed me the gun.
Remember to chamber around.
I worked the action. Like this?
Perfect. Now, slow and steady. And remember to account for the recoil.
I looked at the target and considered Alex's grouping in and around the chest. Then I found my stance, raised the weapon, and fired 5 shots in quick succession at the head. It was a tight grouping, tighter than I expected after all this time away from shooting. I showed him my pearly whites. Then I fired 5 more rounds at the chest, inside his grouping. I dropped the magazine and handed him his Glock 19 butt first. I wasn't exactly sure what to make of the expression on his face. Maybe a little impressed, but mostly embarrassed.
So you were messing with me?
I smiled. What can I say? But I prefer the Glock 21. Chapter 13. It seemed the dinner meant to feed a hungry detective at the end of his first day had turned into a bit of a welcome to hopeless dinner instead. Granny and Bess had put an extra leaf in the table to accommodate the crowd and had cooked pot roast, sweet corn, and mashed potatoes. Granny sat on one end, and Earl Denton, my first boss in the newspaper business, and the owner and lead reporter at the Hopeless News, sat on the other. Earl's wife Camilla, Bess, and Detective Kramer squeezed in on one side of the table. Zeke Roberson, Mayor Wilma Jenkins, Dean Lomax, and I squeezed down the other.
So, Detective Kramer, Granny said, what do you think of our fine town?
It's a beautiful place. I can't believe I haven't spent more time here.
It's the name, isn't it? Mayor Jenkins asked.
I've been telling the citizens of this town for years that if we want to grow, to really grow, we've got to let go of the past and embrace the future.
I'm not sure I follow.
Earl rolled his eyes.
What our esteemed mayor wants to do is change our name.
You want to rename the town?
What Mayor Jenkins is suggesting isn't so dumb, Dean Lomax said. As head of the college, I can assure you, convincing kids from Los Angeles to come to a place called Hopeless can be quite a challenge.
Mayor Jenkins's eyes twinkled, and she smiled almost flirtatiously at Dean Lomax. Thank you, Robert. Listen, Detective Kramer, I would argue that our town is more beautiful than Sun Valley, and the skiing on Moose Mountain could be every bit as good. But they've got that name, Sun Valley. It's the most welcoming name in the world. Robert thinks he's got it tough getting students, but tourists? With a name like Hopeless, most tourists don't even give us a second thought. And do you have any names in mind? I asked. As a matter of fact, I do. Welcome to Happiness, Idaho. Or even better, Hidden Treasure. Or my favorite one of the bunch, Delightful. Can you imagine the spike in tourism we'd get with a name like Delightful? Granny defiantly threw her napkin on her plate.
Wilma Jenkins, I swear to God, if you change our name to Delightful, I will beat myself to death with a club. We are never, ever going to change our town's name.
Wilma pointed her fork at Granny. That's just the kind of narrow-minded, stubborn thinking that holds towns like ours back.
Well, Detective Kramer said, name aside, I've found the town to be very charming. Except for the odd fact that all the women in this town appear to shoot like Annie Oakley.
Granny chuckled.
Oh, Alex, I told Hope to go easy on you.
So you knew that would happen?
Oh, God, yes. Bess is the one who taught her how to shoot. Hope was shooting before she knew how to read.
Hey, Mayor Jenkins, I said, how about that for a new town slogan? Hopeless, where young'uns shoot critters before they learn to read. Detective Kramer smiled at my joke, but Mayor Jenkins? I don't think she knew what to make of it.
And then there's the other thing that's not as easy to sweep under the rug, Alex said. There was a murder.
How's your investigation going?
Earl asked. Always the newsman, Earl Denton wanted the latest scoop.
For the first day, it's progressing normally. There's not much I can say.
Earl leaned forward, holding a cup of coffee in both hands.
Just that Dr. Bridges was able to confirm that Ed Klein was killed by a blow to the head, that the murder weapon was a whiskey bottle.
That's it? Mayor Jenkins asked.
It's an ongoing investigation. But how about suspect? You must have some suspects, Dean Lomax said. Only one that I can tell you about at the moment.
Who? He smiled at me.
She goes by the name of Hope Walker. She's a professional gunslinger from Portland, Oregon, who had no love for Ed Klein. In fact, yesterday at Granny's funeral, he presented her with 12-year-old speeding tickets. This morning, after she killed Ed Klein, she pretended to discover the body.
He took a big forkful of mashed potatoes smothered in gravy and put it into his mouth.
At least that's my working theory.
He mumbled around his food. You don't really suspect me, do you? I asked. Detective Kramer's smile disappeared. He made a point of looking at everyone at the table.
From what I've heard, nobody in this town much cared for Sheriff Klein, which means, for the time being, I suspect everyone.
After that, Granny steered the dinner conversation away from murder to more mundane things like Boise State football, how many more years she planned to hang around before she'd finally die for real, and an assortment of stories from my youth. Half of them involved me being in various stages of undress, so at least that wasn't embarrassing. After dinner, Granny and Bess served apple pie in the living room, and that's where Detective Kramer cornered me.
Let me get this straight. You actually ran away from home when you were 8 and lived in a tree for 3 days?
No, I only lived in the tree for 2 days, and then I came back to town and stayed with my friend Katie for the 3rd day.
What did Granny do to you when she finally found you?
Nothing. She acted like it didn't bother her. I don't think she wanted me to get the attention that I was seeking, but after that I could tell. Something was different. At night, when she hugged me, she'd hold on tighter.
Why'd you run away?
Who knows? I was always anxious, always wanting to get out of Hopeless, see what's out there, and maybe, just maybe run into my mom.
She left when you were young.
When I was a baby. I have no memory of her.
And you've never heard from her?
No.
That must have been hard. Is that why you finally left?
Detective Kramer, it's my turn to ask the questions.
It's Alex, and if it's not about this investigation, I'm an open book.
Where were you born?
Pocatello, but my father had a midlife crisis when he turned 40 and moved our family up to Salmon so we could run a river rafting company.
You grew up on the river?
And on horseback. My dad ran the river tours and my mom ran horseback rides.
You're a mountain man.
You make it sound so exciting.
Wasn't it?
When I was a kid. After a while, it seemed weird. And then when I got old enough, I realized how little money my folks made, and I suppose the shine wore off.
Do they still do it?
They passed away.
Wow. They must have been young.
Way too young. Cancer got my mom, and a heart attack took my dad. I think it was more like heartbreak. I don't think he could stand living without her.
Sounds like true love. His smile was sad.
The truest.
What made you want to be a cop?
It's what I always wanted to do. My dad told me that if he had started doing river tours out of college instead of being an accountant, things would have been different financially. He told me to always follow my dream. That's what I did.
I looked at his hand. No ring. You've never been married? I said.
Do I look like I've never been married?
I honestly can't tell.
I've never been married, he said.
Close? I asked.
Time to eat your apple pie.
Remember, I can't help it. I'm also an investigator. And when something doesn't feel right, I ask more questions. As the apple pie settled in everyone's bellies, Alex excused himself, and I observed the people at this little dinner party. Camilla was deep in conversation with Bess, the woman who never talked. My guess is that Earl never really listened to his wife, and Bess was a world-class listener. Speaking of Earl, he and Granny were arguing about whether or not Boise State would have a chance against Utah in their season opener. Mayor Jenkins and Dean Lomax continued to be rather friendly with each other. I honestly didn't know Mayor Jenkins very well, but she was obviously a charming and successful woman. And as far as I knew, Dean Lomax had been a lifelong bachelor. I thought the mayor was married, but who knows? Maybe she and Dean Lomax had found their own sort of love. When Alex returned, he thanked Granny and Bess for the meal, and then turned his attention to the small crowd.
Thank you for such a warm welcome to Hopeless. I already feel like part of the community, and I promise I'm not going to give up until I find out who killed your sheriff. As I said, I can't talk about the investigation, But I suppose I can share a piece of general information that leads me to asking you all a question. First, the information. You may or may not be aware, but in cases where a married person is killed with blunt force trauma, the majority of the time, the culprit is the spouse. Blunt force is the sort of thing that feels like a crime of passion. Now, with a man like Ed Klein, it's different. A lot of people hated him, and he was a sheriff. He made a lot of enemies. Nevertheless, the spouse has to be the first person you investigate, even if only to clear them. So my question is this. How well do you all know Margaret Klein?
Margaret's not a very public person,
Earl Denton said.
Granny frowned.
But we've known Margaret her entire life.
And she was the nicest woman in town, I added.
She was a saint,
said Earl's wife.
I've known Margaret since we were kids, Dean Lomax said, and she's always been the best girl. You don't think she'd be capable of killing Sheriff Klein? Detective Kramer asked.
Absolutely not,
Granny said.
Detective Kramer took in the information. Okay, then. But a word of warning before I leave. I've worked a lot of homicides over the years, and the one thing I've learned...
He fixed his eyes squarely on me.
People surprise you. They always surprise you.
Chapter 14. I woke up the next morning feeling like a new woman. Sure, my career was in shambles, and I was living near my granny in the world's weirdest town, but I no longer had a hangover, and I had a very clear mission. I needed a cup of coffee. I hadn't had a really great cup of coffee since I left Portland, and by God, if I had to find a coffee plant and grind the beans myself, I was going to have myself a good cup of joe. Which meant I was going to do the unthinkable, at least in Granny's eyes. I was taking a trip to Tourist Town. Mayor Jenkins had been right about one thing. Hopeless's strange name undoubtedly kept tourism below what it might be. But have no doubt about it, Hopeless still got its fair share of visitors. The Moose Mountain Lodge on the slope side of the mountain might be a bit janky, but it had skiing that rivaled anything else in Idaho. In the summer, backpackers flocked to the Sawtooth Wilderness around the mountain, while rafters and kayakers descended upon Moose River like a plague of locusts. And where the whitewater broke and the river opened and spread out in tiny streams of crystal-clear mountain water, fly fishermen could usually be found. But old-timers like Granny still like to think of Hopeless as an insulated from the big city nonsense type of place. She lived most of her life in the part called Old Town, but no matter how much she ignored them, fancy shops, trendy bars, and new coffee joints could be found in the other part of Hopeless, Tourist Town. And over the last 12 years, Tourist Town had certainly grown. From the top of the hill, the view of all the new shops and trendy bars was nothing short of astonishing. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. A Hopeless cup. Come for the coffee, stay for the view. People crowded the cafe-style tables along the sidewalks, and above them, more customers relaxed on a second-story balcony. Out front, there was a wide screen showing time-lapse views of Main Street and of Moose Mountain. It was exactly the kind of tourist trap Granny hated. One whiff of the coffee assured me that it was absolutely the kind of tourist trap that I loved. But when I opened the front door, I found something not so lovable. Jemima. Jemima Clark. She saw me before I could run the other way. And of course, she was with her fiancé, Patrick Crofton.
Hope Walker,
she practically yelled.
What a wonderful surprise!
That, of course, couldn't possibly be true. I found myself getting in the same defensive posture one might assume when encountering vampires. I just wanted a good cup of coffee, I said. She grabbed Patrick's hand and dragged him over. Then you've come to the right place. My Patrick owns a Hopeless cup. You're in the coffee business?
Among other things. I have a small bed and breakfast outside of town.
Jemima squeezed him closer. And Patrick owns the new Mercedes dealership on Vinton. Hopeless needs a Mercedes dealership? Patrick shrugged.
You'd be surprised. Rich people from the cities find their way to Hopeless to vacation. And they like nice cars.
Jemima turned to me. But you came in to get coffee, not to chat about how successful my man is. Let me buy you a cup. No, Jemima, I can manage. But I thought you got fired. She said it just loudly enough that every single person in the shop looked at us. And that's when I understood the reason Jemima was talking to me in the first place. Like a very long setup to a very bad punchline. Jemima leaned over and gave Patrick a very wet and disgusting kiss on the lips. See you later, darling. Then she squinted her beady little eyes at me triumphantly and tilted her head. Hope. And just like that, Jemima Clark vanished in a cloud of too sweet perfume. Patrick shook his head, then looked at me with apologetic eyes.
I'm really sorry about that.
You don't have to apologize for her.
Yeah, I sort of do. And seeing as I know the dork who owns this joint, I could probably get you a cup of coffee.
I took a long look at Patrick Crofton. Good-looking, self-deprecating, seemingly normal, but so many things about him didn't add up. Most strikingly, Jemima Clark. And then there was that other thing. To be honest, since Wilma Jenkins had mentioned it at Buck's Diner, I hadn't given it much thought. But now it had me wondering, what exactly did Patrick Crofton do to get sent to the slammer? You really want to make it up to me? He nodded. Then don't buy me coffee. Maybe just chat with me for a bit.
I could probably manage that. Let me check something in back. I'll just be a minute.
Patrick said something to one of his baristas and headed toward the back. I might have sprinted toward the caffeine. A familiar tweed jacket was ahead of me at the counter. Hey, Professor Lomax. He turned, recognized me, and smiled.
Remember, it's Dean Lomax now.
Oh, right. Totally forgot about that. His face flushed.
I'm sorry. That makes me sound like a pompous jerk. Call me Professor, if you like.
No, I like Dean Lomax. Very suave. He took his coffee from the barista and shook his head.
I'm not so sure about that.
I pointed to the coffee. What's your poison?
I'm a caramel macchiato man myself. And you?
I looked at the barista and held up my finger. 1 venti triple shot white mocha breve?
You're not messing around.
Dean Lomax, when it comes to coffee, I never ever mess around.
And though she came for the coffee, she's going to stay for the view, Patrick said.
He held out his hand to Dean Lomax.
Hey, Robert, how have you been?
Dean Lomax took a nice long sip of his macchiato.
Better now. Much, much better.
By the way, I asked, what is this view you're bragging about? Patrick smiled.
Only the best view in all of Hopeless.
Dean Lomax looked indignant.
Better than the roof of the administration building? I stand corrected. The best view on Main Street.
Dean Lomax held up his coffee in a silent toast.
That I'll agree with. Speaking of the administration building, I've been thinking of doing something similar to what you're doing here.
He pointed to the TV in the corner.
Oh, a time-lapse? If that's what you call it. I just want something on our website to show prospective students. How do you do it?
Patrick shrugged.
You'd have to ask Nick.
Patrick waved at a tall, skinny 20-something with a little billy goat beard who was making a coffee at the other end of the counter.
He handles all of that stuff for me. I just know it works. Excellent, Dean Lomax said. Hope, good to see you again. Patrick.
Dean Lomax left, and Patrick turned his attention to me.
You said you wanted to chat?
I looked around the coffee shop, but every table was full.
Come on, he said.
I followed him through the maze of tables, and then up a flight of stairs to the second floor. He led me outside to the balcony, and we sat at an empty table. Down below, people bustled past on the sidewalks, and cars drove by. To my left, the snow-capped glory of Moose Mountain dominated the horizon. To my right, the rest of Main Street spread out, looking like a Norman Rockwell painting. Tourist town became Old Town, which led out of town and back into the forest.
No offense to Dean Lomax, Patrick said, but I still prefer our view.
I took a gigantic, soul-cleansing sip of my white mocha. I let the warmth and the flavors hit the back of my throat, and I wrapped my hands around the cup as the coffee made its way into my belly. "I think I'm in love," I said.
"Who's the lucky man?"
he asked. "A man? What are you talking about? A man couldn't possibly do for me what this coffee is doing. Patrick Crofton, this is a seriously good cup of joe." He shook his finger at me.
"Nope."
He pointed to the left.
"Good Cup of Joe is on the far end of Main Street. This is a hopeless cup."
His crooked tooth added charm to his smile.
"So what do you want to chat about?" he asked.
"Let's start with the easy stuff. You mentioned you owned a bed and breakfast outside of town. Whereabouts?"
"About 2 miles off Highway 15.
My heart practically stopped, and I set my coffee down.
"You know the spot?"
Yes, I knew it. I knew it very well.
"It's the prettiest spot in the world."
His enthusiasm was apparent.
"I found this old log cabin set back from the road on the other side of the Moose River. There's a little wooden bridge to the cabin."
"And you—" I floundered, hardly able to form words. "You bought this place?"
"About a year ago. I've been fixing it up ever since, trying to get it ready, and God willing, I'll open up in a month or so."
He leaned over the table and touched my arm.
"Hope, is everything okay?"
I stood up, not very interested in that coffee anymore. I walked away from the view, down the stairs, out the front door, and toward my car.
"Hope!"
I could hear Patrick calling me.
"What did I say?"
I was hell-bent on getting to my car before I broke down, but Patrick was too fast. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I stopped.
"Hope, what did I say? What did I do?"
I'd been running from this for an awfully long time. Too long. You didn't do anything. I took 3 deep breaths to try to keep it together. And then, when I thought I could speak, I tried to put my investigator hat back on. "Who did you buy it from?"
"Who? Guy named Wayne Mantell."
"Never heard of him."
"He bought it, 10 years ago or so."
"Probably closer to 12.
"You know the place?"
"Yes, Patrick, I know the place."
"But something's wrong?"
Time to face it, Hope. Time to face it. Patrick, this is going to sound strange, but do you think you could show it to me?"
"The cabin? Sure. When were you thinking?"
"Now. I was thinking now."
"Oh?"
He studied me for a moment, then nodded.
"Let me tell Marcy and Nick. I'll get my keys and we can go."
We jumped in Patrick's black SUV and drove through tourist town until we hit Highway 15, following the same curvy highway I'd traveled 1,000 times in my life. When I was little, Granny would take me to have picnics along the Moose River. We'd jump in and wade through the crystal clear water. And whenever we were thirsty, Granny would dip her hands in the water and drink. I told her the teacher at school said never to drink out of the river without filtering it first. But Granny said that was the kind of nonsense tomfoolery that was making our nation soft. I told her our teacher said that was the kind of nonsense tomfoolery that was giving our nation diarrhea. Granny said something about diarrhea being a state of mind, and remarkably, the conversation actually got worse after that. In the winter, Granny would take me to the same spot, and we'd put on our snowshoes and stomp down the riverbank for hours. She'd point out the different types of birds, and she'd show me where all the animals would hide for the winter. When I was young and there with Granny, I thought it was heaven. But as I got older, I spent less time with Granny. I got angry that my mom had left, and so, ironically, I started to act more like my mom. I told Granny it was my dream to move to the big city, to make it big, to be something. And then, when I was 17, someone changed that. His name was Jimmy. I fell hopelessly, madly in love, And now it was Jimmy I picnicked by the river with, and Jimmy stomping with me through the January snow. And I knew that after high school, Jimmy and I would be married and have children, and raise our kids in the shadow of Moose Mountain, live on Moose River, and spend our lives together here in the Sawtooth Wilderness. But first we'd need the perfect house. Patrick rounded the bend where it happened, and I closed my eyes and tried to beat back the memories. But being there brought everything back so clearly that my heart started to thump, thump, thump out of my chest. I squeezed the door handle so hard I thought I would snap it in half. I felt the truck slow down and start to turn. I opened my eyes as we crossed the little wooden bridge over the river. I felt a shiver. He took the sharp right turn, and just like that, we were there. There was Moose Mountain, as tree-studded and snow-capped as I remembered, a meadow of lush green grass spread toward us from the foot of the mountain. There was a play area for kids on the left. On the right, a beautiful wooden sign read Crofton Bed and Breakfast. And between them, an old log cabin welcomed us with a long front porch dotted with rocking chairs, freshly painted green shutters, and a warm red front door. "It's a beautiful house, isn't it?" Patrick said, leaning forward on the steering wheel. And as I looked at the home that I'd once expected to live in with the boy of my dreams, there was only one thing I could say. No, Patrick. It's perfect. Chapter 15. Patrick took me on a tour of the property, and then of the house itself. He showed me all the improvements he'd made and the plans he had for his bed and breakfast. I hardly said a word in reply. I felt like I was floating through a dream, like I was one step removed from what was really going on in my life. When we were done with the tour, we sat on rocking chairs on the front porch. "Thanks, Patrick, for showing this to me." He smiled.
"Anything for one of Jemima's old friends."
I laughed. "You're joking, right?"
"I suppose you're wondering about Jemima and me."
"Not really my business. She is pretty." He nodded.
"She's pretty. I know she can be a lot sometimes."
I gave him a look.
"Okay, she can be a lot of the time. But when you get to know her, she's different."
"So you really love her?"
"Does that seem so hard to believe?"
It did, actually. Between Jemima and a fungal rash, most people would prefer dealing with the rash. But Patrick seemed sincere. There was something there I couldn't quite figure out, but I sure didn't want to pass the time discussing Jemima. Time to put my reporter hat back on and change the subject. I haven't been around here for a long time, so I'm not up to speed with the current landscape, but have you heard any talk about who might have wanted to kill Sheriff Klein? His face changed. It twisted, like in agony. He shook his head.
"So that's what this is about? This is what you wanted to ask me? Let me guess. Mayor Jenkins mentioned my past."
"How could you possibly know that?"
"Because she's the only one in this town who ever seems to care, and she brings it up every chance she gets. She thinks that an ex-con doing business is bad for the town, but whenever she says it, she says her town. Bad for her town, like she owns the place."
"And this makes you angry?"
"Of course it makes me angry. I screwed up. I admit I screwed up. But I did my time, and now I'm trying to use my talents to grow businesses around these parts. Frankly, most people seem to appreciate that."
"But not the mayor."
"Not the mayor."
"Patrick, can I ask what you did that sent you to prison?"
"Fraud was the charge."
"But what exactly did you do?" He leaned forward on the rocking chair and folded his hands.
"You want to tell me why you wanted me to show you this place today?"
"To be honest, I'm trying to forget the past." He nodded and stood up, pulled out his keys, and started walking to his SUV. Then he spun around.
"Then that makes two of us."
Patrick drove me back to Tourist Town, right to my car. But before I got out, I had one more question. You mentioned that the mayor didn't appreciate you being in town, doing business here. But she wasn't the only one, was she? I'm guessing Sheriff Klein didn't approve either, did he?
So therefore I must have killed him? Is that it?
If he made your life miserable, that would certainly give you motive.
Hope, I know you're a newspaper reporter and all. At least you were. But you know as well as anyone that Ed Klein made everyone's life miserable.
Where were you the night he was killed?
Simple. I was at the bed and breakfast finishing some work.
And can anyone confirm that? His face hardened. The warmth drained away. He was angry.
Yes, Hope. The love of my life. Your old friend, Jemima Clark.
Patrick took off, and not toward his coffee shop. Maybe to one of his other businesses. Maybe to go to Jemima, or somewhere else entirely. But I'd interviewed enough people in my career that one thing was perfectly clear. Patrick Crofton was lying about something. Although I wasn't a homicide detective, I'd had plenty of opportunities to ask people what they were doing when a variety of crimes had taken place. When folks lied about their alibis, they almost always involved the people closest to them, the ones they could control. Which meant I needed to find Jemima Clark. And fast. I called Katie. She told me where Jemima's design business was, and we agreed to a girls' night out for margaritas. So, Chris will be all right watching the kids by himself? I asked. Nope, Katie said, which makes girls' night all the more fun. I found Jemima Home Studios a block south of Main Street. The small building was white, with an elegant black-lettered sign. I don't know what I expected, but definitely something more dark lipstick and boobs than the elegant showplace in front of me. I walked in to find Jemima leaning over a slick wooden table with paint swatches and carpet samples in front of her. She was clearly surprised to see me, which meant there was a decent chance Patrick hadn't spoken to her yet. Hope Walker in my design studios? To what do I owe the pleasure? Cut the crap, Jemima. There's no one to watch your performance, so whatever snooty, passive-aggressive thing you need to say, you can shove it up your oysters. She straightened and dropped her syrupy smile. Fine. Hope, what the hell are you doing here? There she was. On the night Sheriff Klein was killed, Patrick, you know your man, Patrick. I know who Patrick is. Well, Patrick told me that he spent the whole night with you at your place. You see, I'm doing my own investigation of Ed Klein's murder, and so I asked Patrick where he was that night. I shrugged, and frankly, I don't believe him. Jemima stepped forward and showed her teeth. What do you mean, you don't believe him? I think he's lying. I think he's hiding something. Did you know he was an ex-con? Of course. I don't know, Jemima. I ask him what he was doing. He tells me he's with you at your place all night. It seems awfully convenient. I'm telling you straight up, I think he's lying. Well, he's not, she growled. Patrick is correct. He came over to my place where we spent the whole night. You're sure about that? Do I stutter? Yes, I'm sure about that. Well, maybe. Just maybe I was wrong. It sure wouldn't be the first time. Don't you prefer it when we openly hate each other like this? I've actually never hated anybody more in my entire life, she said. Even more than you hated Ed Klein? She recoiled. Wait, what? You think I had reason to kill Ed Klein? Didn't you? He put your future husband in prison. I bet Sheriff Klein wasn't too happy to see Patrick back here, was he? I bet he made life difficult for him. For both of you. And you forget, I know you and you've got an awful temper. I can easily see you smashing a whiskey bottle over some guy's head. You're out of your mind. No, Jemima. As you made a point to remind me, I'm out of a job. What I am is an investigative reporter. I love finding out the truth, no matter how deep I have to dig. Especially if I have to dig. Chapter 16. Katie took a big swallow of her margarita and laughed. Then she did her best Arnold Schwarzenegger impression.
I love finding out the truth, no matter how deep I have to dig.
She squealed with laughter and took another drink. So now I sound like Arnold?
It's the only impression I do. I even use Arnold for my mom.
But seriously, you were throwing down on Jemima. Then Katie leaned forward.
You really think you're going to figure out who killed Ed Klein?
I took a sip of my own margarita. I figured after my whiskey affair to remember, Mr. Tequila and I needed to take things slowly. I was just trying to scare her. It's a great story, that's for sure.
But?
Katie asked. But I'm not a homicide detective, and I've got to find a real job.
Oh, a real job? Like the one you're interviewing for in Spokane?
On Friday.
And if you get it?
Then I'll take it. Katie's face fell.
So being back home hasn't changed anything for you?
That's not what I'm saying. It has. I'm ashamed that I was gone so long. Ashamed that I missed so much, but what would I do here? Work at the library by day and sleep above the bar by night? Katie smiled and took another drink.
Sounds glorious, doesn't it?
That made me laugh. So, Katie, Chris Rogers? I don't seem to remember there being any sparks between you and Chris in high school.
I'll save you some detective work.
There weren't sparks in high school, and there aren't any sparks now. But in between?
I wouldn't call it sparks.
I don't understand. She shrugged. Real life isn't like the movies. Would I love a guy who made a bunch of money, made me swoon when he took me into his arms and looked hot without his shirt? Hell to the yeah, but that's not my reality. Chris doesn't make you swoon? Don't you remember Chris? He was the equipment manager and the fourth best player on the chess team. He's chubby. He's not the most confident guy in the world, and he sells sprinkler equipment. Translation? Chris is a nice guy. He tries hard. The kids like him. And best of all, he puts up with me. Has he seen your feet? Yes, Hope, he's seen my feet. And he hasn't left you? My feet are not that bad. Your feet are monstrous and should never see the light of day. I heard there's a procedure where you can have socks permanently attached.
Oh, you are dead. You are so dead.
We laughed, and Katie poured herself another margarita. I looked around at the taco house. Positioned squarely between Old Hopeless and Tourist Town, the taco house was a perfect bridge. Comfortable and cheap enough for townies, but also perfect for young people who wanted inexpensive, plentiful food and drinks after a day in the backcountry or up on the slopes. Honestly, Katie, you make married life sound awful. It's not bad. Not bad at all. But I've got to admit it's harder than I expected. Husband, kids, house, bills. Bills especially. Is money tight? Tighter than my pants after burrito night, Katie cackled. But for real, with 3 kids and a house, money's always tight. Chris does okay, but it's sales, and he's still trying to find his way, and I'll be honest, some months it's gotten beyond tight. I got the part-time job with the sheriff a few years ago, but that's been hit or miss with the kids. And then when you add up all my plastic surgery... Your what?
You didn't think I could look this fabulous without a lot of work, did you?
To be honest, I just assumed you were Giselle Bündchen wearing a Katie mask. Katie held up her glass and clanked it to mine.
You get me. You really get me. But Hope, if I don't eat some real food very fast, I'm going to get really, really drunk.
Katie and I ate tacos and enchiladas and a bunch of really messy food that was terrible for me and tasted fantastic. She filled me in on the comings and goings of old classmates and the accumulated gossip that I'd missed in the last 12 years. When she finished her last taco, she wiped her mouth, took another sip of her margarita, and smiled. Wow, I wish children were as satisfying as late-night taco house food. You're terrible. No, I'm honest. Okay, so what do we have to do in order to solve this murder before you leave for that interview? That's your plan? That's my plan. Who are your suspects? Well, my first suspect is everybody. On account of everybody in town hating Ed Klein. Exactly. Everybody in town killed him, and nobody will talk. Can we safely eliminate that theory? I think so. Good, because I worked with the man, and he was terrible. Most of the time. And then, well, he could surprise you. Surprise you how? It doesn't matter. So, if it wasn't everybody, who could it be? Well, Mayor Jenkins was the first to mention Patrick Crofton, that he's served time, that Sheriff Klein put him there. Revenge can be a powerful motive. I asked him about it, and he wouldn't talk. On the one hand, he seems so normal. And hot. I notice you never call Chris hot. That's because he's not hot. He's what I would call tepid. Katie, he's your husband. Which doesn't mean I'm blind. Come on. Chris is tepid, and I'm the smoking hot trophy wife. That's how it works in our relationship. But then there's the fact that Patrick's with Jemima, which is totally not normal, except for the fact that she's hot too, I said. So that's all it is, a mutual hotness accord. Or maybe, just maybe, he actually loves her. Katie rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Stranger things and all. Whatever. So, is Patrick Crofton your guy? I have no idea. Certainly the whole thing about the sheriff made him uncomfortable. And then there's the business about the alibi. He lied. He said he was with Jemima out at his cabin all night. And like I told you, I told Jemima that Patrick said he was with her all night at her place. And she confirmed it. You investigators are tricky. You have no idea. Is Patrick Crofton your only suspect? Nope. I still think the best lead is the one you came up with. It seems Sheriff Ed Klein was having an affair. Let's say the woman in question was married, and her husband found out. I'd say that's a pretty good motive for murder. What have we figured out about this mystery woman? Only one thing, but it's pretty important. Katie leaned forward. What? It's you, Katie. The woman is you. 30 minutes later, Katie was indeed pretty drunk, and it was time to take her home to her tepid husband. Not yet, she said as I got her into my car. I must face my accuser. What are you talking about? I want to have a little talk with this Irwin. I drove us out to the Clapback Inn. I helped Katie out of the car, and we made our way into the lobby. To my delight, my boy Irwin was manning the front desk. As soon as he saw me, he stood up straighter and ran his hands through his hair. I really would have preferred he pop a breath mint instead, but a girl can only dream. If it isn't my favorite member of the Clapback Inn family. Hello, Irwin. Hello, his voice squeaked. I brought a friend who wanted to meet you. She wanted to meet me? Don't toy with me, Irwin, Katie said, picking up perfectly where I'd left off. I'm a woman, a real woman, and I do not want to be toyed with. I feel like I don't really understand what's happening here. Katie leaned over the counter. What's happening here is that my name is Katie. Katie Rogers. The lump pogoed in his throat again, and then his eyes twitched like he suddenly figured something out. Katie Rogers? But that was the name you wrote down on that piece of paper. Yes, it was. You said the woman with long dark hair and sunglasses who stayed here last Wednesday checked in as Katie Rogers. And what I want to know is this. Was it me? Was I the woman who stayed here last week? You can't remember? I've got 3 kids under the age of 5, Irwin. Sometimes I forget to bathe for weeks. No, I can't remember. He leaned back as if to get a better look at her. Then he shook his head confidently. No, it wasn't you. And how can you be so sure? Because she was taller. Katie narrowed her eyes. Are you calling me short? No, it's just the woman who stayed here was taller, more like her. Irwin pointed at me. So, Irwin, I said, now you're saying I'm the one who stayed here? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying the woman with long dark hair and sunglasses who called herself Katie Rogers was your height. I drove Katie back home and helped her inside. Chris was there to help her up the stairs. Did she have fun? he asked me. "Doesn't it look like she had fun?"
Thanks, Hope. Katie's been feeling the stress lately. She really needed this.
Stress about what?
You know, life.
"Chris, if you don't get me to the bathroom, I'm going to puke all over the stairs,"
Katie yelled. "Good night, Katie Rogers," I yelled. "And remember, don't ever show him your feet." I was driving back to Granny's when I received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. I pulled the car into a parking spot on Main Street and answered it. "Hello?"
Hope,
said a man's voice. "Yes, this is Hope. Who is this?"
it's Patrick Crofton, and we need to talk.
Chapter 17. "You know that I know you lied about your alibi." Patrick hesitated.
I talked to Jemima, so yes, I know. But Hope, I didn't kill the sheriff. I had no reason to kill him.
Revenge is a pretty good motive.
You don't understand what's going on.
Then tell me.
Not over the phone. I need to show you.
Show me what?
It's complicated. Listen, I know you and Jemima have history, but I looked you up on the internet, and you're a heck of a investigative journalist. I could use someone with your skills.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, I need to show you.
I can swing by the coffee shop in the morning.
This can't wait. I need to show you now.
Fine. Where do you want to meet?
I'm here at the bed and breakfast, working. Let me show you what's going on, and then you can decide what to do next.
But Patrick, he ended the call. Crap. I really did not want to drive out to that cabin by myself, especially not at night. But my very first boss in the biz, Earl Denton, used to say, "You go where the story leads you." And right now, it was leading me back to the scene of my nightmares. I drove slowly, my hands nervously clutching at the wheel as I followed the Highway 15 curve. Patrick driving me was one thing, but me driving myself after all these years was another thing entirely. When I reached the spot where it happened, I pulled over on the side of the road and just looked at the ditch and the Moose River behind it. I tried to picture Jimmy's face, but it had been a long time. I avoided pictures of him at all costs, and sometimes I wondered if the Jimmy I remembered ever really existed. When I felt the tears start to come, I closed my eyes and clenched my fists. He's not coming back, Hope. I opened my eyes and looked out the window at the ditch and the river one more time. He's not coming back. I returned to the highway and drove another half-mile. I slowed the car down and turned left onto the small wooden bridge. I could just make out Patrick Crofton's cabin tucked back in the trees, what I would probably always consider my cabin. I parked next to Patrick's black SUV and walked up the steps onto the wooden porch. I knocked on the door and wondered what exactly Patrick had discovered. Why was he being so secretive? And what did he think I could help him with? When Patrick didn't come, I knocked again, harder this time. "Patrick?" I yelled. "It's me, Hope." When he still didn't answer, I decided to get back to my roots. In Portland, closed doors meant something, but in hopeless Idaho, they meant next to nothing. I pushed the door open. "Patrick!" I hollered. "It's me, Hope." Off to my left was a stairway heading to the upstairs bedrooms. To the right was a parlor for sitting and reading, and from the looks of the shelves lining the wall, playing board games. I followed the hall back to the kitchen, and when I went in, I found Patrick on the floor. He had a large kitchen knife shoved into his chest, and blood pooled around his body. There were papers strewn all over the floor. At a nearby desk, the drawers were open and files scattered, and Patrick wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing. Patrick Crofton was dead. I took out my phone and dialed 911. Then I noticed the back door was wide open. I sprinted for the door and an operator's voice came on the line. 911, operator, what's your emergency? I looked out the door into the dark night. I could only see what the little bit of moonlight was lighting up, and at the moment, it wasn't much. My name is Hope Walker. I'm at the Patrick Crofton Bed and Breakfast off Highway 15, about 2 miles outside Hopeless. I went out the back door, trying to see if I could figure out what happened. What's your emergency? There's been a murder, I said. I took a left and found myself on the gravel road. I headed back toward the front of the house. What happened? I don't know. I came in his cabin a minute ago and he was dead. Are you safe? I rounded the cabin. Patrick's truck was still on the left. My car was next to it. I said, "Are you safe?" I heard the car before I saw it. It revved its engines as it came for me, a big, dark blur like a monster that had been hiding in the trees. I tried to jump up and away, but I was too late. The corner of the bumper hit me in the stomach, crushing my ribs and sending me flying until I hit the ground and tumbled. I looked up in time to see the car racing over the wooden bridge and into the night. My head got very heavy, and for the second time in my life on the banks of the Moose River, everything went dark. Chapter 18. The first time I opened my eyes, all I saw was something covering half my face. I immediately closed my eyes. I listened to the beep, beep, beep of machines, to the soft rhythmic whoosh of something over my mouth and nose. I heard voices talking, but didn't recognize them, nor could I make out what they were saying. At some point, I felt a hand. It wrapped around mine. It was a hand that I recognized. Even though it was wrinkly and rough and worn by the years, this was a hand that fit. This was a hand I knew. When I opened my eyes again, Granny and her bright blue Boise State football sweatshirt were staring at me. Her eyes lit up, then she closed them and made the sign of the cross. Granny wasn't big on regular church. She was situational about her dependence on the Almighty. "You had me worried," she said. I pointed to my face. She said a few choice words and called a nurse, who removed the oxygen mask and offered me an ice chip to wet my lips. When the nurse stepped away, I realized Granny wasn't the only one in the room. Bess stood behind her, arms folded, like the good sentinel she was. When I noticed somebody had grabbed onto my other hand, I looked to my left, and Katie sat there, eyes wet. When our eyes met, she kissed me on the cheek and then whispered in my ear, "I can't go another 12 years without my best friend, okay?" I replied the only way I knew how. "You smell like tequila." That made Katie laugh, which made me laugh, and when I did, it felt like somebody stuck a spear into my side. The pain was so acute, my eyes rolled into the back of my head, and my fingernails dug into Granny's wrist. That's when Dr. Bridges showed up and made his way past Zeke and Bess. He and Granny exchanged a greeting, then he leaned over and looked into my eyes with a penlight. "Good," he said.
"Good? Well, you took an awful fall. Your ribs are badly bruised and you hit your head, but it's just a mild concussion. Listen, Hope, I know you don't feel very good, but under the circumstances, the police would like to ask you some questions. So whenever you're up to it."
I remembered what had happened. Patrick Crofton lying in his kitchen, the car coming out of nowhere. I knew why the police wanted to talk to me, why they needed to talk to me. And when he poked his head into the hospital room, I remembered who the police were these days. Detective Kramer. He spoke to Dr. Bridges, then addressed everyone else in the room.
"I need to talk with Hope. Alone."
That obviously did not sit well with Granny. She started to curse about this or that, but Bess grabbed her and ushered her out of the room. Katie squeezed my arm and said, "I'll be out in the hall if you need me." "Go home," I said. "Are you crazy? There are children waiting for me at home. You getting yourself almost killed is like a free vacation. I'll be in the hall." When Katie closed the door, Detective Kramer grabbed her chair and took out a pad of paper and a pen. Then he did something unexpected. He put the pad down and clutched my hand and squeezed.
When I found you, I thought you were dead.
You're the one who found me? His eyes stayed locked with mine for a long moment, and then he let go of my hand and picked up his pad.
What happened?
I have no idea. When I arrived at Patrick's, he was already dead. I called 911 and ran out the back of the cabin. And then next thing I knew, a car was coming out of the trees. I tried to jump out of the way.
You got incredibly lucky.
I found my second dead guy in less than a week, and I almost got run over. I don't consider that very lucky.
You're alive. That's what I meant.
I know. I just like to hassle you.
Hope, this is serious. What were you doing out there?
Patrick called me. He said there was something he had to show me.
What did he have to show you?
I don't know.
Why you? Did you have some sort of relationship with him?
Relationship? No. I met him at Granny's funeral. Alex ran his hand through his hair.
Make me understand. Why did he call you?
He said that he thought me being an investigative reporter could be useful.
And you have no idea what he meant?
None, I said.
I know you're hurting, but none of this makes sense. He called you out of the blue to say he's got to show you something. So late at night, you drive to a secluded cabin in the woods where you find him dead and almost get killed yourself. We've got 2 dead bodies. You found both of them. And you almost got killed yourself. I am not leaving this room until I get some answers.
He looked at me with an intensity that no man had in a very, very long time. He was handsome, sure, and he was a policeman who was trying to do his job. True as well. But there was something else. And to be perfectly honest, at the moment, I didn't really want him to leave the room. I also figured he deserved some answers. I caught him lying, I said. Well, actually, I caught him and Jemima lying.
Jemima Clark? I met her briefly. Pretty, but...
She probably does have a pretty butt.
No, I didn't mean...
I know what you mean. And yes, she's pretty, but there's a whole lot of butt going on.
So what were they lying about? And what does this have to do with you almost getting killed?
I asked Patrick where he was the evening of Sheriff Klein's murder. He said he was with Jemima at his bed and breakfast. But when I saw Jemima, I told her that Patrick said they were together at Jemima's house the night of the murder. I asked her if that was true. She said yes. I asked her if she was certain, and she said she was.
He leaned forward. Why are you asking people for their alibis?
Because when I found out that Patrick Crofton had served time and that Sheriff Klein was the one who put him away, I thought maybe, just maybe, Patrick Crofton might have a reason to kill Sheriff Klein.
Let me get this straight. You asked someone that you considered a suspect for their alibi. They lied about it. And then they call you late at night and invite you to a secluded cabin in the woods so they can show you something?
Yeah, that's about it.
Detective Kramer stood and threw up his hands. How stupid can you be?
Excuse me?
You heard me. What were you thinking?
I was following a lead, and if I'd gotten there a little sooner, I could have saved his life.
No, you'd be dead too. Hope, this is a murder investigation. Actually, it's a double murder investigation. I am a murder investigator. You are not. You are civilian, and you are not going to be running your own investigation. Is that clear?
I straightened up in bed, trying to ignore the knife in my ribs. Did you just ask me if that was clear? I'm not a freaking 3-year-old, okay?
Well, you could have fooled me.
And I'm not just a civilian. I am a trained investigative reporter, and this is not my first time around the block.
You know what, Hope? You must not be a very good reporter, because the last time I checked, you had just gotten fired. Detective Kramer went to the door and looked back one more time. Stay out of my way, and out of my investigation. By the time Granny and Katie came back in, I was sitting on the edge of my bed and taking the tubes out of my body.
Hope, what in the Sam Hill are you doing?
Granny sounded like she was about to blow. I'm getting out of here. Granny, are those idiot forensics guys done with the library?
They finished today.
Good. I need you to get me into that apartment so I can rest. Katie, take my purse and my credit card. I need you to go to the store and grab some supplies for me. Katie gave me a look.
Hope, what is going on?
What's going on is I leave on Friday morning. Somebody just ran me over, and I've got a murder to solve.
No, you don't, Granny said. Like you just said somebody tried to kill you.
Well, Alex, the professional detective Kramer did something worse.
Worse than trying to kill you?
Katie was skeptical. Yeah, he pissed me off. I stood up. Granny, Katie, it's time to go. Chapter 19. Dr. Bridges flipped out when I informed him of my decision to leave the 4-star elegance of the hopeless municipal hospital.
You got run over by a car! A car!
Only part of me got run over by a car, I said. And due to my mad ninja skills, even that wasn't a direct hit. The rest of me just fell with style. I'll be honest, leaving the hospital with bruised ribs and a head that felt like meatloaf probably wasn't the best decision of my life. Every step I took felt like someone was shoving needles into my sides, and the pain caused me to stop and try to catch my breath, except every time I took more than a shallow breath, my ribs hurt even more. Granny and Bess drove me back to the library. It was the first time we'd been inside since Detective Kramer and his crew finished with the crime scene. There was no dead body in the middle of the floor, no pool of blood, but there was something else. Yellow crime scene tape on the barroom floor, outlining where Sheriff Klein's body had been.
Think it would be tacky if we left it there? Granny wondered. As a memorial to our late, not really lamented sheriff?
Are you going to give tours, too? And this is where our beloved sheriff got his skull crushed by a half-full whiskey bottle. Granny's eyes lit up.
I see we're on the same page for a change.
They helped me up the stairs and into the bed, where I took a handful of ibuprofen and collapsed. I'm not sure how long I slept, but when I finally woke up, Katie was setting up a large whiteboard on an easel.
The next time you tell me to find you a large whiteboard in Hopeless, remind me to punch myself repeatedly instead.
I sat up in bed, my ribs screaming bloody murder. How'd you find one? She handed me a warm cup of coffee from a Hopeless cup and rolled her eyes. Don't ask. You went to Patrick's store for coffee?
There was a lot of crying. I think they might have even given me this for free.
You think?
Okay, they definitely gave me this for free. But I mean, seriously. You charge people $4 for coffee that only costs a few pennies.
I took a long and incredibly satisfying sip of my coffee, and Katie clapped her hands together.
Okay, hot coffee and a large whiteboard, just as you requested.
No, something's missing. Where are your kids?
Listen, this best friend in the hospital thing is like diplomatic immunity for stay-at-home moms. Every time Chris texts me, I just say it's really serious and he probably shouldn't bother me.
Won't he be mad when he finds out it's not really that serious?
He will, but then I'll ask him if he wants to watch Ice Road Truckers tonight and he'll forget all about it.
Sounds easy. Are you kidding me? Marriage is a delicate and complicated balance of what I call the 4 marriage food groups: money, TV, food, and sex. Not enough or too much of any one group, and everything goes off the rails. I climbed off the bed and stood up, anticipating the rib pain and leaning into it accordingly. You're basically Oprah.
Basically. I've even got my own book club. We drink a lot of wine and make fun of people who read books.
You haven't changed much in the last 12 years. Katie smiled and handed me a black marker.
I wear bigger underwear. Okay, much bigger underwear. But other than that, not really. So, where do we start?
We start at the beginning. I wrote down a name in the center of the whiteboard. We start with Ed Klein. We know Ed was killed because someone bashed him in the head with a whiskey bottle in the middle of the library, I said. We don't know who killed him, and we don't know why.
But we do know that lots of people hated Sheriff Klein.
Because he was a miserable old coot who was mean as a snake. Katie put both hands on her hips.
Hope he wasn't that bad.
You keep saying that.
Well, I did work with the man,
but most people never got to see that side of him. I guess you're right. Lots of people have motives. To be mad at him, sure, but to kill him? No. To kill a man takes a special kind of reason. A real motive, like revenge or jealousy or something else. I wrote Patrick Crofton's name in one of the corners. Patrick Crofton might have wanted revenge. He spent time in prison after Sheriff Klein busted him for fraud. He came back to Hopeless after that. We can only imagine how Sheriff Klein made him feel. And Patrick? Revenge is very plausible.
And then there's that other motive, Katie said. Jealousy.
Right, the woman he was seeing. You noticed Sheriff Klein beginning to change. You suspected he was in love. You followed him to the Clapback Inn, where you took a picture of him with a woman who had long dark hair and sunglasses. And even though the woman signed your name, she was taller than you.
And we don't believe this woman just coincidentally chose my name as her alias, do we?
I don't think so. You worked with Sheriff Klein. You had a special relationship with him. If the woman signed your name, I think it's safe to say she got your name from Ed, or possibly because she knows you.
And if a jealous boyfriend or husband found out his girl was having an affair with the sheriff, that would certainly be a motive.
But what would be the connection between his affair and Patrick Crofton? I asked.
Does there have to be a connection?
Are you kidding me? It's not like Hopeless is the murder capital of the world. 2 dead bodies in 3 days? I'm betting there's a connection. We stared at the board for another few minutes. Then I had a very, very weird thought. You know who's around my height?
Probably 30% of the female population.
No, specifically. Jemima Clark. We're the same height.
What are you saying?
Katie asked. What if the connection between the sheriff and Patrick Crofton isn't about revenge? Maybe the connection is jealousy. What if the woman seeing Sheriff Klein was Jemima Clark? Katie arched an eyebrow. Jemima and Sheriff Klein? You can't be serious. I'll grant you it's weird, but hear me out. As much as we hate her, she is gorgeous, and I'm sure she could make an older man feel young again.
But why would Jemima go for an old coot like Sheriff Klein when she's got a hot guy like Patrick Crofton?
Because for women, it's not mostly about sex, is it? It's usually about something else. And what did Sheriff Klein have, especially in this town, that Patrick didn't have? Power. Katie scratched her head. Assuming you're right, Jemima has an affair with Sheriff Klein, Patrick Crofton finds out, confronts Sheriff Klein at the library, hits him over the head, and kills him? But then, who killed Patrick? Let's think about it. I caught Patrick and Jemima in a lie about their alibi for the night Sheriff Klein was killed. Maybe that's when Jemima's suspicions were confirmed. Maybe that's when she knew her fiancé must have killed the sheriff. Patrick calls me and tells me that he wants to show me something, but maybe he was luring me to the cabin so he could shut me up. Meanwhile, Jemima gets to the cabin minutes before I do and confronts Patrick with the truth. What Jemima cares about more than anything is her image, and nothing would ruin her image faster than being engaged to a murderer.
Okay,
So she goes up to the cabin and says, "Patrick, tell me the truth. Did you do it?" And he says, "I found out about you and the sheriff." And she says, "I was only doing it for you, to make sure he stopped harassing you. How could you do this?" She flips out, they go into a struggle, she grabs the nearest thing she can find, and bam, she shoves a knife in his chest. Katie moved her hands excitedly. Jemima hears a car pull up and heads out the back door where her car is parked. She climbs in and waits. And when she sees her chance, she tries to run you over with her car, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She gets rid of a witness and a girl she's hated her entire life. I scratched my chin. As crazy as that sounds, it could just be the truth. "Do you think we should tell Detective Kramer about our theory?" Katie asked. "Are you out of your mind?" He said under no circumstances was I to investigate this murder. Of course, I have no intention of listening to him, but it's not like I'm going to broadcast what I'm doing, because what I'm going to do is solve this thing first, no matter how much it hurts to breathe or do practically anything right now. Come on, it's time to visit an old friend. Chapter 20. "Since when is Jemima Clark an old friend?" Katie whispered. We were standing inside of Jemima's design studio, Katie holding a box of donuts, while we waited for the next person in line to finish giving her condolences. Since she just lost the love of her life and is grieving, the least we can do is give her a shoulder to cry on, and maybe ask her a couple of questions. "You do realize she's probably going to throw these donuts in the trash. It will be $10 well spent. It makes it look like we're actually sincere." "I don't care about the money. I just feel bad for the donuts. You wouldn't leave a sports car in the garage all year, would you?" And the connection to "a donut should not go uneaten. I think it was Aristotle who said it first. Natural law and all that." Katie Rogers, the donut philosopher. I've definitely been called worse. The couple in front of us gave Jemima a hug, and then it was our turn. Jemima blotted her eyes with a tissue, and then she saw us. Her face went from grief to outrage instantly. "What are you two doing here?" Katie led with the donuts. "We thought you might be hungry." "For donuts? I'd have to do elliptical for 3 hours to work off all that fat." "Jemima," I said, "we just wanted you to know we're sorry for your loss." "My loss? My loss?" She locked eyes with me. "You have some nerve to talk about my loss. I heard you were with him last night." "With him? I found his body, if that's what you mean. And then I got hit by a car and stuck in the hospital." "You got hit by a car, but my Patrick's the one who's dead, and you're standing in front of me. Why were you even there last night, Hope?" "Because he called me and said he had something to show me." "Something to show you?" "That's right. He wouldn't explain over the phone, but he did say that he found out I was an investigative reporter, and he thought I might be able to help." "So just like that, at 11 o'clock at night, you go out to the cabin of a guy you barely know?" "What can I say? I follow a story where it leads." Jemima stuck one hand on her hip. "I'm guessing it didn't hurt that he was gorgeous and that he was mine." "I assure you that had nothing to do with it. Listen, Jemima, I know you don't believe me, but losing someone you love? I actually know what you're going through. And I wanted to say that I'm sorry for your loss." "You're right. I really don't believe you." She dropped the box of donuts on the floor and stomped on them with the heel of her boot. "So why don't you tell me what you're really doing here?" Most people with class, or at least a semblance of decency, would have reiterated their sorrow and left the grieving woman in peace. Thankfully, I was raised by Granny, so I didn't have the same sense of decency as most people. And at that moment, I didn't think I could trick Jemima into anything, so I figured the direct approach was best. "Jemima Clark, were you seeing Sheriff Klein?" Her mouth opened slightly and her eyes widened. I knew that look. And I didn't care what she had to say after that. I got her. "How could you possibly know that?" "So you admit it?" I don't see why it matters now, so yes, of course I admit it. Katie and I exchanged a confused look. I didn't anticipate it being that easy. Why do you care so much about this? Jemima asked. A grumpy old fart like Ed Klein sure wouldn't know what to do, so I showed him. I'm sorry? It happens a lot. It does? All the time. People have been married a long time. The wife gets bored, and the husband thinks maybe it's time for a little change. Katie and I shared shocked looks. I can't believe you're being so casual about this, I said. It's people like you who are the problem. We have to take the stigma away. Once we do, people will be a lot less resistant to change, and I think you'll see a lot more happy couples. I know my clients are satisfied. Your clients? Jesus, Jemima, what are you into? I guess it's easier to say what I'm not into. That Joanna Gaines from Fixer Upper, what a joke. Her idea of exciting is an all-white kitchen, a couple of natural wood beams, and recessed lighting. I prefer something more elegant and much more sublime. Wait, what does Joanna from Fixer Upper have to do with you sleeping with Sheriff Klein? Jemima shrieked in horror and grabbed her hair. Sleeping with Sheriff Klein? We've been talking about your affair with the sheriff, right? She actually started to dry heave right then and there. Then she looked up, her face still a mask of abject horror. How could you possibly think that I would be in a relationship with Sheriff Klein? Because you just said you were. No, he was my client. I was doing design work for him and his wife. His wife was bored with their house, and he decided to put a design plan together with me in secret and then surprise her for their anniversary. It actually happens more than you think. So that's it? He hired you to do interior decorating for his wife? Well, not exactly hired me, Jemima said, so much as I owed him a favor and he called it in. Why did you owe him a favor? I'm not really at liberty. Patrick didn't want it getting out. Jemima, both Patrick and the sheriff are dead, so now's not the time for secrets. Fine. I don't think it was that big of a deal, but Patrick got embarrassed. A while back, Sheriff Klein helped him out, and I let the sheriff know that I'd be happy to do some free design work for him as my way of saying thank you. Wait, I thought Patrick and the sheriff hated each other. No? Well, I mean, they did. The sheriff busted Patrick and sent him away, but then he came back and talked to the DA about reducing Patrick's sentence. Why would he do that? I have no idea, and I didn't care. I was just thankful he did. Jemima's eyes got bigger. Listen, if you thought I was sleeping with Ed Klein, who did you think murdered Patrick? Well, I hadn't actually put all the pieces. Wait, you thought it was me? Why, of all the low-down, dirty... Listen up, Hope Walker. I loved that man, and he loved me. I have no idea who killed the sheriff, and I sure as shooting don't know who killed Patrick, and I have no idea how they could be connected. But I'll tell you this. Patrick served his time, and he got a second chance. The sheriff didn't hold it against him, and most people in Hopeless don't either. Most people? There's only one person who's made trouble for Patrick since the day he returned. You want to find someone who hated Patrick Crofton? Look no further than our mayor, Wilma Jenkins. Chapter 21. I can't believe it, I said as we drove away from Jemima's design studio. I can't either. 12 innocent donuts gone too soon. They didn't even have a chance. Do you think we could go back after she leaves for the night? To get the box of crushed donuts? Never leave a man behind, Hope. Never leave a man behind. Katie's pocket buzzed, and she pulled her phone out to read her texts. Oh, crap. What is it? If I'm reading this right, Lucy stuffed an entire roll of toilet paper into the toilet after she did her business, and now the bathroom's flooded, and Dominic kicked one of his cowboy boots through the living room window? That's terrible. Yes, terrible, expensive, And a pretty normal week at our house, unfortunately. Sounds like Chris needs some help. Yes, he does. Too bad I'm not giving it to him just yet. Time to let him squirm. Seriously? Katie just laughed. Listen, Katie, I don't know how to ask this, but are you and Chris, are you guys happy? When you've got 3 kids under the age of 5, happiness is a moving target. But are you? For real? Yeah, for real. Some days I'm not. The stress of it all can be overwhelming. Like, I never understood why my mom always looked pissed, and now I do. I thought I'm gonna get married and have a big, crazy family. I thought it would be kooky, like a sitcom. But most days it's just hard. Like, way harder than I thought it would be. And Chris? She made a face. Is he a good dad? I asked. Yeah, he is. He tries. And a good husband? I think so. What do you mean, you think so? Like, I had some romantic notion of what a perfect husband might be, and he checks off almost none of the boxes. He works, but not super hard. He makes money, but not quite enough. He buys me flowers on my birthday and anniversary, but he doesn't make my heart thump. But is he ever mean to you? Chris, are you kidding me? He's the nicest guy in the world. He'd never say anything mean to me. So he's consented to having 3 kids in 5 years, is gainfully employed, showers every day, and is always nice to you? I call that a win. Katie smiled a faint smile. It is a win. It totally is. And sometimes I feel like a total jerk because most days, to tell you the truth, I just want more. But that's enough of me being all vulnerable. Time to turn the tables. Uh-oh. You're darned right, uh-oh. So let's get to it. The 12 years gone? Not okay. And saying you're sorry, while necessary, doesn't really cut it. You need to explain yourself. And it's gotta be more than, it was hard. Do I really sound like Arnold? I told you, it's the only imitation I have. Listen, Katie, I don't know what to tell you. Clearly. So, how about whatever is inside of you that hurts and scares the piss out of you? How about you just tell me that? God, you are such a pain in the butt, I said. Yeah, I am. But in the way only someone who's known you your entire life can be. Here's my question for you. Why did you go to a strange man's cabin at 11 at night? Cabin that just happens to be half a mile from the most traumatic moment of your life. A moment so bad that you left your home and your best friend and haven't been back for 12 years. I knew what to say. I just didn't know how to say it. Katie threw her hands in the air. You are such a chicken. So do I have to do all the talking? Fine. Do you know how many times in that 12 years I wanted to talk to you? I'm glad you want to know about my marriage and children now, but where were you before my wedding, when I was freaking out about whether or not this was the guy I should marry? Or how about on my wedding day, when you should have been holding up my gown while I used the toilet and making sure I didn't drink too much at the reception? And newsflash, I drank too much at the reception. And when I got pregnant and was scared out of my mind, where were you then? And how about when I had to push that 10-pound gourd out? How about then? The fact is, you weren't there because you ran away and you hid, and you never even gave me a chance to help you. And I would have helped you because that's what best friends do. And in return, I could have told you about how breastfeeding is both the most awesome and the worst thing in the world. But mostly the worst because your boobs get huge, but mostly in a bad way, except your husband thinks it's a good way until they suddenly get super duper huge, and then he runs from the room screaming, I needed you, Hope. And I'm guessing you needed me too. But the thing that hurts the worst is maybe, just maybe, you did fine all by yourself. Maybe you didn't need me after all. We drove for a long time. My chest thumped and my throat felt like a rag was stuck inside. Guess how many dates I've been on in the last 12 years? Seriously? I just poured my heart out to you and that's the first thing you say? Just guess. Fine, I don't know. 20, 30, 50? I shook my head. 0. 0? Is that some kind of typo? Nope. 0. Nada, not one. Hope Walker, how is that even possible? You're 31, you're skinny and gorgeous, you're a big-shot reporter, and you're a hell of a writer. You read my stories? All of them, you big turd ball, every single one. And you are, you know that. You're a great writer. But my question remains, how is that possible? There's something I never told you. I never told anyone. Not Granny, not you. Hell, I've never even said it out loud. What? It's about the night Jimmy died. It's about the accident. Hope, what is it? Katie's phone buzzed again. The text read, emergency. Katie immediately called, and Chris was screaming. He stuck a fishhook in my hand! The little heathen stuck a fishhook in my hand! Katie looked at me. I probably should have told Chris about Dominic's love affair with fishhooks. This has happened before? Am I a bad parent if I say yes? You're a bad wife if you don't go home right now. Chapter 22. Katie insisted that she didn't need my help with the fishhook situation. She wanted me to do something else instead. Go find that killer. But I was all out of fresh leads. Where I should turn next seemed obvious. To a real, bona fide newsman. Earl Denton's grandfather, Stanley, started the Hopeless News when he was only 21 years old. I worked there throughout high school, and when I decided to leave, Earl wasn't happy about it. But he gave me one piece of advice that has guided my career ever since. Everybody lies about something. And so, as I entered the small building that was still the home of the Hopeless News after all these years, I very much hoped that Earl could shed some light on who exactly was lying about what. The old printing press was humming away in the back, where Earl was kicking at something and muttering some combination of frick, frack, and crackerjack. Years ago, Earl's wife was disturbed at the profuseness of his profanity. She gave him an ultimatum: clean up your language or you'll spend the rest of your life sleeping on the couch. Earl cleaned up his language. Sort of. He replaced his old 4-letter words with an entirely new language of homegrown curse words. When he saw me, he smiled and waved me to the back. Earl was tall, with slightly stooped shoulders, and still wearing the uniform he'd worn for so many years, a light blue cardigan that was too long. He still had a nice thick head of hair, though nowadays it was almost all white. Large, thick glasses perched precariously at the end of his large, round nose, but he still had a twinkle in his eyes.
Never get tired of the smell, do you?
He took a big whiff, and his eyes crinkled with pride at the printing room where the Hopeless News had been produced for over 100 years. The days of old-fashioned printing presses were long gone at a big city paper like the Portland News-Gazette. Everything had been converted to digital processes, and though the printing building at the News-Gazette was huge and there was still plenty of noise, Earl was right. It didn't have that old familiar smell. You could start using deodorant. Earl frowned.
I was talking about the
ink. I know you were.
Okay, smart Alec. What's my prize pupil doing here? You need a job?
You can't afford me.
That's assuming I'd take you.
You're saying you wouldn't?
I'm a one-man show, and I do just fine.
And now that we've got 2 murders in the last week, I feel like a new man.
That's why I'm here. I'm curious as to how you're covering it. His eyes danced.
You're working the story?
Maybe, maybe not. He picked up his coffee cup.
I think it's time we sit down with Jim.
I followed him out of the printing room, through the small newsroom, and into the office that had seen 3 generations of Dentons covering the news for the people of Hopeless. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. Jim Beam whiskey. He poured us both a glass, handed me one, and held up the other.
Now that Hope Walker, Jim Beam, and Earl Denton are present, I declare this meeting of the Hopeless News to officially begin.
He smiled and clanked his glass with mine. I'll admit, drinking straight whiskey in the middle of the day wasn't exactly the way I rolled. Except for fake funerals, that is. But at the moment, I was also rolling with a bruised rib, and though the whiskey burned when it hit the back of my throat, I was happy with how it would make me feel in a few minutes.
I still can't believe that horse's rear end, Henry Novak, won't run your story.
Granny told you? Earl just nodded. He's afraid of his owner, and his owner's afraid of getting sued, I said. Then I had an idea. You know, Earl, you should just run it.
And risk getting sued by the Medola crime family? Fat chance! I'd need a taped confession of guilt and the indictment in hand before I'd run that story.
But you just called Henry Novak a horse's rear end. Earl took another sip of his whiskey.
There's a big difference between the Portland News-Gazette and the Hopeless News, most notably their size. And with their size and their assets, they should be in a better position to stand up to the Tommy Medolas of the world. Me? I'd be out of business before his lawyer got done printing out the forms. You got anything else lined up?
An interview with the editor in Spokane, Doris Mahoney.
I hear she's tough.
She sounds tough. So, Earl, what do you think happened?
What do I think happened, or how am I covering the story?
Earl Denton was an old-timer, and he kept to a very strict code of journalism. He only printed facts, verifiable facts, and in the world of ever-growing fake news and claims of fake news, Earl's approach wasn't about to change. Both. He shrugged.
Detective Kramer, he's definitely doing his best to keep a lid on his investigation. The facts as we know them are few. Sheriff Ed Klein found dead in the middle of the library by one Hope Walker. Dr. Bridges concludes he died from blunt force trauma to head.
Time of death?
Between 1 and 3 a.m.
Any prints on the whiskey bottle? I asked.
Wiped clean.
How do you know that, if Detective Kramer's kept a tight lid on everything?
He slipped. I suspect he won't slip again. And then there's Patrick Crofton, found stabbed in his cabin. Again by you. And when the police and ambulance got there, they found one dead body and one injured body. The same Hope Walker had been hit by a car and was taken to the hospital, where her injuries were determined to be minor, and apparently she was released shortly thereafter.
That's all in the paper?
Some of it I'm just learning now. Why are you out? Why aren't you resting in the peaceful confines of that hospital bed?
Detective Kramer made me mad.
What'd he do?
He told me to stop my investigation. Earl slapped the desk.
Stubborn pain in the rear, Hope Walker. That's the girl I remember. So your response to being told you can't investigate is to
rip the tubes from my body and go home and continue my investigation no matter how much it hurts? Earl, what do you think happened? He tapped on the desk.
You know that's not how this works.
You first.
Newspaper people were always hesitant to share information. It was in our DNA. We needed to protect our scoop. Earl swirled the whiskey around his glass and took another long sip.
Don't worry, Jim and I will wait.
I haven't really had much time.
Spill it, Hope. What do you know?
Okay, but you cannot, I repeat, cannot. Earl held up his hand.
Stop right there, young lady. I think you forget which of us came in here today looking for information. Don't be lecturing me on how this works.
Ed Klein was having an affair. That straightened him up.
Impossible!
A man cheating on his wife is impossible?
Not a man,
said Earl.
Ed Klein.
You're really that naive? Do you have any idea how often married men flirt with me?
That's what you young folks call a humble brag, isn't it?
No, Earl, it's not. It's just a fact. Usually a very creepy fact.
But Ed Klein, Sheriff Klein, was he grumpy and miserable? Sure. But a cheater? I don't buy it.
I've seen the evidence. Paper trail, photograph. Listen, I'm not passing judgment on the guy. Maybe Margaret, a woman everyone thinks is a saint, is really Dr. Evil. Or maybe, just maybe, Sheriff Klein got bored and he did what countless other men have done. He succumbed to temptation. It wouldn't be the first time in history. Earl swirled his glass around again.
You're thinking jealousy?
It's the oldest motive in the world. Earl sleeps with a woman. That woman's husband finds out, and then they argue, and bam, he hits Ed with a whiskey bottle.
Who's the woman?
No idea, I said.
And how exactly does Patrick Crofton fit into this?
I'm not sure. At first, I suspected Patrick because he's an ex-con. Sheriff Klein was the one who put him in jail, and, well, I can't imagine Sheriff Klein being that happy he was back.
Not true,
Earl said. What do you mean, not true?
I saw them around town a few times. Looked like they got along just fine. In fact, I'd say they were
friendly?
Well, this is Ed Klein we're talking about. No, friendly is not the word.
He shook his head.
It was more like they had business with each other.
Business?
That's not the right word either. It looked like they had something they were working on, discussing.
What? Earl shrugged.
I don't have the foggiest.
For a while, I wondered if Jemima might have been the one sleeping with Sheriff Klein. Earl laughed. When he saw I wasn't laughing with him, his face changed.
Wait, you're serious?
I figured maybe she was trying to get something from him. Patrick finds out, kills him.
So who kills Patrick?
Maybe Jemima? Here's the thing. I caught Patrick and Jemima lying about their alibis for the night of Sheriff Klein's death, but I think it was Patrick who lied. Jemima was just covering up. And after I talked to her and she realized Patrick was lying, maybe she figured it out. She went out to his cabin to confront him. They got into an argument, and boom, she stabbed him.
And then she tried to run you over.
She has always hated me.
You don't sound convinced.
I'm not, I admitted. Now, normally, I'd be the first one to doubt that Jemima's capable of actually loving anything but her own reflection. But talking to her, I don't know. I think she really might have loved that guy.
But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, Hope. Remember those crimes of passion Detective Kramer mentioned? Let's say Jemima loved Patrick. And like you said, she was seeing the sheriff to help Patrick in some way, as weird as that sounds. Then she figures out Patrick killed the sheriff and ruined everything, and she loses it on the man she loves.
I guess, but...
It doesn't fit,
Earl said while shaking his head. I don't think so either. I've shared mine. What have you got?
Well, since I didn't know that little detail about the affair, I didn't go down that particular rabbit hole.
Who do you think did it?
Killed Sheriff Klein? Could have been anybody. That grumpy Gus has ticked off a lot of people in his life. A lot. All it takes is one argument, and somebody grabs a bottle and swings it, and bam!
Who do you think did it?
Honestly, I think you're a pretty good suspect.
I spit my whiskey out. You're not serious.
Hope, all personal feelings aside, I gotta look at this like a newsman. And as a newsman, I like to keep things simple.
Earl pointed to a poster that had been on the wall of his office as long as I'd known him.
All things being equal, the simplest solution tends to be the best. William of Ockham.
Occam's razor?
Think about it, Hope. Everyone in town knows that you and Sheriff Klein fought like cats and dogs. Finally, after 12 years, you come home and he serves you with unpaid speeding tickets. That had to make you mad.
But Earl!
You'd also just lost your job, your dream job, and then you were drinking all day. My Occam's razor theory of what happened? You passed out in that apartment above the library. You woke up. You came down. Sheriff Klein is in there. The two of you get into an argument. You're drunk and angry. So you hit him over the head with the whiskey bottle. You don't mean to kill him, but you do. You don't know what to do, so you leave the body, close up the library, and in the morning, you call Granny.
And in this theory, did I also kill Patrick Crofton?
Indeed. My guess is Patrick saw you and the sheriff arguing. You had to shut him up.
Earl tapped his fingers against his glass.
You've got to admit it's compelling. And if I thought of it, that Detective Kramer's thought of it as well.
Then how do you explain the car that ran over me and put me in the hospital?
I can't. And I'm guessing Detective Kramer can't either, which is probably the #1 reason he hasn't arrested you yet.
Do you really think I did it?
Hope, I said that you killing those two gentlemen is the simplest explanation. That's different from saying it's the correct explanation.
If you were looking for a suspect other than me, who would you look at? He smiled, then shoveled through the papers on his desk and retrieved a brown folder. He handed it to me, and his smile went away.
I'd look at her.
Chapter 23. I studied the photo on the first page of the file and glanced back up at Earl. Mayor Jenkins? You think Mayor Jenkins might have killed Sheriff Klein?
You were asking about other suspects, and when it comes to Wilma Jenkins, I'd say she's pretty suspect.
What do you mean?
Everything I know is right there in the file.
But if you were going to summarize,
then I'd tell you that Wilma Jenkins might be the most ambitious human being I've ever met, that she has a particular vision for the future of Hopeless, and that vision will almost certainly result in her becoming obscenely wealthy, and I'm pretty sure Sheriff Klein was in her way.
What are you talking about?
In the time you've been gone, Wilma Jenkins has built herself a bit of a real estate empire, and for the last 5 years she's also been the mayor. It would appear she's got everything anyone could want, but as I said, Wilma's ambitious. She wants more. The biggest problem with her real estate empire is, well, our town. It's still relatively inexpensive to live here, because Hopeless is a bit of a hidden gem.
I'd call it more of an acquired taste.
Tomato, tomato. That's why she wants to change the town's name, change our image. If we were more like Park City, Utah, or Sun Valley, Idaho, Wilma Jenkins' real estate empire would suddenly become a lot more valuable.
And she thinks changing the town's name is going to make that happen?
She thinks it's one piece of the puzzle. And to her credit as mayor, she's worked tirelessly to bring new development to our area. Nobody could falter on that.
What could they falter on?
The other piece of her puzzle.
Earl thumbed through the file and came up with some kind of illustrated brochure. On the bottom right was a stamp that said, Top Secret, and across the top it said Sawtooth Mountain Ski Resort. Sawtooth Mountain Ski Resort? I asked.
According to that document, they call it Sawtooth Mountain for short.
Never heard of it.
Well, if Wilma Jenkins has her way, you will.
Where is it? Earl gave me a look, and then spread his hands.
It's all around us.
I don't follow.
Hope. Sawtooth Mountain is the resort. Wilma Jenkins is trying to start right here. She wants to turn Hopeless into the next Sun Valley, even bigger, by building a world-class ski resort right up there on the other side of Moose Mountain.
But that side's nothing but wilderness and cabins.
Not if Wilma has her way. She's going to get rid of all those cabins, take out most of the trees, and build ski slopes and fancy hotels.
But there are dozens and dozens of cabins on that side of the mountain. I can't imagine them all selling out.
That's where things get interesting. Nobody knows about it.
Now I really don't understand. What's the brochure for?
Notice the top secret tag. I'm not supposed to have this, but stuff finds its way to the newsroom. Showed up in an envelope in my mailbox one day, so I started digging.
And what did you find?
Mayor Jenkins. That's what I found.
Care to elaborate?
I talked to a few of the people living in the cabins on that side of the mountain. I didn't give away too much, just wondering if they'd heard about any new development going on. I talked to 6 different homeowners, and the responses I got were eerily similar. The answer was no, but they had been contacted by a real estate company interested in buying their cabins for a premium.
Wilma Jenkins' real estate company?
Not exactly. I was given the names of 3 different companies, none of which I'd ever heard of. Did some searching online, and was able to find only minimal information. I contacted an old friend at the state office. She did some searching and found that each company was actually owned by a 4th company. Yellow Palms LLC.
And are you going to tell me that Yellow Palms LLC is owned by Wilma Jenkins?
No, I'm going to tell you that Yellow Palms is owned by Wilma Jenkins and a company from Las Vegas called Blue Sky Development.
Las Vegas?
Yeah.
And who owns Blue Sky Development?
That's the thing. According to my friend at the state, nobody knows.
Okay, I'll admit it, that's weird. Wilma Jenkins already has a real estate company, so why not just use that? Earl narrowed his eyes.
Exactly.
But how does this make her a suspect in Sheriff Klein's death?
Here's how. I thought what I'd found was fishy enough that it was time to share it with Sheriff Klein. I met him 2 weeks ago and showed him the envelope and the file I'd put together. He scratched his chin and said I figured you were the right guy to send it to. Then he walked away.
Sheriff Klein was the one who sent you the brochure?
Yup.
Earl, what's going on?
I don't really know, but I know there's a story in there, and maybe it's what got Ed Klein killed.
Wait a second, Earl. Patrick Crofton, his cabin, it's on that side of the mountain, too.
And maybe it's also what got Patrick killed.
Earl had visited with some homeowners, made some calls, and even checked with Sheriff. He was working the story. But he was also being careful. If there was anything I learned from my time as an investigative reporter, it's that sometimes being careful isn't the right approach. That's what led me to the front door of Jenkins Real Estate 5 minutes after I left Earl and the hopeless news. I didn't want to think about what this all might mean. I wanted to shake the tree and see what might fall out. And when I opened the door, the particular tree I was seeing was coming out of her office. Mayor Jenkins. She had her cell phone propped between her shoulder and ear while she signed something for her secretary. When she noticed me, she gave me a smile and waved. She finished up her call and joined me, sticking out her hand like it was a weapon. Hope Walker, what a nice surprise! Don't tell me you're thinking of staying long-term. That's it. That's got to be it. Are you thinking of renting or buying? This is the right time to do it, Hope. I'm telling you, this is the right time to buy and invest. I see this whole market going up, up, and away. No, Wilma, I'm not looking to buy. Her face went down just a bit. At least, not quite yet. And her smile returned. What can I do for you? It's a bit delicate. Okay, I can do delicate. I'm not exactly sure how to say it. But when I was in high school, the house I loved most in the world was this old log cabin off Highway 15. And it just so happens that this cabin is the same cabin that Patrick Crofton bought and was restoring as a bed and breakfast. Wilma frowned. And now Patrick is dead. Exactly. As near as I can tell, he didn't have any heirs. And you want to know what will happen to his property. I am a little curious, but what with me finding the body and all, it could look a little tacky. Even worse than tacky, Wilma said. It might look like you had a motive to kill him. You see my predicament? I do, but I'm a little unclear as to what you'd like me to do. We're just a real estate firm. Wilma, I was wondering if there might be some way, some firm or company that handles this kind of thing, discreetly. I'm not sure I follow. Well, for instance, Wilma, how about Yellow Palms LLC? Would Yellow Palms be the kind of company that could make this sort of inquiry for me? The color drained from her face. Her interest was gone. Her face hardened. I don't know what you're talking about. Yellow Palms, the company you own. You and that company from Las Vegas. Wilma's eyes narrowed, her lips pursed, and her nostrils flared. Just what kind of game are you playing here? That's sort of the question I wanted to ask you. Trust me, young lady, you've been gone far too long, and you are way, way out of your depth. Mayor Jenkins, I've dealt with people far, far scarier than you, and in case you didn't know, that's exactly the kind of thing criminals say. Watch it. Don't worry, Mayor. I will. I most definitely will. I gave Mayor Jenkins just a little bit of a wink, then walked to the door. I could feel her eyes boring through the back of my head. I spun around for the parting shot. By the way, Mayor, where were you the night Sheriff Klein was killed? You've got to be kidding me. No, it's a reasonable question. The kind that innocent people never have a problem answering. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Someone who doesn't sound very innocent right now. I was at home. You realize that in the middle of the night, most people are at home. Goodbye, Mayor Jenkins. And let me know if you hear anything about that cabin. Chapter 24. I spent the rest of the day going through Earl Denton's file on Mayor Jenkins, and a pretty clear picture was emerging. Wilma Jenkins was trying to quietly buy up the properties on what locals called the tree side of Moose Mountain. After her shadow businesses gobbled them all up, she and some investors were going to bulldoze the cabins, clear-cut much of the old growth at the base of the mountain, and build a luxury ski resort called Sawtooth Mountain. And if she could also convince the citizens of Hopeless to change their name to Delightful? Earl Denton was right. Wilma Jenkins was ambitious. She didn't just want to be the most powerful person in Hopeless. She wanted to completely reshape the town and become filthy, stinking rich in the process. What she was doing was sneaky and maybe a bit ruthless, but I wasn't sure it was illegal. But one thing was clear. She and Sheriff Klein didn't see eye to eye. Earl Denton had notes from over a dozen public meetings of the city board over the last 18 months. The members of the board were Mayor Jenkins, Dean Lomax, Sheriff Klein, Todd Hamilton, whose family owned the Hamilton Mill outside of town, and Gloria Bendon, the superintendent of Hopeless Schools. And from Earl's notes, a picture began to emerge. Mayor Jenkins and Sheriff Klein butted heads on a variety of issues about Hopeless and its future. In the last 3 months, 2 of the meetings had resulted in shouting matches. Something else was clear. Mayor Jenkins had been on the losing end of several 3-2 decisions, and the sides were almost always the same. Sheriff Klein, Mr. Hamilton, and Superintendent Bendon on one side, and Mayor Jenkins and Dean Lomax on the other. I thought back to how close the two were getting after dinner at Granny's the other night. Dean Lomax might be a notorious bachelor, but Mayor Jenkins was married. And it made me wonder. I picked up the next batch of notes from a meeting just 2 weeks ago, but this one was different from the others. All Earl wrote was, "Closed to the public." I called Earl at his house to see if he knew anything about the actual meeting.
I went to the city building on the 3rd Wednesday of the month to cover the board meeting like I usually do, but when I got there, Dean Lomax told me that Mayor Jenkins had requested a private meeting.
Does that happen a lot?
Back in the day, sometimes, but I'd never seen Wilma Jenkins request a private meeting before.
And do you know what was discussed? I asked.
I meant to follow up with Sheriff Klein, but, well, with him
being dead and all?
Precisely.
Okay. Thanks, Earl.
I guess I'll see you at the funeral tomorrow. You've had a long week. You should probably get some rest.
I will. But I have another phone call to make first. I dialed a Portland number and only had to wait 1 ring before it was answered.
Hope, is that you?
In the flesh, Darwin. I've got a rush job for you. Darwin was the best researcher I knew. By day, he was an IT guy at the News-Gazette, but he also was a brilliant researcher who had a way of finding needles inside digital haystacks.
You got fired.
I did.
And you never said goodbye.
Because I was already in Idaho when Henry told me. Are you going to help me or not?
The last time I helped you, you promised to be my best friend.
And what do you call this?
I call this you asking me for another favor.
Darwin, I am 100% not even messing with you. If you help me this time, then I will not only be your best friend, I'll be your girlfriend.
You're messing with me.
I'm serious, Darwin. I'll wear makeup around you, possibly shower. We can go for long drives, hold hands at work. I can cut your sandwiches into cute little shapes and leave love notes in your lunchbox.
That's what girlfriends do. I've never had a girlfriend before.
Well, do this favor for me and you've got yourself a girlfriend.
It really sounds like you're messing with me.
Darwin, are you going to help me or not? His silence on the other end worried me. But finally, I heard him sigh.
Fine, Hope. What do you need?
A company called Blue Sky Development. They're out of Las Vegas. I need to know who owns it. Unlike Granny's fake funeral at the bar, Sheriff Klein's real funeral was a dignified and solemn affair at the Methodist Church. And even though most people in Hopeless couldn't stand the guy, just about everyone showed up to pay their respects. Because in a small town, that's just what you do. I washed the dress I'd worn to Granny's funeral, took a shower, kept the Cheeto dust to a minimum, and avoided hooker lipstick. I felt downright regal. And to Pastor Leaf's credit, Sheriff Klein's funeral was a stately affair. Members of Boy Scout Troop 439 served as pallbearers. Margaret Klein laid a wreath of flowers on her husband's casket. Pastor Leaf spoke about honor and duty and a boy named Eddie who dreamed of one day being a sheriff. At the cemetery, an old bugle player wearing his National Guard uniform played a heart-wrenching version of Taps. Afterward, all of Hopeless descended on the Methodist Church's social hall, where Buck had agreed to serve a funeral buffet to the people celebrating Ed's life. Granny brought the drinks. Katie and I were halfway through our bottles of Stella when I noticed Mayor Jenkins and Dean Lomax were, once again, up in each other's business, far too close together. And was it necessary for the mayor to whisper in his ear? "I think they're having an affair," I said to Katie. "This isn't the third grade, Hope. A boy and a girl can talk without it being a major event." I looked around the room for Wilma's husband and saw him bellied up to the buffet, grabbing himself a heaping plate of sausage and eggs and making some sort of breakfast burrito. When I turned back, Wilma was gone and Dean Lomax was sipping a glass of red wine. I decided that was my chance. "Excuse me, Miss Rogers, time for me to get my investigative reporter on." Katie rolled her eyes until she saw Dominic chasing Lucy with a butter knife and ran after them. "Don't tell me you're actually drinking Granny's $2 chuck." Dean Lomax gave me a withering look.
"I would rather eat mouse droppings and pig dung, which is what experts have concluded $2 chuck is derived from."
I side-eyed his wine glass.
"Yes, I brought my own wine. To a funeral, I admit it."
"That's a bold move, Dean Lomax." "Hey, I've got a quick question for you." He took a sip of his fancy wine.
"Sure thing."
"The closed-door meeting of the city board 2 weeks ago, what was it about?"
"Excuse me?"
"Well, normally city meetings are open to the public, but I understand that Mayor Jenkins requested a closed-door meeting. I can go through the rigmarole of filing an access to information request with the proper authorities, or maybe you could just tell me what it was all about." Dean Lomax rolled his eyes.
"It's really not a big deal. Mayor Jenkins wanted to discuss the possibility of adding an intersection and four-way stop about 2 miles outside of town on Highway 15.
"Why?"
"It had to do with a project she was hoping to attract to the area."
"Which was?" He shrugged.
"She's under a non-disclosure agreement, so she couldn't disclose, but she said it would represent a significant investment in our area."
"How significant?"
"Millions. Many, many millions."
"And was anything decided?"
"You mean, did we vote on it?"
I nodded.
"As a matter of fact, we did. And like most progressive things in this town, the have-nots decided it 3-2.
"The have-nots?"
It's a joke between Wilma and me. It's what we call Mr. Hamilton, Superintendent Bendon, and Sheriff Klein. Or rather called Sheriff Klein. Over the last year, those three seemed to vote down every single new idea Wilma or I brought to the table. They wouldn't have any of it. That's why they're the have-nots. It would seem they want Hopeless to stay the way it's been for the last 30 years.
"What do you know about Sawtooth Mountain Ski Resort?" He shrugged again.
"Never heard of it."
"I find that hard to believe."
"Why? I'm a dean, not a mountaineer or a ski instructor."
"It's just that you and Mayor Jenkins seem so close."
"We are close. We've agreed that the town and college can work together to build a better future for both."
"You seem a lot closer than that." The color drained from his face.
"Just what are you getting at?"
"I'll be straight, Dean Lomax."
"I think I'd appreciate that."
"Are you and Mayor Jenkins having an affair?" I'd never seen anyone's face change colors so quickly. The color that had just vanished from his face stormed back with a vengeance.
"Why would you say such a thing?"
"Because I'm a woman, and I see the way she looks at you and acts around you, and, well, you are single."
"Conjecture and innuendo? The way someone looks at one another? Maybe you're not the investigator I thought you were."
"So you're saying you're not having an affair with the mayor?"
"No," he snapped, "I am not. Nor would I ever have an affair with that woman. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I assure you, I am not the one who's going to get you your answers. Now, is that all?"
My phone buzzed. A text message from Darwin. I smiled when I read it. "Yes, Dean Lomax, I think that's all." I went back to the bar and reread the texts. Darwin really was the best researcher I knew. Was it a little mean that I kept promising things that were never in his wildest dreams going to happen? I preferred to think of it as giving the poor guy a little hope. Besides, Darwin was happy to help. At least, that's what I told myself. I followed the series of texts. As usual, Darwin had to tell me exactly how he got each piece of information in the chain. It made him feel smarter. But then I came to the very last one. The punchline, so to speak. And I had to read it twice before it sank in. When it did indeed feel like a punchline. A punch in the gut sort of line. I stood there, trying to figure out what it all meant. And that's when someone grabbed my shoulder hard. I spun around to find Wilma Jenkins in my face. She was not happy. "This stops now, Hope Walker." "I hope so, Mayor Jenkins, because I just got some interesting information."
"And I was just informed by Dean Lomax that you accused us of having an affair."
It was just like the movies, where someone says something so loud and uncomfortable that everybody around them stops what they're doing in order to listen. Buck stopped serving food at the buffet, Granny and Bess stopped serving drinks, even Margaret Klein stopped talking to someone in the receiving line. All eyes were on us. All ears, too.
"Let me be clear for everyone listening," said the mayor in what was almost a shriek. "Dean Lomax and I are not having an affair. Your wild accusation is nasty, irresponsible, and frankly, young lady, actionable."
"If you and Dean Lomax say you're not having an affair, I believe you. But as for wild accusations, I'm just getting started." She raised an eyebrow.
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about Sawtooth Mountain Ski Resort." Mayor Jenkins' eyes got big, and her mouth opened and closed in a picture-perfect goldfish imitation. That was my cue. "You're probably right. Nobody around here really cares about who's having an affair with whom, but I think most people would be interested to know that you've been hiding behind a secret corporation with the singular purpose of buying all the properties on the tree side of Moose Mountain." That caused a ripple in the crowd.
"I can explain,"
Mayor Jenkins said. "Don't bother. I'll explain it for you. Your plan was to quietly buy up all the properties, bulldoze them, clear-cut most of the forest, and build your very own ski resort, Sawtooth Mountain." Wilma Jenkins bared her teeth like a feral dog.
"You have no idea what you're doing."
"I think I do. Now, I know you're pretty successful, but successful enough to fund something this ambitious? I didn't think so. But when I learned that your secret company, Yellow Palms, had investors from a company in Las Vegas called Blue Sky Development, that was interesting enough that I had someone good do a little digging. And I just got an answer, but not the one I expected. It seems there are 4 investors in Blue Sky. 3 of them are businessmen. Successful businessmen. Nothing to raise a red flag, but the 4th name stood out. Marie Townsend. And do you know why that name stood out? Because Marie Townsend doesn't usually go by her maiden name anymore. She goes by her married name, Marie Medola. Fascinating, because Marie Medola is married to none other than Tommy Medola. For anyone here who doesn't know, Tommy Medola is a gangster, possibly the biggest gangster in the Pacific Northwest. Bullseye. Wilma's face twisted, and the crowd reacted about the way you'd expect. And then there was Margaret Klein. Her hands covered her face. She was in shock, and part of me hated doing this, but I decided the truth must come out.
"I've had enough of this,"
Mayor Jenkins said. She whipped out her phone.
"It's time to talk to my lawyer."
That's what guilty people always do.
"No, that's what innocent people do when they're being slandered in public. You want a war with me? Get ready for it."
War? Interesting she said that. The last part of my battle plan was falling into place. Listen up, Mayor Jenkins. I'm just getting to the best part. And by best, I definitely mean worst. I assume everyone gathered here today would be interested to know that someone else learned about your plan, and he wasn't happy about it. That's right. Sheriff Klein knew all about it. Margaret let out a shriek. He even asked Earl Denton to look into it for him. But that's not all. Sheriff Klein had someone else digging with him as well. What a surprise. The other victim, Patrick Crofton. The sheriff probably thought who better to catch a crook than a reformed crook. Jemima Clark stepped out of the crowd. Patrick was involved in this? Don't worry, Jemima. Patrick was the good guy. I turned my attention back to the mayor. Sheriff Klein helped Patrick get out of jail early. They were working together to figure out what exactly you were up to. And now, Mayor Jenkins, we're at my wildest accusation yet. I think you've said quite enough, young lady. No, Mayor, not quite enough. You see, I pointed at the most ambitious woman Earl Denton had ever met. Mayor Jenkins murdered Sheriff Klein. The crowd erupted with what I could only describe as pain. Margaret Klein was sobbing, but I had one last nail to drive home. And Mayor Jenkins, when you figured out Patrick Crofton was working with the sheriff, you killed him, too. Chapter 25. Mayor Jenkins dropped her phone and looked around wildly as Jemima Clark let out a bone-rattling scream. They were both in shock. So was the crowd. But I noticed one person who was moving, Detective Alex Kramer. It was the first I'd seen of him that day. He was making his way through the crowd. Hope, what are you doing? It looks like I'm doing your job, doesn't it? I said with a smile. I do have to leave tomorrow, and I thought it best to wrap up everything first. His face hardened. I thought I told you to stop investigating the case. I shrugged. I decided I'd rather ask for forgiveness after I caught your murderer. And you're welcome, by the way. She's insane! Mayor Jenkins went on the offense. I couldn't have killed Sheriff Klein. I was at home that night. And can anybody verify that? I asked. Hope, Detective Kramer snapped. Mayor, you don't have to answer that. Seeing as I'm being accused of murder in front of the entire town, I definitely do have to answer that. I was at home, and my husband Charles can corroborate that. Charles? Charles was shoving burrito into his mouth and looked like a deer in the headlights when she said his name, and everyone looked at him expectantly. We were watching all the late-night shows in bed, he said with his mouth full. And after that? Detective Kramer asked. Charles Jenkins choked down his mouthful of sausage, egg, and salsa. We went to bed. Anything else? We might have spooned. I so didn't need that image, but it didn't matter. Come on, Detective Kramer, I said. The spouse is the least reliable alibi in the world. You ought to know that. I do, but a professional homicide investigator is a pretty convincing alibi. What are you talking about? I'll trust that Mayor Jenkins was home the night Sheriff Klein died because her husband says so, and because I know for a fact where she was the night Patrick Crofton was murdered. She was with me. Not long after I found you out at the bed and breakfast, I was interviewing Mayor Jenkins. What? But that's not possible. She's in business with Tommy Madola. Did you hear that part? Tommy Madola is a thug of the worst kind. Maybe. But he also runs legitimate businesses. And according to you, his wife is the investor. Hope, it doesn't prove anything. But I'm sure of it. Because you let your personal feelings about Tommy Madola cloud your judgment. And having done this for a living, let me assure you, an investigation is about cold, hard facts and unbiased conclusions. Two people came up next to me, Granny on one side and Katie on the other. Granny leaned over and whispered in my ear, We gonna fight our way out of here, or what? Katie added, How about I just drag her out and you can tell everyone she forgot to take her meds? Sounded like a plan to me. Granny started apologizing on my behalf while Katie grabbed me by the arm and dragged me out of the Methodist social hall and away as fast as she could. Next time you plan on doing the big murder reveal at the dead man's funeral, you might want to give me a heads up and maybe just shoot me first if you plan on fingering the mayor in the process. Katie was right. Detective Kramer was too. That made it even worse. I jumped the gun, let my feelings get in the way. I followed the story where the evidence led, then instead of doing the difficult work, that final 10% of the job, I jumped to conclusions. What do I do now? Well, you could go back and accuse somebody else of double homicide. How about the Pope? Not funny. Or you could do something that you've needed to do for the last 12 years. I knew exactly what Katie was talking about. You figure, as long as it's already a crappy day, why not make it super terrible? Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm scared, Katie. I know you are. So how about we just take it real slow? We drove out to Highway 15, to the spot where it happened. I pulled the car over. When we got out, I pointed down the road to the wooden bridge and the newly restored log cabin. Katie smiled. You always loved that old place. When we were little, we used to drop our canoes in by that cabin. Yeah, it's pretty much my favorite place in the world. I took a deep breath and felt that knotted rag returning to my throat, but I needed to do this. I loved that boy more than I thought it was possible to love anything. As soon as I said it, the rag choked me, and the tears began to flow down my cheeks. I know you did, Hope. We were going to get married and have babies and live happily ever after, I said, wiping both cheeks with the back of my hand. A week before the accident, this cabin went up for sale. I couldn't believe it. I told Granny about it, and we worked out a deal. She would help me and Jimmy buy it, and I would pay her back every single penny. Katie's mouth was open. You were going to buy the cabin? We agreed on a payment plan and everything. But Jimmy didn't know anything about it. I wanted it to be a surprise. That night, he'd just gotten done working at the shop, and he had to work a shift waiting tables. He was working his tail off so he could buy me a ring and propose to me like a proper gentleman. Anyway, he was tired and wanted to go home and shower before his shift, but I told him no way. I had something I had to show him. I shook my head at the memory. It was one of those days, you know. He didn't want to go. He just wanted me to tell him the news, but I couldn't. I mean, this was the greatest surprise of my life, for the love of my life, and I couldn't just tell him. I told him no way. He had to see it. Katie's eyes were tearing up now. Just take it slow. I could feel her coaching me. Take it slow. We got into his car and he was angry. If I just told him, all that anger would have melted away, but I didn't. Because I was stubborn, and I wanted it to be a surprise. And so there we were, speeding down Highway 15, and he was pissed, and I got pissed, because all I wanted to do was show him how much I loved him. The last thing I remember, we were yelling at each other. Then from out of nowhere, headlights, Jimmy whipped his head back and yanked hard on the steering wheel. We hit a patch of gravel, and he overcorrected, and then... that was it. Katie, you asked me where I go when I close my eyes and shut down. I go there. To that moment. The moment I relive in my dreams. I see Jimmy's face and then a crash and an explosion. And we flip over and over and over, and then we're in the water, and everything is so cold. And when I see his face in the dreams, he's angry. In the last moment of his life, we were fighting. And it's my fault, Katie. It's my fault that Jimmy's gone. It's not your fault, Hope. It was dark. There was gravel. There was another car. It was a freak thing. Sure, I get that. I don't think it was God's plan or anything like that, and I don't believe in fate. It was a freak thing. My brain tries to tell me that. But here's what my brain knows. If I just had a little patience, if I just waited one God-forsaken day, he and I and our children would be living in that cabin. Katie gave me a big, warm hug. I wish I'd known. I didn't know how to tell you I killed the man I loved. I couldn't tell anyone. But now you have, Katie said. You've told someone. I'm really sorry I stayed away so long. It was the worst thing a friend could do. You didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve what happened to you that night, or what you've been dealing with for the last 12 years. But it happened. Katie released me and looked me square in the eyes. Yeah, it happened. So now that you're back, you've faced it and you've told someone, what are you going to do? You mean, am I going to be gone for another 12 years? No. I'll be back. Unless the mayor bans me or something. Like having the Medola family put a price on your head? Thanks. She shrugged. Just saying. If I'm lucky enough to get the job in Spokane, I won't be that far away. And now that I know you can give me the scoop on the wide world of breastfeeding, it will be tough to keep me away. But it won't be the same as having you here, the way you are now. I know. But it's probably the best I can do. Chapter 26. I woke up the next morning ready to get out of Hopeless, and for the second time start a new chapter of my life. I showered, put on makeup, and dressed. I had a very long drive to Spokane. As long as I didn't fall off the wagon and inhale an extra-large bag of Cheetos, I'd probably be okay. I was downstairs in the bar drinking a cup of coffee when my phone buzzed. It was a Spokane number, Doris Mahoney's number, and I got a strange sense of déjà vu from the morning I found Ed Klein's body. Hello, Ms. Mahoney. Hello, Hope. Just thought I'd check back with you to confirm that we're still on for this afternoon. I'm just about to head out. I should be there in plenty of time. Excellent. As I said, I've got a good candidate to interview today, but I've spent some time this week reading your stuff. And you liked it? She grunted. I didn't hate it, which is saying a lot. The front door swung open. It was Granny, with Bess right behind her. Have you heard? Granny asked me. I covered the phone. Heard what? Bess ran for the remote control and turned on the TV in the corner of the bar. Excuse me, Ms. Mahoney, just a second. Just a second what? Bess flipped channels until she landed on Detective Kramer outside the sheriff's office talking to the local news. A newswoman asked, Is she your prime suspect? It's more accurate to call her a person of interest, Detective Kramer said. But you've arrested her? I'm holding her. Later today, we'll be going to the Idaho State Police headquarters for further questioning. And are you able to disclose her identity at this time? Yes. Her name is Katie Rogers. I dropped the phone, then scrambled to find it. When I did, Ms. Mahoney was still talking. Do we have a bad connection or something? I can't hear you. No, I'm sorry, the phone, I dropped it. Well, as I was saying, those are the story ideas I have for you. That I'd like to be aggressive about, and I think you just might be the woman to make that happen. I listened to her numbly. I knew what I had to do. Miss Mahoney, something just came up. I don't know if I can make it by this afternoon. Something just came up in the last 30 seconds? Yes. Is there any way we can reschedule for tomorrow or Sunday or Monday or any time other than today, any time other than right now? Ms. Walker, I'm very disappointed. I told you this was your shot. Now, I don't know what just magically came up, but I assure you it can't be more important than your career. Her words bounced around my brain like a ping-pong ball. For the last 12 years, I would have agreed with her. But being home changed that. Sure, I'd found a couple of dead bodies and made an utter and complete fool of myself more than once. Oh, and got run over by a car. And although I wasn't ready to come home for good, I didn't know if I was ready to leave. Not Granny, not Bess, but especially my new old friend. I'm sorry, Ms. Mahoney. I appreciate the chance. I really do. If you're ever willing to sit down with me again any other day. You're making a huge mistake. Oh, Ms. Mahoney, I already made my huge mistake. It's time for me to start doing what I should have been doing all along. My best friend needs me. She needs me today. I marched down to the sheriff's office and made my way through the reporters who were wrapping up after the press conference. Detective Kramer was heading back inside. I caught his arm and he whipped around. Are you the dumbest man alive? Good morning to you too, Hope. Katie? You arrested Katie? If you had listened, you'd know that I'm holding her as a person of interest. That is total garbage and you know it. You're arresting some harmless person while the real killer walks around free? Oh, you mean like Patrick Crofton, the man you suspected until he ended up dead? Or do you mean Mayor Jenkins, the woman you accused in front of the entire town, at a funeral, no less, even though she had a rock-solid alibi? I want to talk to her. Are you her lawyer? At least tell me why she's a person of interest. Listen, Hope, I'm only telling you this because, well, I don't know why. But because you're her friend, you should know this. I have a picture from a security camera outside of the Clapback Inn that shows Katie in her car spying on the sheriff. I have confirmation from the hotel attendant that a Katie Rogers checked into the hotel that day. I also know that Katie Rogers was calling places the sheriff had been, both here in Hopeless and in Boise. Hope, your friend was stalking the sheriff. Stalking the She wasn't stalking the sheriff, she was following him. First of all, they're the same thing. Second of all, you knew? Of course I knew. Katie suspected the sheriff was having an affair, so she did some checking around. Did it ever occur to you that your friend was bringing you into a very disturbing game? What are you talking about? I'm not sure Katie told you everything. Like? Did you know that the night of Sheriff Klein's death, Katie's husband, Chris, admitted that his wife left to go to the mini-mart to get something, and yet nobody remembers seeing her? So what? And did you know that a week before Sheriff Klein's death, a large sum of money was deposited into Katie's bank account? That same day, Ed Klein withdrew a large sum of money from his account. The exact same sum of money. I was stunned, speechless. So please, Hope, just let me do my job. If you really want to help your friend, stay out of my way and get her a lawyer. A very good lawyer. He shook his head at me, then went into the sheriff's office. He wanted me to get Katie a lawyer, said it was the best way for me to help my friend, but he was wrong. The best way to help my friend was to find the real killer. And do it fast. Chapter 27. I brought the whiteboard and easel down from the apartment and set it up in the middle of the bar. Bess looked up from drying glasses, and Granny stopped sweeping the floor.
You thinking about teaching school now?
Granny asked.
After that performance yesterday, I'm sure everyone would agree you have quite a way with words.
No, Granny, I'm thinking about finding the real murderer, and you two are going to help me. Bess kept wiping down dishes, while Granny joined me at the whiteboard.
So does Detective Kramer really think Katie's the killer?
I don't know what that idiot's thinking.
Idiot?
Granny smiled and glanced at Bess, who smiled back. What? What's with that look you just gave each other? Granny kept right on smiling.
Look, we didn't give each other a look. Bess, did you give me a look?
Bess shook her head.
See, No, look, it's just been a long time since I last saw you get riled up by a boy.
Don't even start with me. That boy is a detective, and right now he's holding Katie because he's got rocks for brains.
You ever think maybe he's just trying to rile you up so you'll do his work for him?
Oh, we should be so lucky. No, he's seen part of the picture and he thinks he knows what the rest of it is, but he doesn't.
Kind of like a young lady I witnessed at the funeral yesterday.
Point taken.
So what exactly is our detective missing? Granny asked.
That's what we need to find out. I went over the little I knew with them. We started with the when, where, and how of Sheriff Klein and Patrick Crofton's deaths.
The killer didn't use a gun, Granny said.
Correct. In both cases, the killer used something close at hand. With Sheriff Klein, it was a whiskey bottle. With Patrick Crofton, a knife from his kitchen.
What does that mean?
Maybe the killer didn't intend to kill them.
They just got accidentally murdered?
No, a crime of passion. They got into an argument, he grabs a bottle or a knife, and before you know it, boom, dead guy.
Okay. Who are your suspects?
As Earl Denton pointed out, I'm a pretty good suspect.
My money's been on you the whole time.
Granny, you're not serious.
Well, not anymore. Bashing Ed Klein in the head with a whiskey bottle, I could actually see you doing that. But shoving a knife in that poor boy's chest, I don't think so.
Well, I'm sure the fact that my grandmother doesn't think I could kill both of the victims will be more than enough to clear me with the state police.
Excellent!
Granny either didn't catch my sarcasm or didn't much care.
Who else are you thinking?
I told Granny and Bess about Katie's theory that Ed Klein was having an affair.
That old coot was cheating on his wife?
Granny was surprised. And we've got the picture to prove it. I pointed at the photocopied picture of Sheriff Klein hugging a woman with dark sunglasses and long dark hair. Granny stared at it a long time and then shook her head.
I can't believe it.
You didn't think he was the cheating kind?
Oh, hell, any man's the cheating kind. I just didn't think there'd be more than one woman in the world dumb enough to be with Ed Klein. Any idea who she is?
None. When she checked in, she told the clerk her name was Katie Rogers, which Detective Kramer thinks is evidence against our Katie. But when I took Katie out there, the attendant said the woman was quite a bit taller than Katie, said she was my height.
So your height, long dark hair, and sunglasses.
I thought the woman might be wearing a wig.
And your height. Any other guesses?
After Patrick died, I did have a crazy thought. Maybe the woman was Jemima? Granny's eyes widened.
Jemima?
I know. But she's horrible. She's my height, and I thought maybe, just maybe, she was using Ed Klein, trying to get him to go easy on Patrick. I wondered if maybe Patrick found out, killed the sheriff, and when Jemima and Patrick argued about it, she flew into a rage and accidentally killed him. But it just doesn't fit. Jemima denied it. And you know what? I believed her. How weird is that? And then she told me something. She told me I should be looking at Mayor Jenkins.
And that's what caused you to go all conspiracy theory on Wilma at the funeral?
Actually, no. You see, Earl Denton told me to look at Wilma too, and when I found out from a source that her company was connected to Tommy Madola, I just assumed it was her.
Next time, darling, please don't assume at a funeral in front of the entire town.
Message received.
Who's left?
Granny asked. I still think it could be Mayor Jenkins. Her husband could be lying. And I guess it could still be Jemima.
And then there's the big fat pancake, Granny said. That's you, in case you were wondering. You're the big fat pancake.
I know I'm the big fat pancake, Granny, but thanks for the reminder. I sighed, thinking of my friend in that jail cell. And then there's Katie.
You know, there's one person you haven't mentioned, and I bring it up because Detective Kramer brought it up before he left my house the other night.
Margaret Klein, I said.
You remember? Then why isn't she a suspect?
Come on, Granny. It's Margaret Klein. The woman is a saint.
Maybe, maybe not. Hear me out. Let's say Sheriff Klein really was cheating on her. She's suspicious. That night, he's not at home, and she goes looking for him. Maybe she sees him talking to this woman. They come in here and argue, and boom, she loses it.
You really think she's capable of that? I asked.
I know men are capable of cheating, and their wives are capable of killing them when they get caught. Plus, when she came in here the next morning, she was sad but calm, eerily calm.
Like she already knew what she would find. Granny nodded.
Exactly.
Okay, let's say she did. Why on earth would she kill Patrick Crofton?
Easy. He saw them that night.
You know that for a fact? I asked.
I'm guessing. Margaret knows he saw them. Maybe when they came in here. He can put her at the scene of the crime.
You know, he said he had something to show me. Taking pictures is easy these days. Katie took a picture of Sheriff Klein with the mystery woman. Maybe he took a picture of Ed and his wife outside the library that night.
And she goes to Patrick's to explain that it wasn't her. They get into an argument, and boom again, she kills him too.
I guess it could have happened, but still, Margaret Klein?
Listen, we all think of Margaret as a saint because who else would stay with Ed all those years? Granny said. But the truth is, nobody knows much about her.
Well, I sure wish we knew more about her right now. Something. Anything that would shed some light on what really happened.
Anything?
The voice came from behind us. We both spun around, but there was nobody else there. Only Bess. Granny's eyes were huge, and she was shaking.
Bess? Was that you?
Bess nodded.
But you haven't spoken in years.
Bess shrugged.
Haven't had much to say.
Her voice was high-pitched, almost squeaky. Not at all how I imagined it. Until now? I said. Bess nodded.
Until now.
You know something about Margaret Klein?
You said anything.
Yup, I said. Anything. Bess hesitated.
Margaret Klein was sick. She had cancer. How do you know that? Granny asked. I was over at Flo's one day having my hair done. People talk to me, say all sorts of things to me. Maybe they think since I don't talk, I can't hear. She was saying that Margaret Klein had come in. She looked tired, bags under her eyes, not good. It seems that Margaret was inquiring about buying herself a wig. And Flo says there's only one reason a woman that age looks like that and needs a wig. She's about to lose her hair. She must have cancer. Bess, all these years, and you finally talk. In fairness, Granny, you usually talk enough for the both of us.
When are you going to talk again? I asked.
When I got something important to say. So, Hope, was this important?
I stared at the whiteboard and rolled it around in my brain. Maybe. On the one hand, if Margaret is sick, maybe she'd be too weak to commit these murders. But on the other hand, maybe she'd be particularly outraged that her husband would cheat on her during this, her time of need. I just can't work out which one it is. I continued to stare at the whiteboard, willing it to give me a lead, and my eyes settled on the picture Katie had taken. I got closer and studied it. Sheriff Klein from the back, hugging a woman just outside the Clapback Inn. All we could see of the woman were her sunglasses and her long brown hair. The woman who called herself Katie Rogers. And a thought hit me. I wonder... I turned to Bess. Dial Flo's number and throw me the phone. Bess pulled out her phone, found the number, hit the button, and tossed it to me. I snagged it out of midair. Flo, it's Hope Walker. Hope, darling, did you need an appointment? Next time, Flo, I promise. I have a very important question for you, and it's a time-sensitive issue.
Oh, what's that?
I heard through the grapevine that you might have sold a wig to Margaret Klein.
How did you hear that?
Like I said, grapevine, but that's not the important thing. Did you sell her a wig?
Why, yes, I did. But I still...
Flo, please, this is very important. What kind of wig was it?
It was really nice. One of our better ones.
No, what color?
Oh, it was brunette and long. I had her put it on for me. She looked gorgeous. Younger, too.
Flo, you've got a pretty good eye. You know my friend Katie Rogers?
Oh, sure.
Would you say Margaret is about Katie's height?
Oh, Lord, no. Katie's short. Margaret Klein, she's taller. In fact, Hope, I'd say she's just about the same height as you.
Thank you, Flo. I'll be in soon for that appointment. I threw the phone back to Bess.
What was that all about?
Granny asked. I'm not entirely sure, but I know this. I grabbed the picture Katie had taken. I've got to talk with Margaret Klein. Chapter 28. I found Mrs. Klein in her backyard, bent over, pulling weeds from her flower garden. She turned around when she heard me coming, and when she saw it was me, she frowned. I couldn't really blame her after what I did at the funeral. "What are you doing here?" she asked. I wanted to apologize. "For making the most terrible day of my life even worse?" "Yes." "Okay, you apologized. And there's something else." She jumped up. "Now are you going to tell me it was actually you who killed my husband?" It was the angriest I'd ever seen Margaret Klein, and she must have known it. She relaxed her shoulders, and her kind eyes were back. "I'm sorry, Hope. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I know you meant well about Mayor Jenkins and all. It just wasn't what I wanted to hear at the time. I know, and again, I'm really sorry." Margaret turned around and looked at her garden, and then longingly at her house. "I knew with Ed being the sheriff that this was always a possibility, but the reality of going on without him, it's overwhelming. I'm sure Detective Kramer has already asked you this, but did I know anybody who wanted to kill Ed? I'm sure that's been the running joke of the town this past few days. People didn't like Ed much. He knew that, I knew that. He didn't much care, but in truth it wore on me. That people didn't see his good side more. I guess plenty of people have cause to be angry with him, but kill him? I don't know about that. I do have an additional question for you. One that Detective Kramer probably didn't ask." "What's that?" "Why exactly were you having an affair with your husband?" The question served its purpose, catching her off guard in just the way I'd hoped. Her mouth was open. Her face was priceless. How could you possibly know that?" I pulled the picture out of my pocket, unfolded it, and showed it to her. "That's Sheriff Klein coming out of the Clapback Inn. He's hugging a woman with long dark hair and sunglasses. The attendant told us the woman checked in as Katie Rogers. I wondered who would use the name Katie Rogers other than Katie. It had to be someone who wanted to hide their identity, and it had to be someone who knew Katie. It could have been someone who hated her, who wanted Katie to look bad, or maybe it was someone who heard about Katie a lot, because her husband worked with her. First name that came to mind sort of thing. And then I remembered that you and I are the same height, and I learned that Flo sold you a wig, a long, dark wig. And something Granny told me sealed the deal for me. She said only one woman would be dumb enough to be with Ed Klein all these years. And something else was true. Ed Klein, though a bit miserable and my tormentor in my youth, he was a man with honor. He would never have cheated on you. And so the only explanation for the dinner for two in Boise, the more frequent overnight trips, and the picture of Ed Klein with a mysterious woman outside the Clapback Inn is that you, Margaret Klein, are that mysterious woman. And I guess my question is, why? Margaret shook her head, and then buried her face in her hands and cried. She sobbed and she sobbed until it seemed there couldn't be more tears left. When she could talk again, she said, "Marriage is hard. We were never able to have kids, so we didn't have that glue. And when your husband is the most hated man in town, life isn't always a box of chocolates, if you get my drift. And over the years, our marriage, well, it got stale. Boring. One day I woke up and it didn't feel like we were man and wife. More like roommates. Men sometimes have affairs when things get stale and boring, and so I thought, what better way to spice up our marriage than to let him have an affair with me? I bought the wig and invited him to meet me in Boise for an overnighter. And for the last 2 months, well, it's the happiest we've been in years, and then just like that, he's gone. And that's it. What more did you want to know? I know it's embarrassing, but Mrs. Klein, did you know that right now Katie Rogers is being held by the police as a person of interest? That they're going to take her to Boise tonight for official questioning? I had no idea. Katie would never. You know that, and I know that, but Detective Kramer doesn't know that. What can I do? Can you think of anyone or any reason for someone to kill Sheriff Klein? Not in general, but for real. I told you no. Here's the thing, Margaret. People don't just commit murder for any old reason. And 2 murders? We're talking money, revenge, or jealousy. I thought Mayor Jenkins might have done it for money. I thought Patrick Crofton might have done it for revenge. But jealousy, that seemed even more obvious. I thought the sheriff was having an affair, and someone found out and killed him, but knowing that you were the one he was seeing, now I'm back to square one. And my best friend in the world needs help, and I don't know what to do. Margaret Klein bit her lip and looked around nervously. I honestly don't know what you want me to do. I threw my hands up into the air. I don't know. All I do know is that I've hit a dead end, and I need something, anything to help me see these crimes from a new perspective. Margaret folded her arms and shook her head. I don't think there's anything I can do to help. Now, please, just leave me alone. I left Margaret, got into my car, and called Detective Kramer. I need you to delay taking Katie to Boise.
And why would I do that? He replied.
Because underneath that idiot cop facade of yours, you're really a decent guy.
And you think calling me an idiot is going to help your case?
No, listen, I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't mean that. My best friend is in trouble and she needs some help, and I'm asking you, no, I'm begging you just to wait a little bit. I need more time.
More time for what?
More time to clear Katie.
Hope, I thought I told you that under no circumstances were you to continue your investigation.
Well, you sort of forced my hand when you brought my best friend in for questioning.
Where are you?
I am so not telling you that.
Hope Walker, you are a serious pain in my rear.
Says the guy who's currently got my best friend in a jail cell. Listen, Alex, I'm begging you, please hold off just a few more hours.
Hope, this is a murder investigation. This is dangerous. Whatever you're doing, don't.
Just please hold off.
Why would I?
I didn't have a good reason. So I decided to go big and bold and crossed my fingers. For me, Alex. You'd do it for me. The response was silence. Awkward, uncomfortable silence. And then Detective Kramer cleared his throat.
Okay, Hope, I'll give you a couple of hours. But now you've got to tell me where you are and what you're doing.
You're a good guy, Alex Kramer. I disconnected the call, turned off my phone, and started driving. I didn't need Detective McSnoopy tracing my location. I was driving through tourist town, trying to think. Like I told Margaret, I needed something, anything that would give me a different perspective. And that's when I found myself in front of a second-floor balcony where people were sitting and enjoying a cup of coffee. I stopped the car and looked at that balcony, at the people as they sipped on their lattes and cappuccinos, enjoying Moose Mountain in one direction and the rest of Main Street in the other. That balcony was a new perspective. I walked into a Hopeless cup and bought a white mocha latte, then walked up the stairs and out onto the balcony. I took a long, deep sip and let the caffeine and chocolate and sugar wash over me. Think, Hope. Think. Katie is counting on it. I thought about the last time I was on this balcony with Patrick. He brought me up here to show me the best view in all of Hopeless. I looked to the left at the snow-capped mountain that had guarded my youth, then right down Main Street, and at Old Town, the shops and stores where I had spent my first 19 years. And far down Main Street on the left-hand side, the library, the bar where my granny raised me, and the place I'd found a dead body. I took another long sip, and I wondered yet again who might have killed Sheriff Klein. And that's when it hit me. The library. I could see it. I could see the library from this balcony. I looked up at the outside big-screen TV, identical to the TV inside the coffee shop on the street level, showing a time-lapse slideshow from this coffee shop to the rest of Hopeless. Could it really be that easy? I looked around, one video camera toward Moose Mountain, the other camera pointed in the opposite direction, toward Main Street, toward the library. I jumped out of my seat, ran down the stairs, and looked for the tall, skinny boy with the nicely trimmed beard. "Nick!" I yelled. He looked up, startled. "Yes?" "My name is Hope Walker. I was in here the other day. I was talking to Patrick."
Right, I remember, sort of. All old people sort of blend together for me.
"I'll forget you said that as long as you help me. It's about the time-lapse thing you guys do?"
What about it?
"I was up on the balcony and I saw the cameras. One pointed toward Moose Mountain, the other pointed toward Main Street. Patrick said you're in charge of all the digital stuff. How does it work, the time-lapse?"
Simple, really. We have a program that pulls images from the camera, 4 per day, and then basically puts them together and runs them all together. The effect is one of lights going on and off and the seasons changing. It's not as hard as it sounds.
"So those cameras just take pictures?"
Oh, no, that would be harder. They're video cameras. They run all the time, but the program grabs digital images off the feed and then puts them into our program.
"For sure? These are video cameras?"
Yeah, why?
"Do you ever look at the video camera feed?"
Nope.
"Could you?"
Sure. But why are so many people interested in this tape?
"So many people? What are you talking about?" "Let me guess. Detective Kramer came by and asked about it."
I don't remember his name, but I showed him what he wanted to see.
"What do you mean?" He shook his head like he was annoyed.
It's easier to show you.
I followed Nick into the back room. He went to the computer, sat down, and pulled up the video feed from the cameras. He focused on the one pointed toward Main Street, then started rewinding.
He was interested in seeing the feed from a particular night.
He told me. It was the night of Sheriff Klein's murder. "Nick, you honestly don't remember this man's name?"
Nope.
"How about what he looked like?"
Like I said, all you old people look the same.
"But didn't you think it was strange that he wanted the footage from the night of Sheriff Klein's murder?"
Who's Sheriff Klein?
"How can you be that dumb and that smart all at the same time?" He shrugged.
It's a gift.
Nick found the spot he was looking for, and he zoomed in. It was dark, but the old familiar library sign was easy to pick out. There were 2 people below it. "Can you zoom in closer?"
It's not very clear,
Nick said. "Just try, okay?" Nick zoomed in a little closer, the 2 figures becoming bigger but blurrier. But one thing was easy to see. The figure on the left was Sheriff Klein. And the one on the right, completely blurry. But just the size made me think that it couldn't be a woman. We were looking at Sheriff Klein and a man, a mystery man. "Nick, this is important. I need you to remember the name of the man you showed this to.
Not gonna happen. I don't.
Okay, then, something about his appearance.
Like I said, old.
How old?
I don't know. What are you, 50?
I punched his shoulder.
Ouch, what'd you do that for?
Because I'm 31, you moron. You can't remember anything about him at all? Nick ran his fingers through his perfectly manicured beard, and then his eyes lit up.
There was one thing.
What?
The only thing I ever remember about customers, their drink orders. And this guy, he gets the same thing every time. A macchiato. A caramel macchiato.
Chapter 29. I took Main Street to the intersection at 2nd Street and then followed 2nd up the long, gentle hill that led to College Drive, where I turned left past the stately old houses that bordered the college. Before I met Jimmy, sometimes Katie and I would go on campus and dream about catching ourselves a college guy someday. And as I wound my way past the finely manicured hedges and tall trees, I thought about how long ago that had been. And I wondered why Mr. Caramel Macchiato wanted to see that video. I drove past the dorms, the old gymnasium, and past what appeared to be a brand-new science building. I drove all the way to the top of the hill, to the large administration building, 3 stories of dark red brick that towered over the campus like an old medieval fortress. I parked my car in a visitor's spot and hustled nervously to the large double doors in the middle of the building. Inside, it seemed mostly empty, and I looked at the directory hanging on the wall. Administrative offices. It listed the registrar, the superintendent of grounds, the president, and the one name of the whole bunch that I actually recognized. The dean, Robert Lomax, Mr. Caramel Macchiato. I stared at his name, and I wondered what, if anything, his involvement might be in all of this. And then I checked my phone, still turned off. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea anymore. I hit the button to power it on, just in case. I climbed the stairs 2 by 2 until I reached the 3rd floor. Just like the rest of the building, it felt empty. There were 3 medium-sized offices on the right, and 1 enormous office on the left. The sign over the stately wooden door said, Dean of the College, Robert Lomax. I just started toward the door when my pocket buzzed. I was about to answer it when I heard a noise from inside the dean's office. I silenced the phone and tiptoed to the door. Dean Lomax was standing over his desk, holding a book in one hand. His face was red and his hair was messed up. He looked disheveled. As usual, he was wearing his tweed jacket. His head snapped up in surprise.
Hope, what are you doing here?
I came to see you.
After what happened yesterday at the funeral? I think you've said quite enough.
This isn't about yesterday, it's about something else. I was over at a Hopeless Cup talking to Nick. He said you asked him about the video camera feed, and I want to know why. Dean Lomax ran a hand over his very tired face.
I believe you heard me asking Patrick about his cameras.
He pointed straight up.
The roof of the administration building has the best view in the whole area. I'm putting a camera up there to do one of those time lapses of the college to put up on our website. A great way to show off our campus.
I don't believe you.
I'm really starting to get tired of this, Hope. I've shown you nothing but courtesy and respect for as long as I've known you.
Nick showed me the footage you were looking at. It was outside the library on the night Sheriff Klein was killed.
I don't know what that Nick told you, but I just had him show me how the rewind and zoom functions work. Hope, I'm sorry, but you have to stop making things up.
I'm not.
Then you're horribly mistaken. As we speak, I'm in the process of testing out the new camera on the roof.
When he saw I wasn't buying it, he shook his head in exasperation.
I don't care if you believe me or not. I have work to do.
He walked out of his office and past me toward a door at the far end of the hall. The door had a sign on it that said, Roof. He opened the door and started up the stairs. I grabbed my phone. 6 missed calls from Alex Kramer. I double-checked that the volume was turned down. Then I dialed Alex's number and put the phone back in my pocket. Then I followed Dean pants on fire up the stairs. The first thing I saw was the campus spreading out around me under a nearly cloudless blue sky. The second thing I saw was Dean Lomax. He was backed up against the small ledge enclosing the roof, and his arm was wrapped around Margaret Klein's throat. Chapter 30. Margaret Klein had a rag stuffed in her mouth, and she was kicking like mad. Dean Lomax, one arm around her throat like she was a hostage, was using the other hand to lovingly comb through her silver hair. And suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle came together, and everything made sense. "You don't want to hurt her, Dean Lomax." "No, Hope," he said, the authority in his voice gone. "I don't want to, but I have to now. There's no other choice." I took a step toward them, and he jerked her backwards violently and closer to the ledge. "Don't come any closer," he said. I stopped. "I won't," I said as loudly as I could, hoping beyond hope that someone was listening to my phone. "But Dean Lomax, you're way too close to the edge of the administrative building's roof, and I'm afraid Margaret will get hurt." "I told you, I don't have a choice," he said, the anguish in his voice unmistakable. "Yes, Dean Lomax, you do. We all have choices. But I'm here to tell you I know what happened. I know why you feel this way." "You do?" "I do now. But you're hurting Margaret." "I can't let her go. If you know what happened, then you know. I can't let her go." "But she's choking. At least take that rag out of her mouth. If you really loved her, you wouldn't want her choking." He moved his hand from her hair to her face. He acknowledged my words with a sharp nod, and he pulled the rag from her mouth. "I'm sorry, Hope," Margaret cried. I didn't know he did it." "It's not your fault, Margaret." "But you don't understand what I did," she said. "Yes, Margaret, I do understand. I understand now. I had it all wrong. Sheriff Klein might not have had an affair, but somebody did. You and Dean Lomax." The tears poured from her eyes. "Yes," she wept. "It wasn't Sheriff Klein who was bored. It was you. After all those years of standing by his side, it didn't feel like a marriage anymore. I told you, it felt like we were roommates. Ah, but there was one man out there who had always been interested in you. Ever since you were young. Right, Dean Lomax? That night at Granny's, you told Detective Kramer that you'd known Margaret your whole life, and she'd always been the best girl. The reason you've been a bachelor your whole life isn't because you hadn't met the right girl, it's because you had met the right girl. The best girl." "I just couldn't have her," he agreed somberly. "But your persistence finally paid off. Margaret finally gave in." "Yes," she said, "and it was wonderful. Until I woke up one morning and couldn't stand to look at myself in the mirror. I was married, for God's sake." "But you knew that admitting the affair to your husband would crush him, so you did the next best thing. You decided to spice things up. You had an affair with him. It's what I should have done in the first place. Those last few months were the happiest Ed and I had been in years." "Shut your mouth!" Dean Lomax screamed. He wrenched her backwards and even closer to the ledge. Margaret shrieked, and I took 2 steps closer. Dean Lomax yelled, "Stop!" "And when your affair ended with Margaret, the love of your life, happier than ever with her jerk of a sheriff husband, you just couldn't handle it, Dean Lomax, could you?" "He didn't deserve her, Hope. He never did. He took her for granted. He was married to that badge in this town, and Margaret was just an afterthought. But she was the only woman I could ever even think about, and I would never have treated her that way." "So the night of Granny's funeral, you started talking to Ed and followed him into the library, and the 2 of you got into an argument." "I went back to the library because I thought I left my phone there. Didn't know if it was still open or not, but Ed came out, said everything was closed but Granny forgot to lock up, said I couldn't go in. I told him I needed my phone.
He gave me a hard time and we started arguing. Finally, he let me in, but we kept arguing. Yelling, actually. And then, I don't know what came over me, but I swung that whiskey bottle as hard as I could.
"No!" Margaret screamed. "No!" I inched forward. And you knew that Margaret would never tell anybody about your affair, so you believed the true motive behind Sheriff Klein's murder would never be discovered. And the first time I saw you at the coffee shop is when you discovered the problem with your plan. His nostrils flared.
Those stupid cameras!
You went into that coffee shop every day for your caramel macchiato, but you never once considered that they had video cameras pointed all the way down the street and right at the library.
I had to get back and get Nick to show me the footage.
But Nick was a moron. The only thing he knew about you was your drink order. He was never going to figure it out, I encouraged him.
But Patrick Crofton might, Dean Lomax said. So I went to see him, to figure out if he'd seen it. And when I was sure he had, I didn't really have a choice.
You got rid of him.
Just in case.
And you almost got rid of me.
Almost.
And then I spoke with Margaret today. And Margaret, you decided to confront Dean Lomax yourself.
She thinks I'm a monster.
No, Margaret sobbed. I don't. I think you're a lovely man who just did a bad thing.
She wanted me to turn myself in.
But that wouldn't do for you, would it, Dean Lomax? I said. You dragged her up to the rooftop, to your favorite place in the world. But why? What was your plan? Lomax stole a glance at the roof near his feet, at the book lying there. I took a step forward to see it better. Romeo and Juliet.
They loved each other, Dean Lomax said portentously.
I inched even closer. But they couldn't be together.
I cannot live any longer without Margaret in my life. And if I'm going to shuffle off this mortal coil, I want her to be with me.
But Margaret doesn't want that to happen. Do you, Margaret?
No, I don't. Please, Robert, let me go.
He leaned back against the edge of the building. She was crying, and it felt like we were almost out of time. Romeo and Juliet isn't the only famous story, Professor Lomax. There are others. And the greatest stories ever told are about redemption, of second chances. Margaret was right. You're not a monster. You just did a bad thing.
My life is over, and I'll never be with Margaret, so what's the point?
A second chance. A second chance is the point, Dean Lomax. If this trip home has taught me anything, it's that second chances are possible for anyone, even you. He seemed to consider what I had said. His shoulders relaxed and his head turned downward. Then he looked up.
No, Hope. I'm afraid they're not.
I jumped toward them just as he let go of Margaret and let himself topple over the ledge. I was there in time to grab his jacket, but his momentum was too much. I started to fall. I heard Margaret scream, and I could feel her trying to hold me back as I fought with everything I had not to go over. And that's when I heard another voice. A man's voice.
Hope!
He yelled. Strong hands caught me, and Margaret and Detective Kramer pulled me up and dragged me back, still holding on to Dean Lomax. We ended up in one gigantic heap. Alex yanked the dean up and put cuffs on him. Robert Lomax looked at me. He was a man defeated. But seeing as I knew a little about English myself, I felt there was one more thing to say that probably wasn't going to help. And Dean Lomax, that wasn't Romeo and Juliet you quoted. That was Hamlet. Alex Kramer began to drag Dean Lomax away. Then he stopped, turned, and looked my way. I suppose he could have said 1,000 things at that moment, but he didn't say a word. He stared at me with a fierce intensity and smiled. And I felt something I hadn't felt in a very, very long time. Chapter 31. The dart just barely missed my nose, then kept traveling and hit Granny squarely in the chest. Dominic ran past me, giggling as he ducked between two people playing pool on a packed night at the library.
That little pissant just shot me in the boob,
Granny said indignantly. Katie laughed and threw back a beer.
You're telling me you still got feeling in your boobs after all these years? I thought the whole point of breastfeeding was to kill all the nerve endings.
I think that's the La Leche League's new advertising campaign, I cracked.
Oh, hell, Granny scoffed. We didn't breastfeed back then. Society was going through one of them phases where they were weirded out about all that stuff, which is probably good because with the amount I was drinking and smoking, it's best that the daughter didn't get any of that.
You ever wonder where Mom is? Granny took a long sip of her beer.
Every day of my life, darling. Every stinking day.
Me too, I thought. Me too. Patrick Crofton's funeral had been held that morning, and that night, the library officially reopened after a week's worth of assorted murder and mayhem. It was good to relax with family and friends, in a place I once called home, a place that seemed just fine with me being back.
So you really think you screwed the pooch with that editor?
Katie asked. Oh yeah, big time. When I told her I had to get some short and curvy hot mom out of jail, she wasn't buying it. Katie smiled nostalgically.
That jail cell was the only peace and quiet I've had in the last 5 years.
She leaned forward.
Do you think we could fix it so Detective Kramer could arrest me on a somewhat regular basis? It's good for Chris to have to step up at home.
Nothing bad happened during your incarceration?
Not really.
Lucy superglued her fingers together. Dominic picked up some kind of rash I can't identify, and I'm pretty sure the baby bit the cat. Wait, you have a cat?
I tell you my baby bit the cat, and your question is, do I have a cat?
We laughed and tipped back our beers. Chris jogged by the table with the baby in his arms, and Lucy on his back. He smiled, and Katie smiled back. You love him, don't you?
Of course I love the big lug.
And was he upset to hear about the secret payment from my lover, Ed Klein? Katie made a face. You can't say lover. It's like saying moist. It's the worst word in the world.
Okay. The secret payment from my moist lover.
I threw a pretzel at her and she laughed.
Yes, I should have told him about the loan. Like I said, Ed Klein was a tough and mostly grumpy guy, but he wasn't all bad. He knew Chris and I were having money trouble. We were overextended on a credit card and he offered to help. He was actually a good guy.
A good guy having an affair with his own wife. Katie raised an eyebrow.
I did not see that coming.
Well, if it hadn't been for Bess, I wouldn't have seen it coming either. I raised my bottle to Bess, and she saw me and smiled. Then she went back to serving customers.
I can't believe she actually talked after all these years, Katie said.
She said she never had anything important to say, and she hasn't spoken since.
How about the hot detective? Katie asked.
Alex?
Is there another hot detective I should know about?
What about him?
Well, after he let me out of my cell, he seemed awfully busy processing the real criminal. Do you think he'll bother to come back and give Hopeless a proper goodbye, at least?
The door to the library swung open, and a small group pushed in. Earl Denton was at the front, and in the back, handsome head clearly visible on his tall frame, came Detective Alex Kramer.
Maybe, I said.
Earl clapped his hands together and yelled for attention. When the crowd settled down, he said,
Well, folks, a lot has happened lately. What with our beloved Sheriff Klein, and then poor Patrick Crofton dying. But thankfully, the killer was caught and will be brought to justice, and that means our town must turn the page.
And speaking of turning the page, I just returned from an emergency meeting of the city board. The first order of business was to fill a vacancy on the board, and wouldn't you know it, they chose me.
The crowd roared in approval.
The mayor sent me over to tell you the other bit of news. It turns out that we have another vacancy that desperately needs to be filled. Our sheriff is gone, and we need a new one. And just a few minutes ago, Mayor Jenkins, myself, and the rest of the board unanimously approved the application. Folks, we have ourselves a new sheriff.
I stopped my beer mid-flight and gaped at Alex. Oh my God!
Let me be the first to announce a man I hope will be on the job in Hopeless for a very long time. Sheriff Alex Kramer.
The library erupted in cheers. Katie shook her head at me and smiled. There's gonna be trouble. Earl Denton shook some hands, then made his way through the throng toward me.
So, Hope, what do you think about our new sheriff?
You think he'll make me pay those old speeding tickets?
Unlikely.
Then I like him just fine.
I heard the meeting with Doris Mahoney never happened, Earl said.
You heard right.
So, what are you going to do?
I don't have any idea.
Then let me suggest something. You did some A-plus investigative work solving these murders, and, well, even though I own the paper, I don't have the stamina for chasing stories like I used to.
That's exactly the opposite of what you told me a few days ago.
An old man is allowed a change of heart.
Earl, what are you saying?
It's not the same as being a big shot for the Portland News-Gazette. But the truth is, I'm an old man and I need a full-time reporter.
You want me to be a reporter for the Hopeless News?
It doesn't pay much. But Granny told me she'd let you stay in the apartment for free, so maybe you don't need that much.
I can't do it for long, Earl. But maybe. Just until another big paper is willing to take a chance on me. He shot out his hand, and I took it. Earl smiled.
It's a deal.
Earl left, and Granny grabbed me from behind and hugged my neck.
Welcome home, darling.
You really gonna let me stay in the apartment for free?
Hell no. I expect you to mow my yard once a week and shovel every time it snows.
I knew it was too good to be true.
Maybe give me a hot towel massage every now and then.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little.
Wait till you see all my stretch marks.
I raised my glass. To Granny, keeping it classy since 1852. Katie shook her head in amazement. So, Hope, you come home for your Granny's funeral. You end up solving 2 murders, getting a job, and finding your best friend. Not too shabby. I gave her a hug, and as I did, I watched Sheriff Alex Kramer walking through the crowd, shaking hands and meeting people. He saw me and stopped for a long moment. He smiled, and I felt my knees go weak. Yeah, I said. Not too shabby at all. The front door opened, and one more person came in. A person I hadn't expected to see tonight. Margaret Klein. The bar quieted down. I just heard the news and wanted to come down and congratulate our new sheriff. Alex, Ed would be proud to know someone like you was filling his shoes.
From what I hear, they're awfully big shoes to fill, Alex said.
They are, but I've got a hunch you'll be all right. Margaret walked my way and gave me a big hug. I wanted to thank you, Hope, for figuring it out, for saving my life, for saving Robert's life. You're glad he's still alive after what he did? Like you said on that rooftop, the greatest stories in the world are about redemption. And if he had died, he'd never have that chance. Now he does. So yes, I'm glad. Then you're welcome. There's something else I wanted to say. The real reason I came here tonight. You know, Ed, he liked you. He hated me. No, Hope, he didn't. He liked you quite a bit. Margaret, you're a very nice woman, but you don't have to do this. No, Hope, you don't understand. You reminded him of himself when he was your age. Don't be silly. Hear me out. Ed was a hard man. Everyone knows that, but listen to me. I only saw him cry once in our entire marriage. Once. It was the night of your accident all those years ago, when he found out about Jimmy. Everyone loved Jimmy. You're not hearing me. He wasn't crying because of that. He was crying because of what he knew it would do to you. He was crying because of you. But I always thought he hated me. And you were wrong. Ed and I were never able to have kids of our own. He didn't hate you. To be honest, I think he kind of loved you. Margaret hugged me again, then went to the bar and ordered a drink. And who should take her place but the tall, good-looking fellow from Salmon? So, Sheriff. He shrugged.
What can I say? The smaller town suits me better. Reminds me of where I grew up. I hear congratulations are in order for you as well.
Me? How'd you hear about that?
I am the sheriff. It's sort of my job to know what's going on.
Earl Denton told me on the way over here.
You're staying in Hopeless?
Until I can find another job with a big paper. Alex winked.
Right, because you are a proper investigative reporter
who just solved a double homicide
by interfering with an official police investigation.
I'm pretty sure if I hadn't interfered, there would have been more dead bodies.
I'll admit you did a good job figuring it out.
And I'll admit you did a good job saving my life. He shook his head and smiled.
You're going to be a complete pain in my butt, aren't you?
In that moment, I flashed back to another time. To an old sheriff I thought hated me. To a boy named Jimmy who I know loved me. And I wondered if it was possible to truly come home again. And as Granny, in her blue Boise State football sweatshirt, slapped Dominic with the end of a towel, and Katie gave her husband a big kiss on the cheek, I came to a solid conclusion. Maybe. I smiled at the new sheriff in town and clanked his outstretched bottle with mine. Alex Kramer, you have no idea. This has been a